So yeah, I'm never gonna see a dietitian again. No, thank you. So I know. Hey, I'm what is it now? I'm 130 kilograms. That's a new milestone again for me. You know, I'm
Right.
losing weight without a freaking dietitian. So I personally am getting to a new place. And now, are you still losing consistently weight?
No, I haven't. I've actually
Mhm.
gained a couple pounds back. Um,
Mhm.
so I just got to get back on it, and I will today. I don't know if I told you, my mom got me a Fitbit Charge HR
Mhm.
with some accessories and stuff like that. So I've been using my iPhone for all of it, but now it's like I can track everything, and I think that's going to help. So
Yeah,
it's just a
because
little motivator, and then I'll get the gym membership, which is only $33 a month, and that will I'll just
that's
add
cheap.
lifting in the evenings. So I'll just go over and lift in the evening, and then if I'll do my typical cardio in the morning, and then that's it.
That's pretty cheap. $33.
Yeah.
That's nothing.
That's why, I
Yeah.
mean, we pay taxes for it, right? Like we,
Ah,
the whole community pays for the rec center. So if you want to join, it's really cheap. There's a lot of great,
oh, right, right.
yeah,
Yeah, I pay like 60 or something for a pump of months.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to get back on my plan or whatever it is. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's been a freaking disaster. I don't know. I mean, I think without means of subsistence, you're pretty much largely helpless to do anything. I mean,
Mhm. I think it's the stress, Nadia. Would you agree, Hermine, that it's a lot of times when you experience a lot of pressure from the outside, I think that can contribute to, actually, no, that can actually undermine um, our efforts to lose weight, I think.
I totally agree.
And Nadia, I mean, she moves from place to place, like Justin said. Whoever said it, Nadia moves from more places than Justin changes his shirts or whatever it was.
yeah, I actually literally move from place to place more frequently than I'm able to even wash my clothes. So,
See, I mean, this is not helping. This is Nadia. This is not helping this movement, all the stress. So, I mean, that's definitely one thing. It's not your fault. This is just an unfortunate situation, I think. And
yeah,
yeah, like I've slowed down a lot in weight loss right now, and I'm nowhere near in your situation, nowhere near. So, I mean, yeah,
well,
yeah,
mm.
yeah. It's I don't,
um, sorry. Go ahead. Um,
no, I was just saying, if do you guys want to get on the subject of morality? Because like Nadia, like when you talk, it's like Chinese to me. Like my English isn't that good. So I mean, I was just perhaps I don't know, Hermine, what do you think about the subject of morality? Like, I just want to know if you want to explore it or not. Otherwise, we'll do something else.
mm.
I'm fine with everything.
But just perhaps for a little while, not maybe to not drag it on for hours. So I mean, we have Darwin's here. Maybe I don't know. Maybe he can speak more plain English for me to sort of because he was saying like when I guess I was discussing some of my views and he was sort of I don't know, he was making a pointed criticism perhaps. I'm not really interested in who's well, right or wrong or proven right or wrong, whatever. I don't care about that. I just wanna get the ideas in my head and sort of I guess puzzle them myself a bit, try to see a bit. So I don't. That's not about winning for me. So I don't know if you want to get into that, Hermine.
Oh,
I'm,
I
I'm,
uh,
I'm,
It's a Nadia's choice.
well, I mean, one of the ways of floating it around is maybe getting into the distinction between, you know, the quote unquote free will and moral responsibility and such, right?
right.
Mm. I mean,
So what if
go
we
ahead.
take a specific example, Nadia? Let's
Well,
let's just take a light example, nothing too drastic. Let's say I steal. let's say I steal a candy bar from the store. Steal a candy bar from the store. Was that so I took something from someone else? Was that I don't know, like how should we evaluate this? Like how should we morally evaluate this, I guess? Like that's my question, I guess. Like how could you explain this in a way that I could understand it? Because my English isn't that good. Like I can't go to where you guys can go.
Mm. Well, what does it tell you about the person, right?
Uh-huh.
I mean, in say, what is it? In was it Victor Hugo, whatever it is, where someone, what is it, stole bread to feed their family or something, right? I mean, that's
No, no,
really
no.
different from someone who
Yeah.
steals bread for, I don't know, to in
No, a
order to
candy
make a
bar.
profit or something like that. Or
A candy
yeah,
bar.
candy
Just
bar.
one candy bar. It's not something you need to live. Just one candy bar. That's why I chose it specifically, a candy bar. You don't need a candy bar to live. This is just purely a luxury item. So,
Oh, yeah, but the contrast there is meaningful about
oh, you're
how you
making.
evaluate it. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, okay.
So, okay. If they're not doing it to live or to
Right.
benefit someone else, whatever.
Just a luxury item. This is.
Yeah.
You don't need this to live.
Well, that actually is a big part of why one regards it as something bad for them to do. I mean, it's to the extent someone has, infringed on someone else's, you could call them, property rights or, put someone else at risk or whatever. Because of course, when they're deprived and
Mm-hmm.
they're deprived of whatever it is that they that deprivation doesn't seem to have a good moral justification, right? So,
Let me frame it another way, Nadia. Let me frame it another way.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Let's say someone in our community stole a candy bar. No, wait. Yeah, let's say they stole a candy bar, and the whole community got irate at them. They came up to them and they said, they got like just morally outraged. A lot of them just like,
Mm-hmm.
and let's say they're atheists. Let's say the majority of this. What's right do they like? I'm wondering if a lot of this is just subjective and dependent on a culture, genetics, some of it genetics, your social structure, just all these elements, the freaking weather, whatever. If it's all dependent on an accumulation of all these sort of environmental influences, I guess, then why like I'm asking myself, why are they getting morally outraged about someone stealing a candy bar? Like I'm just, do they have a right, in other words? Do they have a right to get outraged? Is there a basis to get outraged? I don't understand. I think you know what I'm talking about, but I'm just using a candy bar in this example.
Well, the sort of question I was more shooting at was basically trying to discount the extent to which ideas of like could they have done otherwise factor into it, right? It doesn't actually make a difference.
But free will doesn't absolve you. Like having no free will doesn't absolve you.
Well, exactly. That's kind of what I was driving at there. I mean,
right.
It is kind of an irrelevant question, right? I mean, if they could have done otherwise, or if it wasn't some kind of real outcome of who they were and what there is to say about them, then well, how is it connected to who they are and their character and so on?
Right. See, this is Chinese to me, Nadia. When you talk, it's Chinese.
Yeah.
I can't follow along with you.
I don't think too many people hold my positions to convey them, but still, maybe
What if
others.
you compare? What if you compare and contrast cultures, Nadia? What if you say a culture of Iraq and a culture of, let's say, Belgium here? Like they clearly have different values. Like in Iraq, people freaking almost had a civil war over marrying 9-year-old girls, and in Belgium, I mean, you can get locked up for that. Like, who's right? Is my question. Who's right? Who has the right to be morally out? I don't get. I don't see. I don't know. Like, can you explain it in a way that I can understand it?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what outrage has to do with much of anything. I think.
But it has to do with it. But
Yeah.
freaking people get outraged about a lot of things. When you don't abide by what they think morality is. Wait, by morality I mean what's right, what's okay to do, and what's not okay to do. But they get outraged. They jump on you like rabid dogs. Like, I mean, I don't know. David, can you respond to this? He's a theistic. Or he said he would be right back.
Well, I don't know. I mean, outrage is pretty clearly, definitionally like a kind of emotional response. So I think, I mean, what the kind of emotional response is has well, an odd kind of meaning with respect to things. I mean, someone can, pretty strongly think something is a wrong thing to do, or whatever, in whatever way. I mean, you might have to qualify it by, what value it, serves or detracts from, or whatever it is. But at the same time, I mean, for instance, examples of, I don't know, atrocities in ancient history. I don't know if you want to use like number 31 or, the brazen bull. Okay, one could say, okay, yeah, we think that's a terrible thing to do, and maybe not experience too much outrage. So, I mean, what respect is outrage the question, right?
But it bothers me, Nadia. Like we experienced this recently. Like people were getting all up in arms about something. Like all the time, I see you getting emotional and outraged. At least that's my perception about what the
Me?
Christian culture has done to you.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't necessarily blame the individual Christians, but you do make it a point that it's the Christian culture that has sort of condemned you to this life. Well, conservative to be more general. So I feel that this has to be addressed. So the next time someone gets, let's say I steal their favorite baseball card, they come to me and they get upset. Should I just, and they tell me I know you stole it? Should I just say, well, why are you getting angry? It's like,
Well,
I just look. I mean, Go ahead.
Well, I don't think that's it's inconsequential. I mean, someone's own I don't know suffering and emotional state is something that's can have a kind of value to it that you consider in your calculations, right?
Yeah,
But
Bob.
that's just what I want. No,
Yeah,
go
like
ahead, sorry.
when you say they steal their favorite baseball card, okay? Let's say it was a baseball card that they got 10 copies of. They're
Yeah.
not going to, they probably wouldn't get outraged about it because it's, I don't know if you could say it's a lesser, like the candy bar. Um, if
I was just
one,
trying to use non-controversial topics, like I'm not gonna say, killing a baby or whatever. I'm just trying to use something very light to where we don't have to get all crazy about
yeah, but it's all on a level of harm and uh, the long-term damage. All right, if something doesn't cause a great deal of harm or long-term damage, then people aren't going to get as obsessed about it. If it's minimal harm and minimal damage or no damage at all, then people don't get upset. So I guess you got to kind of put it on a scale. But
So
how do
it's
you?
about so it's about damage for you, how much damage you're causing.
Depending on what it is, yeah. I mean, either physical or mental damage. It's
Right.
Well, all damage is mental. I mean, it's like, hmm,
to a person,
what?
but like
Well,
if somebody backed in my truck's already got damage on it, and they put a dent in it, it wouldn't bother me. But if it was a brand new truck and it didn't have any damage, then yeah, it would bother me. Even a little scratch, right?
yeah. Well, I mean, the whole reason why we even ascribe it the sort of moniker of being damaged or bad thing that happened is because, of course, we're some kind of human or sentient or whatever it is response to the thing is one of having experienced some kind of distress and all that, right?
See, they has more to do with just not being able to trust a person. Is that what you meant by distrust?
Distress, not
Oh,
distrust.
all right,
Yeah.
distress. All right.
And okay, well, and what makes I don't know like a surgeries which I've undergone. Okay, well, you can envision applying it to different persons. Eh. All right, for one, it might be something that's extremely distressing. For me, it's comforting. Well, that's kind of why people would say it's a good or a bad thing for one or the other, right?
Yeah, like for me, since I'm not going to have children anymore, it wouldn't bother me if that were to happen, someone would cut them off. Where somebody else who still might want children or something like that would have a problem with it.
The,
Their health effects.
I guess
Someone who's got a reason is probably going to be bothered by those health effects, but still, go ahead.
I've refined. I guess I've refined it a bit more now. Like I'm trying to sort of crystallize what my objection is. I think each person has an innate sense of fairness. You know, I think evolution has given this us. I think, believers think this was God. Um, to me, if what's fair and what's right is decided by however the culture feels at that moment, um, to me that conflicts with my, I guess, with that, I guess, my innate sense of what I don't know if it's even innate. Maybe it's just a feeling and I'm expressing it. I guess it conflicts with that for me, with the innateness of how I feel. It's like if today we trade bananas for money, and tomorrow we trade we trade pumpkins, and bananas are no longer okay. It's like, I'm gonna be livid, that's sort of how I feel regardless morality. Like if there's not a set system, then what are we even talking about?
Well, even a set system, even if you set a set system, you can still vary from that system, right?
Uh-huh.
Like if you go, let's go with one like lying, right? Well, there are cases when lying's okay. You shouldn't lie, but there are occasions when lying's okay to prevent someone suffering or someone's death or something like that. So in that case, lying is good. In other cases, lying is bad. So as things change, everything's going to change. I mean, you can't really have a set.
No, I agree. I'm just expressing my grievances, I guess. I don't even know if they're well founded or not. I'm just trying to think about this. Like I said before, I want to puzzle this a bit, and I'm not really sure on any of this. But you're right, Bob. Yes, like in reality, morality constantly changes. Our values constantly are shifting. You yeah. There's no static moral, but it's just to me it feels somehow unfair. I guess I don't know why.
Eh. Well, I know what example you're using. If you change the person that it happened to someone different, okay, someone that's not such a prick, and um, let's say for instance Rev, okay, and so let's use Rev, and Rev and this person those two got in a conflict, and then this person decided to do what happened. Would you think it was fine to have that done against Rev?
What have done the Toref?
Well, you were talking about the morality and you were talking about the Jason thing, right? You're trying to figure that's what this is starting out about.
Justin.
Or Justin, yeah. Okay. So that's why you started asking the morals and how you figure it out, okay? Well, I hear a lot of it is because who it was done to. If you change a person who it was done to, like Rev, okay, or Ermine, okay, they got Ermine's got different opinions than this other person, and Rev's got different opinions. Let's use Rev more than Ermine because Rev gets belligerent at times. He screams and hollers and cusses people out and stuff, but he's never done nothing in your eyes really, really bad, right? But then somebody else takes offense to what he'd done, and then porn bombs him with pictures of his daughter. Do you think it would be okay then?
No, of course not.
Okay.
I would never use that tactic.
All right. So, but people are trying to say it was okay against, Matt because of the way he acts towards other people and his thoughts.
Who's saying
It's not. It's not the person that's being done to. It's the act itself.
No, but who's saying it's okay? I'm wondering about that.
Well,
Jack Unstruck.
Yeah,
No,
Jack and
not even he thinks it's okay to use it.
He said we should stop him by any means necessary. He was defending what Justin was doing. He said it was justified.
I'd have to ask him. You'd have to ask him to refine more because he's a lot of times he's inflammatory.
He even said last time I spoke to him, he even said that he had an argument to support what he's saying.
I'll ask him myself.
Well, even Mina said earlier today, she said something about, well, look who it was, why is everyone defending, Matt Slick? Well, nobody's defending Matt Slick. And you even said it earlier, you tried the other day, you said about defending Matt Slick because he's talking about genocide, stoning gays to death, that has nothing to do. It doesn't matter what type of person it is. You gotta figure out. You gotta stick on the act itself. The act itself is not okay in any type of social situation, to anybody.
I would never use that, but I think it's okay. That's the weird thing.
You are defending it.
How can you think it's okay? Let's get to that.
I wouldn't mind if someone did that to me. I guess that's the best way I can explain it.
Well, you would, yeah, to you, but do you think
I
it's
wouldn't
okay?
care. I wouldn't give two shits.
To you, but let's talk about the act itself. Is it okay to anybody else?
It's not a tool I would use, but I think I don't see a problem with it, I guess. If I'm honest with you, I don't see a problem with it.
And why don't you see? Why don't you see?
Like, because of my background and my culture and all these things, I come to a different conclusion than all of you.
Well, what do you think happened? I mean, it was just a picture shown to somebody?
I think it was just a picture, if I'm not mistaken. But even if it was a video,
it was just a picture.
Let's say it's a video. Let's say it's a small clip of 2 seconds, whatever, 5 seconds, whatever. I wouldn't give a shit. I would give not two shits. So I mean, what's like if it was done to me? Of course, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but you don't think being a family member brings a little bit different into it?
No, I don't care. I wouldn't care.
No, that's you personally. I know.
Like, I don't want to see it, but I wouldn't get offended. I would just say, okay, whatever.
That's for you personally, though. But you got to think about that's like with me with death. But I still try and figure out how other people feel about when people die.
But you can't fake sincerity. That's the problem, Bob. I guess that's what I'm saying. I can't fake sincerity. How can I fake something I don't feel?
Well, you don't have to fake sincerity. It's just understanding it.
I understand why they are upset. Of course I do. I understand it.
Well, Tom, you have to realize there's also a violation of consent, right? So you might not have a problem with somebody. Well, okay, you being shown the footage, right?
Sure, yeah.
But Matt Slick did not think it is okay, right? To Matt Slick, this is not okay, right? And his consent was violated, essentially, at the minimum, at the least.
I don't care about Matt Slick. What I care about is his daughter, I guess.
You don't care for his consent?
That's my main reason. I guess if I have to be honest about this, my main reason is that they involved his daughter. Like, it's very weird. I don't have the problem with the clip itself, showing me in the clip itself, but it's just I guess because it involves his daughter, like just the daughter, I guess. Not the sexual stuff. I don't care what sex. It's just.
So you do have a problem with that.
Well, yeah, that is a different argument. I mean, that's a different point. If somebody were just a porn bomb, Matt with just any old picture, it wouldn't be such a big deal. But because it is his daughter and it's bringing her well-being and her mental state into it,
right.
and it trying to cause extra harm to Matt because it is his daughter, that's what people are always about.
I'm not okay with causing this girl harm. But
or her family.
It's not just the girl.
Anybody else in her family that could have been watching at the time too.
See, we have this connection between the father and the daughter, right? And for whatever reason, we sort of value this, right? We all cherish this connection that there should not be any sexual transaction between a daughter and a father, right? Be it even a form of a naked picture, right? And that has been forcefully violated on Matt Slick, right? That's one of the issues as well.
I don't care about this. I don't care about the sex part. I care about this girl being involved in this guy who freaking abandoned her way back. So that's what I care about, I guess.
Wait, so you think it's okay for a father to have sex with his daughter?
I don't see a problem with it, I guess. They can if they're both adults. If they're adults, it's okay. I don't give a damn. They can do what the hell they want.
Yeah, I do see a problem with that because the father is supposed to be a trusted figure, right? And allowing
No,
for
no,
there
they
to
have to
be
be adults.
action.
They have to be adults, though. They can't be like children. Or
Still,
whatever. They have to be 18 or whatever that freaking legal age is.
that's quite an extraordinary position there.
Yeah, because legal age in some countries is 14, and other places it's 16. So,
Sure. Well, but actually, no. Wait. There are qualifications when you're under certain. When you're like, for example, at age 14, there are qualifications.
You know, like the consent of a parent.
No, no. For example, in some countries where you are allowed to marry at 14 or whatever, there are restrictions as to how old the other person can, how much older the other person can be. Like there are certain protection measures they implemented. It's not
so
just
is
you can do
20,
whatever the fuck you want.
so is 20 years older okay?
I
That's
think
usually,
in a lot of those countries you mentioned, it's not okay. 20 years. It's actually you have to be within a certain age, and then it's okay. Like you're not considered a full adult, but you can marry at.
well,
You know,
I don't know if it's just strictly even up without the parent in it.
it's
You're still
restricted.
talking. You're still talking like a psychologist and her patient, or a school teacher and a school student, or a cop and or something. It's people in authority.
If they're adults, I don't care.
But still, parents are supposed to be trusted, right? Your parents are your guardians, right? They are the
Sure.
people who you know will never or should never betray you and should never use you, right,
Sure.
for sexual gratification in any moment, right? And that sort of violates that. That violates that trust between a father and daughter.
If you're an adult,
What
you can
has
make your own decisions. You can do it yourself. Well, I don't understand why do
Yeah,
they
but
need to be?
it's not really even if the daughter is an adult, there's still complications because of the authority figure. You have an authority who's supposed to know more than you and is
Yes.
supposed to take. So
As far as here's as
that
far as I'm
factors
willing
into
to
her
go.
thought pattern.
Here's as far as I'm willing to go. I'm saying it. I don't have a problem with it, but I'm also not probably gonna make a judgment on it. I'm not gonna say
well,
it's okay to do. I guess I could go that far because I think you, Bob, you have a point. I'm probably ignorant on a lot of stuff, and I'm not gonna just make a declaration on how I feel because I can't. I want to be honest about how I feel about this shit, but I mean it doesn't automatically mean that I'm right.
Are we
It
still
doesn't
on
mean
tour?
that I'm right.
Really? I just tuned in and still the same topic for 4 days. What the fuck?
We were
let's say
talking
the
about
topic, dude. It's quite unprecedented, actually.
sex with Brian. I guess we'll change the topic.
Oh, that's fine. Okay, proceed.
Yeah,
No,
we
no,
were
no.
trying to talk
we
about
can-
the moral. Yeah, we were trying to talk about the moral implications of it, not just what happened.
There are none on atheism.
I feel. Oh, fuck off.
Let's
No,
change back
because
to
see, there are no morals on Christianity. You just do what you're told. You can't even
Let's-
think of
Yeah.
a moral. You just
Let's-
act the way
Please tell
you
me
do
what
it.
makes your God good, David. Tell me what makes your God good.
let's
So what I did there.
Art. Let's just change from like he doesn't want obviously doesn't want to have hear sex with grandma. Let's change back to grandma because that was what we were talking about. Sex with
Yeah,
grandma.
I brought up to you. Yeah, I'm glad you said you would not want to watch that. I'm glad you said that at least. Oh no, I mean, listen, we can
Yeah,
take
give
this
it
on
back.
a.
I don't
Wait,
give
hold
a-
on. We can take this on a totally social level, like social contract level, because Palm,
Uh-huh.
I'm pretty sure you didn't go around saying the words like "sanneger" or "neger" to Ermine,
I
right?
do all the time. You know how
Really?
fucking racist
You,
we are here.
you
Like,
call you call
Arthur.
Ermine nigger?
Arthur.
not
Yeah.
here. I would never do that.
if
I
you
respect.
Why not? Wait. Why would you not do this here, Palm?
If you are referring to a social contract, as in Peter Singer, as in utilitarianism, then it's still moving from individual relativism to group relativism. So there still is no odds or right and wrong. It's just preferences and people agreeing with
Yes.
each other.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So I'm asking, does Palm agree here? So, because it seems to me that Palm does agree to social conceptions, because he doesn't go around calling Christopher nega, or using derogatory slurs against
I
Nadia.
call Christopher nigga all the time. He's my nigga.
You don't. I didn't hear that. You don't call it a mean nigger.
No,
No, I would never do that. I would never.
But why?
because I
Because
asked.
There's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Ask him not to.
Oh, did Matt? Okay, was Matt Slick offered that opportunity, Tom? Was he asked for consent?
I
No.
guess I care about how Hermine feels and like, sorry, Hermine. God damn it! I have to stop that habit.
Just remember, Air Jordan, Armin.
Air Jordan. And then in a while I'm gonna call her Air Jordan. I'm just gonna call her Air Max Jordan. Sorry,
I mean,
God damn it.
somebody's echoing. Oh, I mean, you're echoing.
Mute me.
You wanna talk?
Tom, could you mute me? Palm. Could you mute Ramin?
Oh, sure.
She's echoing. Yeah, I'm not able to, sorry.
No, I thought you were at
Fighting
So, where did we stop?
Yeah.
See, I forgot where we stopped. Can you
Hey, what?
Can you tell me where we stopped? I forget where we stopped.
Yeah, I was pointing out to you that you adhere to a lot of social contracts, right? You don't use the derogatory slurs. You don't use names. And objectively speaking, there's intrinsically nothing wrong with them, right? We both agree.
For me, it's because I care about them. I guess that's why I don't do it. But
Why do you care about them?
Well, I'd have to refer to a tautology, I guess. I care about them because I care about them.
Yes, it basically
Tautology.
Hey, I already sprang it, so.
Let Jack know, let it be written that Palm has made a tautology on this day.
No, I like them because I like them. I don't know. Shoot, I had another word. It would probably also be
Basically,
like.
it boils down. Right, but so if it's just because you like Ramin and you don't like Matt Slick, just basically boils down to that. So you just have different value, right? You don't value Matt Slick's.
I don't care
well-being, but
at all.
you don't care about another human's well-being.
If I actually, you know what? If I got to know Matt Slick, you know what? I could see myself caring about him. I could see myself caring about him.
Was he fake atheist?
But since I don't know the guy, and I have this frame, I guess, if I'm honest, and I have this this picture in my mind of this guy who's going around, fucking with other people. Like, to me, I don't care.
Right, but now listen. You also do not just scream from the top of your lungs in public, "Hey, nigger, 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 nigger," or something like that.
I fucking do. I don't see anything wrong with saying.
Wait, really, no, wait, wait.
Others. I don't want to hurt other people. That's what I care about. Like, I don't care about saying. I would say it all day. Like, I don't see it. I don't say it in a mean way.
Right. But you would not say it because there's a good chance people be hurt, right? Even though you don't know them directly, right? The reason why you don't go into a public square, right, and yell naga, right, is because you know that it's likely that somebody who you would value would be offended, even though you do not personally know them. You know that probably if I got to know them, they're just a normal human being, and I would care for them, right? And they would be hurt by me doing that. So that's why you don't do that. But you do not offer the same conclusion about Matt Slick. You yourself admitted. You said that if I got to know him, I'd probably care for him, right? But hold on a second. You admitted that if you would got to know him, so you essentially are conceding that yes, you would care for him. It's just that you do not know him personally, right? And yet you are willing to not care about him.
There are lots of people I know that I don't care about, and so far he's falling in those lines. But I don't know. If I'm honest, I don't know the guy, so I'm just going on what I have to judge. I'm just telling you how I feel.
But don't you think it's just wrong, right? Because I have this view, right? I don't think Hitler was evil even. I think it's just really, really wrong. Really fucked up wrong. Right, I probably have a good beer with Hitler. I would, have to ignore all the Jew jokes that he makes, but otherwise I think we would get along. Because I think it's just really, really wrong, right? He had ultimately he had ultimately a honorable goal, which is to increase human well-being. He
Just
just
like
was
that.
mistaken on. So, well, yeah, exactly, right? So it's just I don't see a
Just
reason why I
to
should
grow that
hate him,
mustache. He just needs to grow that mustache, and he's there.
right? No, the point is that why would you even? Okay, could you give me a person who you would not value and why?
I'd rather
'Cause
not
you're-
say, because I don't want to make myself a target. I guess I don't know. For the most part, I would just ignore these people because I would not get along with these people. I just not say. I
I
don't
mean,
even want
why
to
do
give them
you?
the time of day. That's where I am.
Why don't you give a fuck about Matt Slick's feelings? Because I do. Because I realize that even though he has some really bad ideas, he's ultimately a human being just like me. He has feelings, right? He has sensibilities, and he's hurt if we do certain actions, especially such despicable actions.
Uh-huh.
According to him, despicable actions like showing porn of his own daughter to him, right? And that's why I would not do it. So
Right.
unless you think that Matt Slick is this monster,
Mhm.
right? And that's why you don't like him and you don't care about him. Then
Don't give a
that would be
damn.
okay to show him.
Yeah, I
So,
think he needs to feel a bit of pain too. I guess for me, it's sort of shock therapy.
but
You wake up.
why? That doesn't help. Not even,
I
not
know
even
it.
the actual shock therapy is shown
I
to
know
help.
that.
Then why do
Maybe
that?
I also just want to hurt him. I guess that's also a part of it.
That's just retaliation. That's just vengefulness.
It's a combination, I think. It's a cocktail. I want to shock him. I know it probably won't. If I rationally think about it, but some part of me thinks maybe it will.
Well, yeah,
Not
because
sure.
it's
Who
not
knows?
gonna. It's
Maybe it will.
but
Who knows? Who knows? Maybe
well,
down
no,
the line.
not
Who
it
knows?
won't do anything for his faith and the way he thinks about people. If
Nobody,
anything,
sure, nobody. But no,
if
I'm not saying
anything,
it's faith. I'm saying maybe he will reconcile with his daughter. Who knows? Maybe. I mean, nobody knows that. Maybe
no,
this.
he all he's gonna do, the way he's gonna figure it is atheists are worse. Atheists are what I think, and atheists are conniving my daughter. That's she's hanging out with these lowlifes, and that's why she's still there, and that's why she's not come back home to God, and that they're twisting her mind to thinking. Yeah, it's okay to do stuff like this to a Christian, and that's why she. So, if anything, what happened is just making Matt's point better. Besides
Or
what it's done to her and her family.
he might see that his daughter is not as bad as the other atheists out there, and
That's
maybe
unlikely.
reconcile with his
I
daughter and
have
say she's not as bad
I
as the
have
other.
I have more I have more chances of becoming a professional ballerina than Matt's seeing starting to see like you're saying. Like come on, he's entrenched. It's one of his actually avenue streams, I think. Even Karm.org.
There's a lot of times where I see there's the person's private life and the public life, and they act differently in both. A lot of times they have two personalities at one each one of them. You know, it's I don't know. I don't have a problem
Honestly, I
with
just
going through it. Like I don't have a problem with calling someone the you know
and work.
I don't want to hurt people here. Like that's the main reason. But I don't have a problem with saying it. Like the other time, like I regularly call my friends here, hey,
Well,
dirty Moroccan or something. But then we say
see,
Vala Maroccan.
right. Well, the thing is, there seems to be an
David
inconsistency,
on the
right? So
phone.
on one hand, you're sort of saying that it's not okay, and on the other, saying it is okay. Right? By your actions, you're saying it's not okay, and by your thoughts, you're saying, yeah, it's okay. There's nothing wrong with it. Right? What you see a
No,
problem?
I don't want to hurt. I don't think the word is hurtful, but I know they perceive it to be hurtful, and so that's why I don't do it.
Right.
To
So
me,
that's a
it's just
reason
a
not to
stupid
do it,
word.
which makes it to some extent bad.
But
Right?
some
Not
people
not
deserve.
intrinsically.
Some people deserve it. They're deserving of hurt.
Okay, why does Matt Slick deserve to be hurt?
I think
Well,
By
everyone
what?
believes that.
no,
Everyone
no,
believes
no,
that some
Palm.
people are deserving of hurt. It just depends on the degree, I guess. That's all we're talking about.
Well, no, Palm. You just said that you understand how people feel that it shouldn't happen to them, but then you turn around and say, well, some people deserve it.
Everyone
No,
believes that.
nobody deserves it.
A
Nobody.
while ago, no, we were talking about degrees. A while ago, you and Darwin's were going at each other. I mean, he was being condescending to you and belittling you, and you felt all justified to call him all types of names. Now, granted, this is not the same as showing porn, but this is just another degree. It depends on what you're comfortable with, I guess. That's all we're talking about right now. That's all we're talking about.
Well, it's yeah. If it's a degree,
Right.
I didn't go out of bounds. I didn't say anything too bad to Darwin. I cussed at him, yes, and
Yeah, that's not the point. It's just you have a set standard of, okay, if this happens, I'm gonna react with this amount of retaliation, and you have your own sets of levels of how far you are willing to go to sort of respond accordingly to an opposing action. I guess that's, if someone punches you, I don't know what you would do. I mean, you it's just we have different ways of viewing the levels of how we are willing to react. And because I don't see that video as such a big deal.
well, you do. You see it as a big deal to certain people.
I guess I do. Oh, that's true also. That's also true.
So you do see it as a big deal to certain people. It's just because it's met that it's not a big deal because of his points of view. Okay.
It's conflicting for me. Like, I don't care about the video, but I know he does, and I want to hurt him, and I want to shock him awake. All of that is there.
Well, see, I don't say or do anything to shock or hurt people. Darwin uses this. He uses the same insults I do. Okay.
Yeah.
It's like 'cause he uses child. He uses an adult. You're not acting like an adult. He thinks it's a better way of doing it for some reason. It's the
I don't
same thing
know.
as me calling him a prick and a dumbass bully. Okay.
I don't know
There-
if that's, Bob, I can't read your mind, so I'm just speculating. I think it's a matter for you to keeping fairness. It's the matter for you to remind the other person of, hey, this is not a correct way to behave, and so let me show you, what you're doing, and sort of respond in kind, and remind the other person of, hey, this is not how we should behave. And maybe it just comes out differently for you. That's just my speculation. I'm probably wrong. Most of the time I'm wrong. I don't know.
But you see, because to me, words are just words, right?
Uh,
I have a problem with anybody getting offended by words. I understand people do, but they're just words because nobody is
Right.
better than anybody else. Okay. Okay. So when you try and you insult someone with words, it doesn't mean anything. Darwin's no better than me, and I'm no better than Darwin's. When I insult him, it shouldn't bother him, and when he insults me, it doesn't bother me. It's just when he wants to go to the insults, I'll go to the insults too. It's just that. But I guess I guess I'm being a hypocrite because there's levels I won't cross.
Right. That's all we're talking about here. What levels are you willing to go? And
But the level I'm at is between me and him. It's not between. I don't mention his family. I don't mention
right.
anything about
That's why I
anybody, right?
wouldn't use that video, by the way. That's why I said I wouldn't use it. I don't want to involve his
But even in
daughter.
video, when I cuss, I don't mention anybody in his family when I cuss.
Right.
And it's cussing. If I were to say something about his family cussing, most people would have a problem with it. I mean, I wouldn't get. Some people said, well, you shouldn't say that. You should leave the family out of it. But then that would be it. Okay, they wouldn't have such a big uproar.
Hmm. I would like personally, I would deal with him directly. I wouldn't even involve anyone. Would cut out the middleman. Wouldn't even need anyone.
Hmm.
You know. It's just I don't know. It's just for
So,
me it's very complicated.
well, yeah. The point is you consider the act that was done wrong, and that act, if it's wrong to one person, it should be wrong to everybody.
No, that's not how I see it.
Why not?
For me, it's not wrong. I don't think it's wrong.
Why?
Well, I think it's wrong to, I guess, show it to him because it probably, actually, I don't even know if it hurts him, but I suspect it does.
Well, Ermin's got kids. You think it would be wrong for an atheist to show something like that to Ermin? Not that anything like that exists of Ermin's kids.
Knowing a Christian sensibilities, I'm sure I could draw a correlation there. Like,
But would you think it would be all right to do that to Ermin?
no, I would never do anything to harm. I mean, why would I do
No,
that?
no, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the act itself.
Oh no, I would never use that tactic. I also
I'm
wouldn't
not
use
saying you. It could be anybody, right? Again, we're talking about the
anybody.
act.
Yeah,
The act itself being done to anybody.
I can't listen.
That's what I'm trying to say. If it's
Let's say I have a tool shed, Bob. You know, my tool shed is full of tools, and some tools are even worse than that one. So I would skip that tool. I would never use that tool. Just it's not my type of tool, I guess. It's not something I like to use to build my stuff with. So that's why that tool it collects dust. I don't like to use it, I guess, and I don't have a good reason. I just don't like to use it.
you're kind of avoiding the point. If it's
Why?
not good, if it's wrong to be used against one person, it should be wrong to be used against everybody.
I don't think it's wrong, I guess. I mean, maybe I'm contradicting myself.
Well, if it's not wrong to be used against Mac, then we should be able to use it against everybody on the internet. We should be able to do it to everybody that is on the internet that has that option. It doesn't matter who they are. It doesn't matter if it's me, you, Nadia, Pope Benedict, Mina. It doesn't matter who it is. We should be able to do that. Use that tool then.
Uh-huh.
Is that what you're saying? We should be able to show everyone porn to their kids?
You can use it against me. I guess that's what I'm
And I mean,
saying.
I'm talking to everyone about Ermin. What about
I
Nadia?
can't speak for anyone else. I can't speak for anyone. I can only speak for me. I don't speak for anyone else.
Well, that's what we're speaking about. This whole thing is.
But Bob, I don't believe in a morality that goes for everyone. I don't think that even exists.
We're talking about the act itself, Palm.
No, but that's the thing. Like some may find it wrong, others not. I don't find it wrong. You may find it wrong. And
But you did say you find it wrong against some people, but not Matt.
No. The action of hurting them. I don't find the video itself wrong. I find the action of using it to hurt people.
You got me totally confused.
Yeah, I'm confusing myself probably. I have to think about it. I'm probably running myself ragged here. Let me think about this a bit. Let me think about this.
I think you are. I think this whole event has been very boring. Like the action, boring. Like the action, if we're going to talk about it, is we're talking about an outburst here, a childish momentary outburst, right?
No, it's not a childish momentary outburst. It was a plan. It was a plan thought out and executed.
No, I don't. I think you're making it into something a conspiracy. I think it's a case of they had this information and I think Justin decided to use it in the moment.
No. He said it to Gus in a hangout. He found this shit on Matt's Lake.
Yes, there's a video out there. I watched the hangout myself. He said he would use it because people were talking about it. Actually, I think they were actually watching her in the hangout. You know, a couple of people were actually watching her do her show in the hangout, and he mentioned that he knows it's her, and that he would use it to, and what he would do. This is in the hangout. I can give you a link. He said in the hangout he would go into Matt, have a conversation with Matt, destroy him philosophically, and then crush him with that picture. And then a week later, or a couple of days later, whatever it was, he did that. It wasn't just at the moment, he was going through his conversation, he thought he was losing, he was just going to drop this bomb on Matt. He planned it out.
That's okay. It's still boring, right? Because
it's not boring. It's important.
It is, because we're talking about.
It's not because when you're going down this route of morals, right? And Jack's brought this up before, probably. It's what are you appealing to at the end of it? I think I agree with Pom, right? I agree with Pom that what we're talking about is the notion of what we would prefer not to happen to us. But as far
Yes.
as tactics go, this is not the most damaging thing that could have been done. We can think of much more extreme measures. It's just damage. You regard it as relatively damaging by the standards of Google Plus, which, let's be fair, in a modern world.
You know, I'm a father. I'm a father and I have kids, and that is much more damaging than just G+. So
Right,
I'm adding that bias in there too.
Right. Well, it's something else I'm going to disagree with you on, which is my own personal philosophy, which is this notion of that sexuality should be shamed and sex should be shamed.
No, nobody fucking says this. No.
No. Right. Please let me elaborate. Right, because I understand that it is unappealing to parents to witness their children in sexual acts. Right. I understand that this is the way it is in the culture, but I don't think there's anything taboo about sex. I think it is a boring thing. It's fun to do. Don't get me wrong. Yes, boring. I think the topic of sex is boring. I think the only thing to be enjoyed about sex is the action.
Okay. Still, how does it make it okay?
We weren't talking about the sex at all.
But this is where the outrage is coming from, right?
No. The outrage is that it's crossed the line of bringing in the person, the family of the person, right? Especially in such a manner.
So we have no concern for the images then, right?
If they would have porn bombed,
don't care that she did porn.
If they would have porn bombed them, we would have there would have been an outrage, because somebody got porn bombed, because we know people have been porn bombed and it affected their channel. Yes, there's a problem with that, and we would have carried out just like everyone else that has been porn bombed. Okay.
Right. Well, okay. Then what's if there's no issue with the acts involving the sex, then what is the issue with him referring to Matt Slick's daughter as an example of what he was discussing?
No. Listen, it's the utter disgust in which matter he chose to do it, right? So you could have brought this up to him differently in so many ways. You could have said, "Hey, Matt, you claim that you can bring up your kids in a way that they would not fall into these types of very bad, workplaces. But you see, I have evidence of otherwise, and here is the link if you want. I will show you this." Right?
I don't know.
No, the way it's been done is in a matter of a porn bomb, which is another issue, which is another problem, right?
I don't know what you mean.
In a way of shoving the porn of his own daughter into his face in front of other people, essentially in public.
Well, hang on.
Right, in front of kids possibly who would hear this.
I don't see. This is where you just said a moment ago that it's not about the porn, and now you're saying it's about the porn.
No. It's not about the porn in the sense that we don't care that she does porn. It's perfectly fine. She has all the right to do porn. It's that it's been brought up in a discussion in such a manner that is utterly disgusting, right? Unless you think it's perfectly fine. Because this goes against my values to show porn footage of kids to their parents.
I think it was
especially in public.
I think it was tactless.
What is this tactless?
Tactless is a lame word. Tactless is a lame-ass word.
It is to refer. It is to refer to the act. It's no. Well, I've already told you that I find the whole event boring, right? Well, my bother came later on when Justin lied. Like that was just stupid, and I wondered why he did that.
That's whole other fucking that's another problem with this actually.
But that's like that's Justin's own. Like that's his own thing. He'll have to discuss like why he thought like he.
No, that is also part of this topic. Because the reason why we're talking about this is to sort of talk about Justin's character, right? Is his character such that he would do this? Should we be worried about this that's happened to us? Will the Pelta guys do the same to us? Like Jack defends this outright. So should I be worried that if Jack considers me to be have ideas which I do that possibly could harm humanity, i.e. capitalism, that would he find material of my kids having sex and then shove it in my face? Or would he show material, I don't know, some other material, right? So it's also about the character of the person who did it, right?
Well, I don't think you have anything. I don't think you have any numbers to go off. Right? How are you establishing a probability i.e., whether or not he's going to do this again from a single event.
That's what I want to know. See,
Because
that's why I
he,
No,
wanted
no,
to
no,
talk to
no,
you.
no,
That's
no,
why.
no, no.
okay,
How do you do it?
hold on,
No, no.
because he's done it in the past, and the best predictor of future behavior is past behavior.
He's porn bombed in the past.
He just did. That's what he did to Matt Slick. That's why everyone was like,
That's the single event we're talking about. I mean, how are you
yeah, and
establishing
that is
probability
past
from a single
behavior.
event?
Because that's past behavior. If you can do something before, if you've done it before, that is the best indicator as if you'll do it again. When I'm hiring people for jobs, when I'm looking at various things, I look at what they've done in the past because that indicates what they'll do in the future. That's why we were so shocked at it. And it doesn't.
I think with that attitude, then once a thief, always a thief.
No, but once
a murderer,
someone
always
has
a murderer.
stolen, there's a greater propensity that they'll do it again.
Yeah.
That's why it's so important to check it. If you've never stolen before, there's a less of a chance that you'll do it. If you've
That's
done
right.
it before,
I
it's a
would like
greater
to see some.
propensity
I would like
that
to see some.
Well,
that's
figures for that.
on that. This is like, how is that not logical?
It's not.
Yes,
You're saying
so
you're
people
saying
change, but-
you're trying to make the argument that because people have the capability to do these acts, I have the capability to
Not
murder.
the capability, the fact that you've done it before. If you have murdered somebody before,
okay, then
there's
why
a
would
higher
the
propensity. Hold on a sec. That's a perfect example. If you have murdered someone before, there is a higher propensity that, given a situation, that you would murder in the future versus someone who's never murdered before.
given a situation in which you murder, so you're pretty much stating outright that in the future when you murder.
What are you talking about? How is it so hard to understand, Alex? If
You've just defined a scenario in the future where the person murders. You've just said, the person's murdered in the past, and then in the future when they come across another situation where they murder, they will murder.
I said where there is a possibility to murder. It's very simple.
But then that's applicable to everyone.
Simple. This is the dumbest thing.
That's
Because if I am in a situation in a dark alley where somebody's like coming in front of me and I feel threatened, I'm not going to murder. Never done it before. If somebody else who's murdered before is in a dark alley and feels threatened, there's a higher propensity that they would murder. That's what I'm saying.
Right, I'm asking you to back that up. And I'm asking you to back that up.
Oh my God. I can't believe. Should I look up recidivism rate?
You need statistics to back up the fact that Justin trolls people. Is that what you're asking for?
Well, I'm asking for probability. I'm asking for reasonable figures to work out probability if he does it again, which is Art's problem.
It depends on the situation. The same thing for somebody who's a murderer is going to be different than somebody, like, perfect example. If I get pregnant again, high possibility that I'm going to have a C-section. Why? Because I've had one before. This isn't rocket science. It's just how data works.
Yep.
Asking for statistics is just a red herring, I would say.
I totally agree.
I'm asking for some justification that because we have this one event occurring, that it'll happen again.
I think humans are creatures of habit. I think, would you say that's right, or Amin?
We are a creature. We are.
Right. Then the question is, what is required for something to become habit? Is doing something once enough to become habit?
See, I consider this to be more of a analysis of the character, right? So, according to the evidence, Justin had plenty of time to think about this, right? He thought about this, and he thought that it's perfectly fine, according to his own standards, his own values, to do so. Right?
Especially,
that's the predictive factor. It's that his character seems to be okay with this when a state of conditions, i.e., somebody is more likely to bring harm to humanity by his ideas, right? That's the predictive factor there, right? That it's his character and certain conditions that are, and the conditions of, thinking that somebody will bring more harm by their ideas to humanity, that condition applies to a lot of people, right, from different perspectives. Like Jack would probably think, and I think he does, that capitalism, the idea of capitalism will bring harm to humanity. Guaranteed so, right?
Right.
And Jack thinks that it's perfectly fine to personally attack the person who's promoting capitalism.
Okay.
Right? So the set of conditions are met.
Right.
So he can do it. Right? So.
But to say that he can do it is not to say that it is likely he will do it.
Okay, so okay, do you not believe that we should, for example, put, what is this called? God damn it! When we disencourage somebody, right, for an act, right? For example, murderers or rapists, there is a degree of disencouragement, and if we do not provide some quote-unquote punishment or consequence to them, then they'll be more likely to repeat the behavior since they want to do it, right?
Sure. And I also think I would
right,
say, I would say, sure,
right.
the consequences occur.
Right, and Jack and Justin do want to stop harm to humanity, right? So we have the means and the want to do so, and the conditions of where this act will happen. So there we go.
And that set of conditions has now passed. So,
what do you mean passed?
Well, if we're talking about in reference to what Justin did, that set of conditions that will lead up to the state of where he's doing this act have now passed.
Agreed.
So,
no, wait. About that specific case, sure. But
right, but
again,
you want your I assume that either the fear is like directed specifically towards the action, in which case I'm asking you, how would you establish that it's probable he'll ever do this again? Or
listen, this is a red herring.
No. Listen, I'm going to go somewhere. Or you're referring merely to the fact that they attack, right? And they use extreme methods to get what they want, to get towards their desires.
Ask Jack about why he attacks Darwin's deity, right? It's because he observed occurrence of bullying. Now, what's his justification for bullying him back? Right? You can put this back to every action. So why did, I don't know, what is his name? Josh, Realistic Nihilist, stop talking to EM, right, MK? Because of him being stupid once, right? He left after one thing. After the whole laser, God can make lasers come out of my eyes, right? What justification did he have to predict that he's continued to be stupid, and thus he's justified in not talking to him again, right? There is a point where we just have to sort of trust our intuitions, and at least the argument that I just gave, right? There's a set of conditions. There is the character that is reflected by the actions, especially given that we have evidence of ample amount of time for consideration, right, which makes it more likely to be a pure reflection of his character and not just a knee-jerk reaction, right? If he just did it out of spite, if he just found the footage and immediately thought, it's going to be fun, I'm just going to show it to Matt Slick. No, he thought about this, right? He considered this. People have actually spoken against it. I think Gus said it. It's not a good idea, but yet he still decided to do it.
Okay.
Right, and I don't think this kind of behavior is acceptable.
By the way, Gus said he would, probably beat the shit out of Matt Slick.
Yeah, that's a different subject. I find some issue with that too, actually.
I agree with him.
Okay.
Well, we just disagree on the.
Are there? Oh, well, then we're left asking preferences, right? Are there not people?
Yes, that's what we're talking about.
No, I don't think so.
I said it to Jack, I said it to Paul, I said it to everybody else, that my position comes from preferences. Is that my preferences conflict with Justin's preferences and Jack's preferences when it comes to this issue. Right?
Sure.
That's my main reason for being fucking outraged, if you want to call it.
Right?
And that's all we have to really do.
Should we discuss all the things that you can do about it, or what? Because
everybody can choose their own decision what they want. They want to block.
Right. See, we have this. I don't know. Bob, you're cutting out a bit.
We're gonna have to mute.
All right. So next time someone does something abhorrent, and I'll just say, well, that's just your preference.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, Bob, you're cutting out too.
I guess that's all I wanted to know, I guess.
I always said that it's about my preference. Bob, you're cutting out. Bobby.
No, then I mean then they can just shove their moral
That it's
indignation up
already
their ass.
done. The damage is done. So why continue on about
It's
it?
not just damage. It's again, it's about having or not having this person, this kind of person, in our community, right? We chased off Forbidden Fruit, who was an atheist, for the stupidly insulting
So you're
things
saying that you
he
think
said.
that we should chase him off? That's, I
No,
mean,
no, actually I don't. Because he
well then what is
apologized.
the
Or
problem,
he
Art?
promised. Because somebody else brought it up. I forgot who exactly brought this up in this conversation. But I think I was asked the question.
So what
Alex asked
what is the issue still at this point after already it's been
No,
talked about
well,
so
it's
much?
Jack, right? I have an issue with Jack, and I have to talk to him about this. Is his values or preferences really in line with what Justin did? Even though Justin basically said that no, that's not okay. Although he called it tactless, which I find to be really fucking minimizing the issue a lot. And also, is a matter of apology, because the actual victim has not yet been apologized to by Justin, right? And that apology as well would serve as some reassurance that actually Justin regrets what he did, and that his character does not completely reflect the actions that he did, that we consider to be utterly distasteful and utterly unacceptable in our community. Right? Now we have some post discussions, because some people still think there is some nuance and like Palm
So
here.
you're looking for closure basically. You want him to apologize.
Well, from about Justin, yes, pretty much. Well, closure. I don't know if you want to call it closure. I just want some reassurance that this is not likely to happen again, right? That this is not a pattern that he's willing to go on the future. Because I mean,
Well,
we have these rules.
Yeah, I don't think
Yeah.
that's the problem. I mean, Art might want closure, but it goes past that.
Well then what is it for you, Bob? What's the
It's the
problem?
act
What do
itself.
you want out of it now?
The act itself, to let people know that act is not going to be tolerated. It's not acceptable behavior from anybody.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, because like I said, we had similar situations in our community, and it's hard to explain. It's sort of like imagine, I don't know, in some like sci-fi movie, like underground. There's this factions of empires, a faction of empires fighting against a faction of werewolves, and there's a peace treaty, right? And they find that a werewolf has done something reprehensible to one of the empires, right? He raped a vampire woman, right? Now, in order for the other side not retaliate and keep in peace, so to speak, there has to be shown some response to this, that this is not okay from
But
the side
there's
of the
been
werewolf.
response to this for this entire time now. I mean, at what point is it
Um,
going to be enough already? Like,
well, it's not enough to just say, hey, we
obvious,
disagree, right?
like
You have to
to
say,
what Bob was saying,
we
it's
disagree.
not obviously people aren't tolerating it, Bob. So what is
No,
what now?
it's not enough though, right? Because we have to also show that we wanna, walk the walk, not just talk the talk, right? That we wanna really disassociate
So
with
you
this kind
want
of
to do some
behavior.
kind of retributive act or something, like some kind of actual
No, I'm
punishment.
fine with this. I'm fine with this. So I think, by Justin, if he apologizes, right, to Matt Slick, I think that's enough of a quote-unquote penance, right, for me and for most theists, really. Yeah. Although
Well,
Peter, for example, said,
I was going to say, do you not think that the penance is occurring already? I mean, like with what Bob wants, do you not think that Justin is aware of that if this behavior were to be repeated, he would have more people block him and again and again and again, right?
Yeah, sure.
You already established hangouts ago that there is no definitive way to kick him out of the community. It's just a case of the number of people who are going to block him, and so
and that's what.
right. So he recognizes that this is going to occur. These are the consequences of his actions, right? So it's now a question of whether or not if that affects him. Well, you don't actually know. No, going back to the hangout with when he made the apology, right? I think the reason it came out is because it started to affect the people
Genuine
around him,
apology.
the people that didn't have anything to do with it, which also would go against like this notion of sociopathy. Just FYI, because that got thrown around a lot. And
What do you mean people
Well-
have nothing to do with this way?
Hmm?
Yeah, okay, you're talking. I'm gonna confuse you. You mentioned people not having anything to do with this, such as who?
oh, sorry, the CK, both CK and Godless, and I at least I don't know Godless well enough, but I believe CK to be telling the truth.
Oh yeah, I'm
anyone,
inclined to. Yeah.
anyone who has seen his dispositions and demeanor in Hangouts, I think would affirm this. But this is when they got involved, when they were dragged into this, that's when Justin apologized, right? So I don't think, with that in mind, I don't think you will see the repeated behavior, because I think he'll go off those results.
Actually, he was being quite cold, dismissive, shruggish about it. It took us 2 hours to just get him admit the fucking obvious that he did it.
Yeah. Well,
And he still didn't apologize to the person who made this act to.
Well,
And
like I said,
when I asked him, hold on, when I asked him,
Why does he have to
fulfill-
apologize to him,
no,
Art?
because Alex said he apologized. I'm just pointing out that not really.
No. I didn't say he apologized. I said he came clean. He admitted it, right?
Oh, you said apologized.
Did I?
Actually, I do.
Art,
Yeah.
if it were to happen again, I could
misspoke.
understand the outrage, but it happened once. It can easily be moved away from now. It's
Well,
been like,
it's not
Why
that it
should
just
he be
happened.
given
Wait, hang
special
on.
privileges?
No,
That's
no,
a weird
it's not.
question.
Hang on, it's not that it just happened once, okay? It happened once would be like if you were backing out of a parking spot and you turn your head one way and scrape the car next to you because it was that type of instant, or somebody walked behind your car while you're backing up and you didn't catch them. That's like an instant thing where it just happened once. So you're gonna. He thought about this. Wait, he thought. Hang on. He thought about this. He was given arguments why not to do it before he did it. Okay. Gus argued with him. You shouldn't do this. It's crossing the line. It's the wrong thing to do. And he just blew that off. And then went and found the pictures, had them set up so it would be ready to go.
That's what took place, Bob. That's still just a
Yes.
one time, though.
Okay, but the point is he was told it was crossing the line. He already knew. He knew what the consequences.
Going to continue to do stuff like that.
Okay, he knew what the consequences.
I think it's wrong for people to assume the situation has taken place. There was probably reasons for it, I'm sure, but now it's taken place. To assume that it's going to happen again. That's really like going to the next level.
Again, you're downplaying. Hang on. You're downplaying because it happened once. It was thought out and planned. He had ample time not to do it.
Even if it was premeditated, it doesn't. How does it change what I'm saying?
It does. It does. When you say it like, oh, it just happened once, okay? It's like dropping your ice cream on the ground, okay? It just happened once. Maybe you won't do it again. No, this was a deliberately, well-intentioned, thought-out, hostile thing to do.
But even if that's the case.
Okay, listen, hang on. With no regrets. Then he denied it. And then when he come in the chats, come in the room afterwards, he tried playing it off like, he kept, you guys just need to stop talking about it. You guys, he tried shifting the burden of proof on other things.
Don't you think that maybe it is time to stop talking about it now? Like already everything's been done to like what people were requesting. Like what else?
No, you don't
what else do people need? Like about this?
Okay, when we started talking about this, we weren't talking about him. We were talking about the morality of it and the causations and the actions, and that's what I'm still trying to talk about. But you guys want to keep bringing it back to him, so I'm going to bring it back to him, okay? The morality and the actions of it completely crosses the line. It shouldn't be done to anybody, okay?
Well,
there's a point where you go, just like there's a point where you go, just like molesting children. You pick an age where you don't molest children, okay? There's a point people go. You have to decide these points, and we're trying to figure out these points. And the only way to figure them out is to have these discussions. If we just say, "Oh, you should have done that. Let's move on," and let nothing go on about it.
I don't think that's what anybody said. It seems like it's quite the opposite. People haven't said let's move on at all. It seems like it's being completely dragged back up.
No. Palm Jam has an issue with this. He has a different position, so he wants to talk about this. Somebody else comes in and brings it up, right? But for example, I don't have much more of an issue here except with Jack, right? So we have made progress, right? But this is not some kind of witch hunt that we're trying to just bash.
And I wasn't talking about him at all. I keep talking about the act itself. Okay?
Well, the
There's a
act
problem
itself
with
is a
the act.
singular act, and yes, the act is really bad. It's a horrible act, but it has happened already. We can't
Okay,
cry
and
over
we
spilled
need
milk, Bob.
no, and we
It's done
need
now.
to. Again, it's really well. Murder happens. Well, just let him go because
it's just that
Hey,
it's
no,
already
stop
happened, but
talking
we're
over me.
talking
For
as
hell. What? Are you afraid to listen to my points? Is there
no,
something?
just go ahead.
Okay. You say it's happened. Let's move on. Well, it's not like me calling Art a cock. Okay, big deal. It happened. Let's move on. There's a point and a line you don't cross, and we need to figure out where those points and those lines are. Where when we discuss things on here, like the word pedophile, we don't. You shouldn't call anybody a pedophile. Everybody's figured it out because when what's his name was doing it last year. Whoever was doing it last year to somebody else. Somebody else actually had to leave YouTube because he kept being called pedophile all the time. And he was afraid that employers would see that and not hire him for jobs, and people would get the misunderstanding and then look at him different, okay? So you have to discuss that, and you have to keep discussing things and letting people know
to
that
keep
this won't be
nailing it
tolerated,
in, like,
and
after
letting
it has
people know. Well, yes, because if we don't, people are going to forget about it, and then it's going to happen again, okay? It's just like
No,
everything.
it's
You drive
not.
down the
It's
road.
not going to
When
happen
you
again.
drive down the
You're
road, when you drive down the road, there's always speed limit signs every so far to remind you what the speed limit is, so you don't break the speed limit. Okay, you need. And I haven't talked about this because I've been driving and I haven't had a chance to get in the room and talk about it. This is my first time talking about it. Okay. God bless you, Jeremy. So because you guys are done talking about it, great. Don't listen to it. Go away and let me have my say. And again, we need to talk about it so we haven't come to a decision about it. Everyone just says, "Oh, what's happened? Just move on." Has anybody really come to a decision besides maybe some people should block them, or this is something that shouldn't be
What
tolerated by
other
anybody?
decision do you need? You have the option to block him at any point.
So
Like,
what
what
do
else
you
do you need?
Well, I would just say, Bob, the new rules are basically collect any information you can on anybody at any given time, and if anybody fucks with you, use that information as destructively as possible. That's the new playing field.
Yeah, according to Jack.
So because it happened once, what do you think should happen now? Just forget about it, move on.
Yeah.
And if it happens again, what should happen?
Then it's a different story, but it hasn't happened again, has it?
Well, yeah, because it just happened 2 days ago, and everyone's raising shit about it.
It didn't just happen.
And not everyone has heard about it.
Okay.
This event happened like a month ago.
No,
yeah, it's not that recent.
Doesn't matter. We just actually had the evidence for it, right? We had the evidence of who did it now, right?
Okay, so hang on.
Mainly because of me, because I just found out a few days ago that the porn bombing, material used to porn bomb him was with the footage of his own daughter. So I'm just freshly outraged. This
right,
was
but as you say, we have the evidence. Justin has admitted it. Case closed. Mm-hmm. The punishments have been laid out. People who want to block him have blocked him. Those who don't, or haven't. Sorry. So it's done. It's dealt with.
Sure. No, we were just talking about this, right? And I mean, you think we'll keep this bringing on? Like, no, Palm is just, because we have discussions related to that. Sometimes it spills directly into that. Sometimes other people come in and talk directly about it. And there's also the issue of Jack supporting this outright, right? He said what Justin is completely justified. He presented an argument for it, apparently, right? So there are still issues to discuss about that topic that are not directly related to Justin, right? So I don't see what's the problem.
Yeah, and Mina, you said something earlier about defending Matt Slick. Nobody's defending Matt Slick.
I did?
No, Mina.
Oh.
Mina said before.
But it's sort of interesting that of all people, like, this is the person that you guys are, deciding to back up.
We're not backing up Matt Slick. No.
If
No,
this was
it's
done
not.
to Ermine or somebody else, we'd be backing Ermine up.
No, it doesn't matter who it's done to.
It wasn't done to Hermine. It was done to
No,
him.
it doesn't matter who it was done to. It's the act alone itself. It's not tolerable.
That's fine, but it's already taken place, and the amount of time that you're not going to tolerate it, you have to make the decision at some point to say, okay, either keep being upset about it or move on.
Then we have to, because this
Move on that door.
it's still a process. Justin still has to apologize. As far as I know, he hasn't. He said he's going to apologize.
No, I don't see.
Well, I don't care. Yeah, see, I don't care what Justin does at all. Some people, some people feel like they need an apology, which I don't see why some people need an apology. I've seen Justin's actions, and I have to watch him again. I'll have to watch him if people want to let him in hangouts and stuff. That's fine. I'll have to watch and see how his actions are from here on in. But I've seen what he's done with the preemptive strike.
Has there been an apology requested by Matt Slick? Does he need that?
You think
I have no idea. It's not about Matt Slick.
Yes, I mean, didn't he already know? This was already common knowledge.
It's not the point.
It's not about the porn. No.
It's not about Matt Slick, and it's about the act itself. Can you guys not get that through your head?
You want him to apologize to you and everyone else, like
no, I don't want him to apologize to me. I just said that.
What exactly do you want?
I know what I want.
I just want people to understand that that is not tolerable. Where some people on here say, "Oh, I don't see anything wrong with that act at all." That why are we making such a big deal about it? Porn bombing a father with pictures of his daughter. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that, and I see a big problem with that.
Listen, we need to. Here's what I think we should do. We need to crucify Matt Slick and run
for other reasons,
Justin to the old windmill, with torches and pikes and everything, and run him into the windmill and then light the windmill on fire.
Yeah, I don't care what Max. The only thing Justin's gonna do is I believe people change, and I believe people screw up, and people can talk, change because I've seen it happen. So like I said, I have to watch Justin right now. I'm not gonna deal with him. I get him blocked. I'm not gonna put up with shit.
When I brought this example up, actually it was Art who sort of steered it to Justin because he knew what I was talking about. But I did. I'm the one who brought it. I used the more abstract because this issue is still bothering me. I don't care about the Justin whatever situation. I care about establishing a sort of, I guess, morality. That's why I brought it up in.
Yes, and it was hard. It was hard talking about that morality because we were trying to use candy bars and other things, and it was trying hard to relate it to the situation.
It's distracting, Bob. It's distracting when we bring these. There's a whole lot of personal issues that come with these things. That's why I use this to sort of keep it away from all this garbage that comes with it. I just want to discuss the freaking morality. That's all I wanted to do. And what Art basically said is, hey, it's just your preference, bro. That's it.
No, but I was saying the same thing about me. It is just my preference. I don't care to have a philosophical fucking debate with Jack or CK or Justin about objective morality or standards. No, I don't give a fuck. Right now, I want to talk about the real issues, right? The real hurt that's been done, the real problem.
No, hold on.
In our community.
Art, if it's just my preference versus your preference, then I just say, well, shove your preference up your ass. I mean,
yeah,
whatever.
Sure, you can. Yeah, that's what I said to Justin pretty much. Except I didn't say you can shove it to your ass. I said it.
I said, look, listen. Talk about this? So listen, I'm
expressing my values. I'm saying, look, I said it so many times.
I'll get together with you, agree with my preferences, and then what problem do we have?
Well, that's what I was saying from the beginning. I was saying this to Jack.
If you want to go on then and talk about the quote hurt of the community, we're just going to be working further off your preferences. You think that you think this X, Y, Z is harmful. What's going to occur here, X, Y, Z is harmful.
Well, that's another red herring, right? Because there's the terms of service, there's various rules that are already the baseline. So the community, just by default, by being part of it, by having a username, access to Hangouts, stuff like that, you are ideally supposed to adhere to a set of community rules and values. So that aspect isn't really debatable.
What if
I don't see what the breach of a terms of service has to do with harm.
That's right. Now listen, we can completely ignore any standards of objective morality. We're just, I've said this before to Jack and to Justin. No, listen, we, as a community, i.e. the ones who have identified this to be bad, quote unquote, have identified, at the very least, a conflict in values between us. And we have identified that we cannot coexist, right? His values are in utter conflict with ours. So we will take steps to not be with him, right? I.e. blocking. And I didn't block him outright because I want to hear his side, right? Because I have this notion of, character.
Okay. Right. So people who
That's character.
make your decisions then, like.
Sure. That's what we were that's what we're saying, right? So we're, and also we might have made arguments on the basis of our values, right? And said why this is conflicting, with our values when we infer something from them, right? I don't know. Let's say we have a value of having a fruitful, productive discussion with the theists, right? We have the same value on that, but we disagree on how to get to that goal, right? And we're saying Justin's way of getting there is not compatible with ours, right? Because of the fact that this behavior is not acceptable by the rest of the theists themselves, right? They view that as heinous, right? So we ought not to do it. But it's for the same.
Hang on. If we're going to, I wouldn't use that argument, because if we're going to go down the route of what's considered heinous to the theist, we're in trouble.
Fake drama. Fake drama.
It's heinous to the.
Fake drama.
It's heinous. Regardless, if you do want to contribute anything useful, we're just gonna eject you.
But why? What the art? What's interesting, Art, is that you say it's about preference, but you're trying to, but then you go on to try and say what the criterion is, like for
the preference. Yes, that follow from the preference. And if people have the same preference as I, right, and we just disagree on the methods of how to get to our preference, i.e. a goal, right, of achieving something, then there is an argument to be made, right? For example, we all have the preference of human well-being, but we might disagree on how to get there.
Right. So then,
and there could be an argument made on that standard, right? On the standard.
Right. But I'm fine with that, because then, like, we're talking about methodology, right? Which brings us to the act of how it was enacted, which is why I say it's boring. The methodology, was in which Justin applied, was tactless. There was nothing interesting about it.
Please, what is this tactless?
It's the I'll probably best giving you like a dictionary definition, because I'll use like a very colloquial.
Tactile?
It's
lacking in stability.
There's lacking in skill and sensitivity, right? In dealing with with other difficult issues, right? So
that's a very minimal. While that is true,
right? So I would say that's what I'm saying. Like the skill that's involved to do what Justin did was minimal to none, which is why I find it to be boring.
Right.
So
except that you could describe the same thing about Hitler, right? Hitler lacked civility, right? But to describe the fucking Holocaust as being tactless.
I wouldn't say the Holocaust. I wouldn't say the Holocaust was an event that lacks skill. I think to have to murder that many people,
what Hitler did lacked skill.
You need to be skillful. Well, he did a lot, right? But then all we're saying is that more skill was involved in taking him, in stopping it. But to get that
skill into what he was doing the most, i.e. being a strategist, right? So Hitler was tactless. It's true.
That's all.
Right. So. No. That's
it has nothing to do with Hitler. Hitler's on a whole other level here. Like,
you're describing the action in what it lacked,
right?
Instead of describing the action of how bad it is and how against most people's values it is, right?
Well,
bringing family into it. Really, you don't care about me bringing your family into our internet fucking dispute?
No, I've been on the internet now for, I don't know, 12, 13 years.
Okay, so is it okay for me when we have a let's say, Alex, we have a fight between you and me. You punch me in the face, I'll punch you back. I'm pissed at you beating me, and I bring your brother or your sister or your mother and I kick the shit out of them. Think that's fine?
I don't think it's fine for either event to occur.
I don't think it's
No,
terrible
I
at
used
all.
to be
It's something on
no,
the internet. Like,
I
this
used
is
to be a heroin addict and a thief. Do you want to kick me out of the community?
I would consider kicking. No, I'm kidding. So you're not being harmful to the discussion. You bring interesting perspective. So it's not the same, right? Nobody fucking cares that you're heroin. You used to be especially heroin addict, right? Because you still are a part of this community. You bring
What if
this
I was
first.
still stealing? Would you guys want to kick me out of the community then?
I don't know how to
Stealing?
consider this. I didn't see how this is relevant. For fuck's sake,
Well,
are you
you
a
want to
fucking
kick
master of
Justin
red
out of the
herring?
community? What do you want to become of Justin? You want him kicked out of the community?
Maybe
Or you're
you should
afraid how it
shut
reflects
up.
on you?
Hold on, I thought we moved on from that. We're not kicking anyone out of the community because
Then
we
what
got.
the fuck are we talking about this again for?
I
Oh,
agree.
Alex.
Because some people seem to think the action itself was okay, and so
Who
that's
gives a
unnerving.
shit? Shut up about it.
You shut up about
Oh,
it.
really?
It's
So
kind of
I
important.
can.
Well,
Listen,
listen,
fair
you
if Bob
guys
wants to take
don't really
grievances.
care
It's
about
fair.
Matt Slick.
Listen,
You
if
guys
you don't
don't
want
really.
to, great.
You
It
don't
ain't
really
about.
care.
It's
You
not
don't really care about
Slick.
Matt Slick.
It's
You
not
don't really
about
care.
Matt Slick.
Explain to you that this is not just about Matt Slick and what has been done to him.
And if you don't want to listen to
act
it,
You guys are
itself
just
turn your
bored.
speakers off.
You guys are just bored.
Great. If you don't want to talk about it, turn your speakers off and go away.
Yeah. Get the fuck out of here.
I'll say whatever I want. This is silly.
Okay, great.
And
You
don't
said your
complain.
point. Now look, can we
Yeah,
have
we
a
wanna do this.
we're discussing the act itself. Okay. It's just like everything else. If we just let this go, where do we stop?
Oh my fucking god.
Listen. If
What
we
do you
let
want?
this
Godless.
Don't let it go then. Block him.
Godless, listen. I'm not talking about him blocking him. I'm talking about the act itself. For fuck's sake,
What do you
get
mean
off
if we
his
just let
get
this
off
go?
his ass, stupid. Get off
What
his
do you mean
ass.
if we just let this go?
The act itself, okay? If we let this act,
If we just let it go, what do you want to
if
do?
you shut the hell up, you ask me questions. Listen, the act itself. If we just let this go, what's going to be okay next week? Doxing. I mean, you got to draw the line, okay? We can't. If we allow this to go, then doxing. If we can allow families and harm being caused to people's families,
We're not allowing families,
then
Bob.
doxing-
Nobody's saying it
then
was
how-
okay. We're
then
really
listen,
not allowing it. So
then-
it's not. Once it happens
Again,
again, then you can
why
make these
is
kind of
it?
concerns.
Does my mic not work? I mean, why
I
is
don't
it?
know.
Why do
I
people
can-
insist on talking over me? Is it because my point is making some
You're
effect
not
that
making
is
sense
bothering
because
you?
you're saying it's not about Justin, but then you're saying if we let this go. What do you mean if we let this go? What do you want to do about it?
The act itself. We have
What do
to
you mean
understand.
if we let this go? What do you want to do about it?
I don't know. You tell me, because every
You
time I
just
open my
it appears all you want to do.
every
It appears your solution.
every time I open my mouth, you gotta fucking open yours. Can you shut the
It
hell up?
appears your. It appears
No,
your. solution.
no, you know, blah blah blah. No, listen. The act itself is wrong, and we have to talk about it and draw a line so everyone can agree or not agree, and then we go on. Everyone's giving their opinions now, and we're trying to discuss it. Where everyone's coming down from the anger and the high. Now we're trying to discuss the act itself and what should be tolerated and what shouldn't. We've all agreed to calling someone a pedophile is not tolerated. Now are we going to all agree that this is not going to be tolerated? And then,
Well, the problem is,
hang on, and it's some kind of rule, or are we just going to say
In
it's
what
no
way
big
has
deal?
it been
Are we just going to
tolerated,
say?
Bob?
Are we just
In
going to
what
say
way
it's
is it
no big?
tolerated?
Are we just going to say? Are we just going to say it's no big deal and move on? And then doxing's okay next week?
I mean, at some
Well,
point,
I don't think we should
nothing's okay,
tolerate.
and at some point, it will have to be moved on
I don't
from.
think we should tolerate your dishonesty right now because you're not really angry. You're just pretending to be angry because you want something to bitch about because you're a silly, bored, sick person that wants to create fake drama by pretending to be outraged.
Can you back that up, Godless?
I am
Wow.
outraged because listen, I have two daughters.
Yeah, I don't
and
care for a second
listen.
that you guys give a shit about fucking Matt Slack.
I don't give a
Can
shit
you
about
back
Matt
up your last
Slick.
statement?
Listen, Godless, can you get it through your fucking head? Are you high on heroin again? I do not give a shit about Matt Slick. I'm
Oh,
talking
so
about
is that tolerant for him to say that to me?
Not okay.
All right,
Not
see?
Okay, now let's
Wait,
discuss
wait.
this. Why are we still discussing
Why
Justin?
is that not okay? Okay. All right, I said it was wrong. Let's move on from it. Okay, let's move
No,
on. It's done.
no. If we
Let's
can't move on from Justin, then
No,
we're not
we
going
have
to move on from that.
I wasn't talking
Now
about
we're
Justin.
all going to
then.
talk about this.
You're the one that keeps bringing
Now
it
we're
back
all
to
going to talk about this.
Yep, great. No, it happened. We should
Why
just
should
move
we
on.
move on from it? We have to
Why-
draw our line of our community somewhere.
No, let's just move on. That's the point.
Why
That's
should we
why I
move
said
on
it.
from this?
That's the
About-
point.
Why
that's
should we
the
move on
point.
from this and not the Justin shit?
That's the
Answer
moved
the
on.
question.
I never
Answer
brought
the
up.
question. Answer the question.
How can I answer the question if you keep talking and don't let me answer?
Because you're not going to answer.
Listen, I said that because that's what I'm trying to prove a point. We need to draw lines somewhere, right? How can we have conversations about anything if people can just say whatever they want? Like what I just said, because of something that she did wrong in her past. She doesn't do it anymore. She's a better person today. Okay? For me to go ahead and bring that up and say something like that is wrong. Just like the act of porn bombing a father with pictures of his daughter is wrong. Okay? That's all I've been trying to talk about. I'm not talking about Matt Slick. I could give a shit about Matt Slick. I think he's scum. But you don't porn bomb a father with pictures of his daughter.
We understand that, Bob. Like, it's fair of you to say that. That's fine that you're not okay with
Why
it.
are still people defending it?
What? Can you stop on broadcasting me? That's against Nadia's rules.
Well,
Actually, no, it's not. When you're interrupting people, no. When you're interrupting people, that is within.
He didn't answer my question yet.
Okay,
he didn't answer my question yet.
What kind of harm is happened to Rachel Slick? I'm curious because.
Well, we don't know because nobody talks to her. But how do you think she would feel? Wait. Just wait. Hang on. Do you think she might feel embarrassed, ashamed, and hurt? I mean, even if her dad did know.
I don't think that she feels like that at all because it was already public. How could she possibly feel like that? These people already knew all of this.
Okay, listen, that's like me. I know my daughter has a fiancé, and one day when my daughter gets married, I know she's going to have sex. That's just things that happen. I don't want to think about it. I don't want to see it. Okay? There's a difference in that. Okay?
But you're amplifying it to the point where, I mean, these people already were completely aware of this.
Now, were anybody else in Matt's family and Rachel's family watching that didn't know Rachel was doing this? Is there anybody else in her family that might have been watching the broadcast and now they know? And now it's caused them harm.
Knowledge that she does this.
I'm not understanding. No. I'm not understanding. I'm confused. Why are we not going to sit here and talk for 3 days about the fact that he just called me a heroin addict, but we can't move on from the Justin shit?
I just addressed that. Did you not hear what I said about that?
You said you did it to make a point. Isn't that a problem?
Yeah,
to do something.
Yeah, Bob. I might have to because that's hypocritical. Because that's
one of them is
in line
against
with
the
what
terms of
Darwin
service
said.
and the other isn't, right? So it's not against the terms of service as far as I know to call somebody a heroin addict or an ex-heroin addict. Whereas porn bombing people is a form of sexual harassment.
That's the problem, is that it's against the terms of service. That's what the problem is, and that's why we shouldn't move on with the discussion because it's against the terms of service.
See, I love how Godless is just outraged by somebody calling her what she admitted to be.
I'm pretending to be outraged like you idiots to make a point.
And Bob, you're kind of hypocrites, and also
it is. No,
Bob. Bob, listen.
I did admit it was wrong to say, yes.
So Justin admitted to fucking doing that shit too. So what?
You didn't apologize yet. I know, like I said, I am almost satisfied. I just want to see an apology.
Apologize for saying.
If Justin apologized, then you guys would.
Hold on, Godless. I'm talking. Bob, are you willing to apologize for what you said?
I thought I already did apologize and gave an explanation.
Okay, can you apologize? Because I didn't hear it either.
Yes. I said, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. It was wrong in any circumstance. Okay. I was trying to make a point, and yes, it went over the line. Even though Gallus might have done something wrong in her past, she's a good person now. She's changed, and she's doing better things. That's what I said, basically.
All right. So how do you know what Justin does in his life?
No, Godless, no. Take back the assertion that we're hypocrites.
Art, can you accept his apology? Godless?
Oh, I'm not really outraged. I was just pretending to be outraged like you people are to make a point.
Right, but can you accept his apology? That's my question.
That's fine. I didn't even need an apology.
No, so my whole point is, as it relates to Bob, that one's over. Let's go back to Justin. I'm of the mindset that I don't think he needs to apologize to the community. I think he owes that to Matt Slick. Now, that said, that could happen publicly or it could happen privately.
Has it been requested?
None of my business anymore. Okay, Mina, can I please finish? I know that we're bringing it up because other people haven't expressed it or haven't gotten their perspective in. So I've just been listening and really not trying to chime in because I think I already have. But I think that's why it's going on, is other people feel like they still need to express something because it's not done for them. Although I do have to point you out, Art, because you still seem to be on this. And I feel like you've expressed your perspective. So why is it that you continue to bring this up? And yes, I'm calling you out at this point.
Well, it's Jack. right? Because Jack was apologizing for it, and he was claiming to make arguments in support of Justin's actions. And we sort of have related discussions with Palm about this. And yeah, I sometimes spill over about Justin because I'm not totally sure actually if I'm going to accept Justin's apology, right? It depends on, like Bob said, I'm more leaning towards that, like seeing how he acts in the future. I'm not going to block him yet, but it's a serious consideration for me. That's just it. And ultimately, I'm just expressing my values and that they're in conflict with
I
Justin.
hear that you're expressing your values, but it seems to be kind of a theme with you where you don't want to get over things and kind of move on. It's just like something that continues to irritate you will be brought up. How can the community help you move past this? Or is it something that you have to do on your own?
Yeah, I'll probably come down on my own, if it's not going to be talked about. It's mainly comes into my mind when Palm sort of talks about the whole Matt Slick issue. It's sort of a really close thing to that, right? So I keep being reminded about that. And there's a bit of outrage still in me, so to speak, right? So I think it will pass. You guys don't have to do anything.
Okay, well, I want to see how we can help it pass sooner because it's just one of those things where, it's at where it's at. And my whole thing is once I heard the admonition and Justin was still whatever, I blocked him and was totally through with him. Then he apologized, I unblocked him, moved on. You know what I mean? Like it's just one of those things where if it's like, if we can move on, I think it will be in everyone's best interest. But if people still feel like they haven't heard the story, need to talk about it, that's fine. But I think for those of us that have, we're just adding fuel to the fire. So I'm wondering how we can quit fueling it, allow other people to hear the story, be healed, and move on. Because there's no, like, we're not going to get to a point where we all agree. So what do we need to do?
Well, my point is I just keep hearing people saying it's okay, there was nothing wrong in it, and because it's Matt Slick, and I'm trying to get away from that and
There's
to
a lot of
discuss.
different reasons why people say there's nothing wrong in it. Like, for example, the fact that this was already publicly known, or the fact that it is on the internet and it's going to happen to them regardless.
That would be only related to the porn, right? If someone had the issue with the porn being released, then that would be a relevant rebuttal. But that's what we were talking about. We don't care about the porn itself.
We're talking about a father being subjected to pictures of his daughter having sex.
And also breaking the line of person.
It's not the worst thing ever.
If you guys don't let each other finish, it's going to drive me crazy. I'm going to start muting people because they keep having a bad habit of letting him finish. Can we let Bob finish, and then we'll let Mina go, and then let Mina finish?
Yeah, it's not about the porn or who it is. It's about the point that somebody showed a father pictures of his daughter having sex, which no father wants to see, okay? And it kind of crosses the line of into pedophilia and child molestation. You separate those things, adults and children, parents and children. You keep those things separate. You don't, and you keep family. Whenever you're having an argument with someone, you always keep family out of it. You don't bring family into any argument with a person. I always thought that's what I grew up understanding. You don't bring family when you discuss something with someone, an argument with someone, you have a fight with someone. It's between you and them. Family is completely forbidden. And that's my whole point of this.
But you've already said that, so how many times do you have to make that point?
It happens all the time, Bob. It happens in politics. It happens anywhere. People will bring your family into it.
Like, Bob, so you've told everybody here that. So is there anybody else in the community you need to tell? Because maybe you could go tell them now so we don't have to keep bringing this up in Hangouts.
Well, the thing is when I do bring it up, you guys are just blowing it off. Well, it happens. Well, so it happens, then great. Well, people are murdered every day.
There's nothing
so we
okay
should just
about it. It is
okay,
the disgusting
again,
thing.
You over-talking me again. All right, listen. It's a different level of problem, but to say it happens every day, just go move on with it. Murder happens every day, so we just keep letting murder happen every day. No, we have to draw a line.
Why don't we sit in these hangouts and whine about how people are murdered all day then?
How do we have to sit in his hangouts and listen to Jack fucking bring up old shit from Darren's deity?
Right, and I think if we were in a hangout with somebody who murdered someone, and then people were like, "Oh, don't worry about it, he murdered someone, let's move on," I think that would be the focus of the discussion, right?
Stop bringing up the rape,
For
that
how
happened
many
to you.
days? Like, if we got somebody who
How many days it takes?
Or
takes
forever.
what? I don't.
Sometimes
Armin,
people
what are
do
they trying to
things that
accomplish?
they never get away from it, right? So like
Armin, will
sometimes.
you go on with what you were doing? Because I don't understand what they're trying to accomplish other than bitching.
See, it depends on Justin, really, and people who think it's okay, because that's our main issue. If Jack and Justin came out and said, look, guys, we're being utterly stupid, we were being emotional or whatever, we were drunk or high that day, we actually don't believe this, you have no worries, and we seen some remorse, right, and they're actually sorry about this be done. This be fucking over.
All right, so I want to reiterate something. Mina said that she agrees there's nothing wrong with what was done. There was nothing that is okay with it. That was the exact verbiage that she used. People's point is they want to move on. So I hear what you're saying. I hear that no parent should see that, and I agree. And there's agreement that it's not okay. But at the end of the day, you agreed. We're all in agreement, right? But at the end of the day, how to handle it, I'm sorry to tell you guys, you've got to decide for yourselves and move on, because it is Justin's job to handle now. It's not yours.
Yeah, exactly. See, that's why I didn't
No,
want
I
to bring
think-
up Justin. That's why I didn't want to bring up Justin specifically, because I knew this is a poison well. I wanted to bring it up in an abstract, because I'm gonna still talk about this, not about the Justin situation. I want to keep poking the atheists, and every time they get outraged about something, I wanna see where the hell they get this outrage from. So I mean,
See, I like to see Jack stop, fucking attacking Darwin's deity, even though it, in some sense, is justified, right? But again, it's comparable, right? Jack brings up fucking old shit that has been fucking solved,
But Art,
them.
oh, sorry. Go ahead.
That's between them. That's between them to resolve. They're two grown men. They can resolve.
When we do that,
it impacts the hangout where other people want to chime in. Of course, then we have to probably step in. But anyway, I'm gonna keep poking people. Not with this. I'm gonna probably try another example. Perhaps a more contemporary one, maybe from. There's constantly shit happening, and people constantly get upset. I want to poke atheists on this, because we've been poking theists constantly, and I've not been getting very satisfactory answers from atheists, I guess.
I mean, ultimately, I agree with you. I mean, there's sort of a natural time where it should stop, but we have to understand this is complicated. There are people who have not yet expounded on this, who just heard it from the live stream and may want to say something. And while they are expressing their views, somebody might challenge them to defend this. And for example, me, I'd like to chime in and help their case, because I agree with them, right? So I don't think we outright should silence people from talking about this. Just let it move on naturally.
They shouldn't be silenced. For Bob should get to speak about it, right?
I'd like to challenge you with something, Art, and that is, if you do not like what you've been seeing going on in terms of Darwin and what's his name, Jack. Yeah, you continue down the path of doing the same thing with Justin and Matt. I'm wondering whether you are the best example of how to get over it.
Well, it's different, right? Because this is fresh, right? This is utterly fresh, especially relatively compared to the Darwin's deity thing, which was going on for years now, according to Darwin.
Every single incident is fresh for Jack.
Yeah, with that instance, hang on, Art. Like with that instance with Jack, I've told Jack, I think it's bullshit. Especially when he interrupts other people who want to have a conversation, to jump in there, even though he thinks he's being he's done it to me a couple of times. And I've told Jack, Jack, just stop. If I want to have a conversation, I have a conversation. I need your help. I'll ask for it. Don't just start jumping in and trying so you can believe, And I've told him, I said, I think it's bullshit that you keep chasing him around, and interrupting other people's hangouts and interrupting other people's chats because you have a problem with it.
No, but it's not comparable, right? So what Jack does is exactly what you said. He interrupts discussions with our deity. while he has discussion with somebody else and interjects to try and bully him, essentially, right? See, you don't see me doing the same thing to Justin, right? And I won't do it in the future. I won't be like, hey, Justin, so what do you think about this, Justin? Are you going to answer this question, Justin? Was it
Art,
okay for you to do
analogy is that what you're doing and continue to do is disrupting the community.
Is it?
I want you
Wait,
to
my
consider that.
action?
Yeah, by
My action?
continuing, hold on a second, by continuing to harp on this case, it is disrupting conversation that we could otherwise be having somewhere else on some other topic. And that is the similarity between Jack and Darwin and you and Justin and that whole case right now. That's where the similarity lies. And I want you to consider that a lot of people are asking you to move on. And I think it would not only behoove the community, but it would also behoove you.
The thing is, there's some issue that is unresolved, and it's between me and Jack. Because Jack still believes in Penumbra.
That you need to deal with Jack, but it has nothing to do with the Justin situation. I'm with you on the Jack thing. It drives me just as crazy.
Sure. Well, you know what? I cannot promise this because I want to have natural conversations here, and I won't bring it up. At least I'll try not to. But it's just that the discussions that I had with Palm, and I'm not blaming Palm for this. No, it's just a close discussion that would happen with Justin, right? So it spills over to there. But I wasn't the one sort of spearheading, the last. I think the talk. I think Alex and Godless and Mina joined, and they were sort of defending Justin, and we responded because we thought that it's indefensible, because defending something indefensible. So that's what Justin thing was brought up.
The problem isn't that we're defending something indefensible. We're not in disagreement that this wasn't a nice thing to do. I think everyone can say this was a fucked up thing to do, but like at some point you have to say, okay, it has happened. Now what?
But I'd like to see you say that to Jack, right? I wonder if he does the thing Darwin's deity again, right? It's just, if anybody has an unhealthy obsession with something, it'd be Jack, right? So I don't have an unhealthy obsession. No, a fresh act of distastefulness happened that concerns me and my community. It's been just a few days now since Justin sort of clarified it. I think it's perfectly natural for me to still have some related conversations about it and bring that up to some extent, especially if somebody in a hangout tries to defend that, which I found to be indefensible. Talk to me in a month, right? If I'm in a month, attacking Josh or Justin or whatever, then you might say, okay, Artie might have an unhealthy obsession with this thing. Right? But I will consider what you said to me, sure.
Yeah. Because when we started out the conversation, I tried keeping it away from that point, and I tried sticking to the act with Palm because I was talking with Palm about it and how he considered it was okay to use something like against some people but not others, and and it was basically how can you justify that it's okay to use something along that line against one person but not another?
Yeah, morality is not oversweep. If we just can get Justin and Matt Slick out of this, we can just perhaps use the example, because it just poisons everything.
Yeah, so I did try and keep away from it, because you did try to use the candy bar, and I tried working with it, but it was just so hard to use,
Let's use the example without them in it. We don't have to use them. They just distract. They're just a major distraction. This is more important, in my opinion.
Yeah, but it does relate to morality. I mean, to long-term harm and damage. I mean, it's like a pebble in a pool. You get these waves that ripple out, and if you don't talk about the problems of something like that, when something like this happens, the ripples themselves, to where do we stop it next? Like, is doxing going to be okay in a year because of the way the person is? Well, this person's like this, so we should be able to just dox them, I mean, the morality of it, because then it goes back to the stalking thing, is the internet stalking too, is what do you consider internet stalking or just harassment? Because Darwin brought it up saying he's being stalked by Jack. Well, I don't consider it stalking, because to me, stalking's more of a personal and violent thing. And I think if Darwin would change his tactics and how he discusses things with people, I think
He
Jack
won't.
would walk away from him and leave him alone.
He won't.
I know.
I
So I
really.
mean, Jack's in there to be like this crusader to stop bullying, and if Darwin would stop bullying and being an ass, then people would treat him different, and there wouldn't be a problem. Everyone would have
I
conversations.
actually encourage Jack. Like I want Jack. Like if Arden and whatever wants to talk to Darwin's, then I would say Jack back off. But
Well, I don't think
I'm for it actually.
yeah, I don't think the way Jack goes about it does any good. I think we need to
Of
get
course,
more
I know, but the problem.
you need to get people in there who are more philosophically inclined than Darwin, like Alex and Ozzy, to have discussions and actually just keep proving Darwin wrong.
The
calmly,
guy,
and once you can keep proving him wrong, he'll move on or he'll stop talking like that.
the problem is, Bob, Jack has been doing it consistently.
And all it's doing is building up a wall for Darwin. Darwin thinks
No,
when he
the
gets
thing is
attacked,
that
he's doing
Darwin-
something right.
It's not even about Jack. Darwin doesn't respond to anyone, not to you, not to me, not to Jack, not to anyone. He won't listen to anyone. You don't understand. This is not just an attitude he has towards Jack.
Well, that's because he's been bullied so long. He put up a wall.
No.
I think if you cut down that wall, if you cut down that wall and talk to him on an intelligent level and keep showing him point after point why he's wrong.
No, he's there to own you. He's there to make you look small. You have to understand this, Bob.
Yeah, but if you got enough people who know his arguments and defeat him on those arguments, he's not going to keep going back because every time he gets made a fool, he's not going to accept it the first couple times because he just thinks he's right. Sooner or later, he's going to start accepting it and he's going to drop it.
Well, you're a more patient man than I am, I guess.
No, because you hear how I talk to him. That's not patient at all.
That's just the same old script. It's the same old script that he uses. He didn't listen to a single word you said. He kept talking over you and kept provoking you, and I mean that's just status quo.
Yeah, that's why I don't have real conversation with him.
Bob, I don't like to me it's very flimsy being morally outraged at whatever. Like to me that's it's very flimsy reasons I'm getting from atheists. It's just I don't like it. I mean, yeah, okay, that's fine. If you don't like it, that's fine. Whatever. I like it.
That's the way the morals come about is because people don't like things. If you get enough people together that don't like things, and that's where you get your morals from.
Right. So, but I don't understand the moral outrage. I still don't understand it. I don't get it. I don't understand. I can't relate to it.
Matt Slick would slit your throat in a second to fucking if his God told him to.
Hallelujah.
Well, you'd have to try.
Yeah, like, have you seen friggin' Bob? He would crush Matt Slick. He's like 6 feet something. Probably like 300
Matt Slick would do a sneaky attack.
Oh, a pitch attack.
Would he be using a knife, Godless, or what he would be using?
A machete.
Well, I carry a pistol with me at all times, so it don't matter.
I'd be into that. That's not too bad.
Science Atheist should make like a Matt Slick versus Justin fight.
No, there you go. We're supposed to be moving on from that. Now there you go. We're supposed to, if you want to talk about the morals, talk about the morals. See, I never wanted to talk about that either. I kept trying to bring the act itself up.
Godless went back to Slick. Did you notice that? She's
Did
sneaky. She's sneaky. Sneak attack. Fuck you, Godless.
No, I'm really bored with the conversation.
What do you think about all this? Like, let's not take Justin and Slick in here. What do you think about? Like, I think. Okay, I'm not.
I felt sorry for Matt Slick
No. Fuck Justin. Fuck Slick. Let's just talk about the fucking morals. Like, what do you think about the moral outrage that atheists have? If it's all fucking personal opinion, like what?
I think it's pretend. Oh, you mean like philosophically?
Well, I'm not pretending my outrage.
I don't think there's any objective morality. I think that it's just people's preferences, and a preference can't be true or false. So it's not true that it was wrong for him to do it.
Right.
Well,
but the response has been kind of like a bashing, like a complete fucking shit fest. like people have been having like a party about this thing for like a while. Like Art, I don't know if Art's here right now, but he had like a whole separate hangout just talking about this thing.
Yeah, it was
So the
on
response
Lex
has been,
channel.
elaborate.
Well, I think that the response had to be elaborate to kind of get home that it's not really accepted behavior for the community, because the first response was not like, it's not a big deal, it was funny. The second response was, the third response was deny, deny, deny. And the fourth response was, okay, these are, I did it and here are the reasons why. So I think the reason it's dragged on, in my opinion, a little bit so long, is owned by both sides.
Well, there's a history too, right? So like, it's not like a random person that nobody knows porn bomb Metzlik, and then that was the end of it.
No,
Like the
that's
Pal
not.
Talk guys have been trolling. But okay, so don't take this as me being against Justin or them. So that's not where this has come from. There's a history with them interacting with the community to the point where once it happened, once there was a justification to have a discussion, a bunch of different ideas and relationships got tangled into it. That made it a bigger thing than it would be if it was completely random. So it is a politically charged topic in terms of like, in-group, out-group, whatever kind of thing.
I wouldn't have done it to Metzlik, but I did laugh when I saw the video.
Stop bringing them up. Godless.
Oh.
Stoking the fire. I don't think it's a good time to discuss it. I think I'm going to come up with another time, because this is way too... People are way too butthurt about this issue. I don't care about this issue.
I don't think they do either. I think they're just bored.
I just want to
No,
figure
we're not
out
just bored.
this morality bullshit. That's
I think
just
on your
morality.
side, Bob, it's not just boredom. I understand like where you're coming from completely, and it's good for you to be able to talk about it and get that out, because it was fucked up, and somebody should have the voice of reason, like, which I think is great. But there have been a lot of people that are just having a party about this, basically, and just making it into outrage just for the sake of it.
Oh yeah, I think there's probably some of them Christians or atheists. I mean, the atheists who are worried about it, how it's going to reflect on the atheist community. So I do believe some of them are going overboard with their outrage, but I don't think it's unjustified. I don't think it's unjustified, and I don't think they're going that far overboard.
I've heard specifically that people are concerned with how it reflects on the Google Hangouts community here. And you know what's fucked up about that is, if you're real, like, how many people are you really worried about being like, oh, Justin's from that hangout that Palm goes into. Palm must have values that conflict with mine too. I have to be outraged about this, and I'm gonna bitch about it for days. But you know what's fucked up about that? It's one of you idiots that's claiming that went and made a video comparing Justin's hangout YouTube voice to the fucking Matt Slick porn attack thing. So if you're afraid about people being concerned about how you're a member of the community too, why are you making a video to point that out to people and posting on your fucking YouTube?
Well, yeah, it's not. I don't think it's a member of the community. I think it's what people try and do is just like when that guy down in Kentucky, wherever it was, shot that Muslim family in their apartment. And then everyone started claiming because he was an atheist he shot the Muslim family. No, because he was crazy. People want to run right away and say, hey, it's not the atheists that are doing this. It's not done because of atheist reasons. Okay, here's the person that did it, and let's find out why he did it. Okay, we think this guy did it. Let's show everyone that we're gonna condemn Christians and atheists and everyone alike, because I mean, basically that's what it is. We don't just condemn. Like when something happens, Christians go, well, that's just how atheists are. You can expect that from atheists. They don't have morals.
The problem with what you're saying is that Justin didn't say he was an atheist in that video.
Yeah,
he could be a fucking Muslim. He could be a Christian. He could be a Jew.
How would it have been different if it was a religious person? Would it really? I mean, have you really not seen religious people do things like this every single day? Like, do they really have the same, morals?
Yeah,
Just
don't.
because
I
they're
don't.
religious?
Well, I think all our morals come from the same thing, from like evolution and that. But and people coming together and deciding what morals are.
You're full of
But
sugar.
But they do like fucked up things to each other all the time, And
yeah,
it's
but it's like a war. Because I've listened to other people on here. It's like a war between us and them. We're no longer people with different opinions. We're atheists or Christians. I keep telling people I have no problem with Christians. I think Christians are great to a certain point. My daughter, like I said, my daughter's Christian. I support her in everything she does when she wants to do Christianity. I explained to her that like God, Jesus ain't real, but she still believes it. And okay, fine. And like I said, if I would help Christians, any Christian out that wasn't out there harming other people and telling other people how they couldn't live their lives. I would help any Christian out with their Christianity. Buy Bibles or send them to this Bible camp or whatever they need, as long as they're not trying to tell other people how to live their lives. But with this thing here is, everyone's trying to put this wedge between Christianity and atheists and try and show that atheism is just bad. This is, atheism is bad. Look what it leads to. You should all be Christians, and they use that for fire, fuel for the fire. So a lot of atheists will jump into it and say, okay, look, we don't condone this. We're going to condemn the person, and we're going to condemn them even stronger. Because I understand that, because I worked with my father a long time ago at a foundry, and my father used to work me harder than anybody else. Because if he didn't, everyone else thought I was getting special treatment. When he worked me the same, people started complaining that I was getting special treatment. So my father had to start working me harder, so people wouldn't think I was getting special treatment because I was my father's son. So I think a lot of it has to do with that, is that everyone's trying to show that atheists aren't these moral reprobates, that we are decent people. So they are going at it a little hard and strong. And I was just talking to Palm about, because like I said, Palm doesn't see a problem with that. He does, and then we're trying to. It's like me. I have a problem with people dying. It doesn't bother me. But how people live and how people are treated bothers me. So I try and associate how people feel when someone dies with other aspects. Like when someone dies, I don't think about that person dying or I think about what the family member of that person. Like for me, when I turned the life support off of my father and my sister, it didn't bother me. It was just like turn the light switch off when you walk in a room. But I could see how it affected other people, and I could see that it was causing them grief. So I understand that. There's grief
But don't
from
you feel
certain
like
aspects.
you're kind of like taking on the grief of somebody else that hasn't even expressed grief about this?
No, I don't. I'm not sure what you meant, but I don't feel grief for people who died.
But on behalf of Matt Slick, I mean, you are saying, it was bad, and it's obvious. I mean, I understand why you would think so. It really was a fucked up thing. But
you don't feel grief for people that died?
No.
What if your kid died right now?
She'd be dead.
You wouldn't feel sad?
No.
You're weird.
I know, but I care how people are treated. I care if someone gets a paper cut. I try and help them when they get a paper cut.
Don't you miss people?
No.
You're weird.
But then don't you care about the fact that this has been like a complete, like bashing of somebody for like the last while? Like it's,
Well, a lot of people, I haven't talked about it. The first time I mentioned it yesterday when I was driving home my truck and my phone died. It was the Google Plus apps messing up. So this is the first time I've had a chance to talk about it since it's all happened. Okay, and I was trying to talk about Palm about the act itself, that showing a father porn of his children is just completely fucked up and wrong. Okay, I understand. Like I said, I understand my daughter's got a fiancé, and I'm sure they do stuff, and they're gonna get married, and they're gonna do stuff. I don't want to think about it. I don't want to know about it. I don't want to hear anybody talk about it. And I don't want to see pictures about it.
I laughed when I saw the video.
It's so there's a point. It's like a mother.
He was like, "Hey,
What?
hey,
No,
put that away, put that away."
yeah. There's a point. There's a point. I mean, I really don't want to bring up. Um, how can I say this without? I don't want to cause anybody any problems. Mina, I don't know if you have children. I know Godless does. Um, but how would you feel if never mind. I'm not.
I probably wouldn't feel as bad as a father would feel.
Not,
There's
not,
basically-
no. I'm trying to get away about the porn thing. I'm saying if your child was involved in an accident that was horrific, would you want to see pictures of it?
No.
No, but that's not what this was. This wasn't an accident. And also,
I know
most, if we're
it's not.
considering porn, sometimes your parents are gonna eventually see your porn. There's parents out there that, you know, like support porn stars and stuff like that. They're
Yeah,
porn stars.
but I'm sure they don't watch them. Okay, so maybe someone do. Someone got have a problem with it.
Of course not. You know, like.
But it's not. But I gotta mean that it wasn't that it was an accident. It was the visual of
You know
seeing.
how Metzler got up and walked away? I think he went up to whack off.
Well, it doesn't. That's not the point I was trying to say. I'm talking about just like Godless said, she wouldn't want to see pictures of her child in that condition. Okay, a father doesn't want to see pictures of his daughter in that condition. It's the visual of the condition. It's not what happened. Okay.
This is, you guys, you're getting away from the central point that this is all Justin Bieber's fault. It was him that did this.
Pom, I liked you better as a baby. When did you grow up?
Yeah.
I think that part's the absolute worst, you know, and also that it was just done like by surprise kind of, you know, and it just happened without anyone being prepared. That part is bad for I think anybody. I wouldn't want to see, you know, a parent or I wouldn't want to see any person that's close to me in that kind of a thing, like to shove it in my face. I don't want to, I think obviously we can all relate to that it is a fucked up thing. But
I can.
I kind of feel more sorry for. I felt sorry for Metzler, but I kind of feel more sorry for her because he's gonna confront her, and she's probably fucked up and did porn because he beat her and shit, and
Yeah.
as when she was a kid, you know.
Yeah, that's
So
But don't you guys think that all of these people have
she's
like
a slut because her father's fucked up, and now she has to be confronted and feel guilty about it.
But don't you think she's perfectly fine with it? And I think he's probably fine with it. I think these people, like whether they talk or not anymore, which they probably don't, I don't know. But these people are already like at ease with this. Like they've come to terms with what the situation is for themselves. Like yeah, throwing it in their face isn't nice, but when it's in the public like that, and you're a public figure, and you're like somebody else in your family is also if it's publicly accessible, then things like this are going to happen. I mean, you already just kind of know that it's going to happen.
Of course it's going to happen, but it's different when you know who did something when something happens, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure if it's that different. I mean, what does it matter who did it ultimately, Like, maybe it matters for everyone else to think that maybe this person's going to do it again, but is it going to really matter to him? Like, what else can he do?
At least for me, for me personally, it would matter, and that's why I say people have to make their own decision about what they want to do, right? And everybody has that decision to make and tools to do that. But you could use something unrelated, but still tangential, right? So when the various celebrities got hacked and their nudes got leaked, that made me uncomfortable. And if I knew personally the person that had hacked their personal information and put that on the internet, I would not want to associate with that person anymore. So,
Him as a tortoise was on that list.
Right, so just because these things happen, right? So like celebrities get hacked or they get weird pictures taken of them and put on the internet and stuff, that does happen. But if I knew the person that was doing it, I would be uncomfortable around them. I wouldn't really want to associate with them.
Yeah, and Mina, I understand what you said, but it's out there. But he might not, and probably would never have seen a picture of it, But like you said, it was shoved in his face for malicious reasons.
You know what's funny is she debated Venom Fang X in front of the same tapestry in her house as she had made the porn in front of.
Yeah, I have. I don't see anything wrong with her doing a porn because I have 2 videos of her, full-length videos. Well,
Did
they're
you
like 10
whack
minutes.
off to it?
They're 10 minutes long. I have 2 videos of her, so I
Did you whack off to it?
yeah.
I couldn't do it. I thought it was wrong.
To whack off to it?
I did. I think porn is it's porn. So what? You know.
Yeah.
She's not. It's not. She's nothing bad is happening to her.
Yeah.
That's her. That's something she does. You know.
Pom, you said you felt too bad to whack off to it?
Yeah.
Are you joking?
Oh, hang on. Palms up. Palms in the outside chat saying there's, or not Palm, I mean Veckel, saying there's some really stupid stuff being said in this hangout. He goes, oh wait, that's normal.
I whack off to Rachel Slick getting hooked by a dude in a horse mask.
Wait.
It would be real stupid stuff until you get in here, Veckel. Just letting you know.
No, Veckel doesn't want in. He's just gonna laugh and just mock.
Yeah, he's just going to say, well, what do you expect from these internet atheists? They have no morals.
Yeah, there's real stupid stuff being said. Let me get in there and say some more stupid stuff.
Yeah.
This whole thing is futile because whether Justin did this or not, I feel that, like, Matt Slick would still have the same opinion.
I'm gonna quiz Chuck about this. So I've not had a satisfactory answer yet.
And also, I think everyone in here agrees that it was wrong because, like, most of them would not do this. They would not porn bomb someone's hangout. And also put someone's hangout in jeopardy because that's wrong.
Yep, yeah, porn bombing someone's channel so they get their channel flagged and they have a possible chance of not being able to host shows for 6 months is one wrong thing, yeah.
Yeah, and another thing is that I don't like that he lied about, and also that he tried to put the blame on someone else.
Mm-hmm.
Who did he try to put the blame on?
Helena.
Oh.
I don't think he tried doing it. I think he was bullshitting.
It was mentioned in like Mark's hangout, like.
Yeah, but he wasn't trying to be. I don't think he was being serious about it. He was just. It was his way of trying. To switch to make a point about blame. You know, just you could blame anybody for it. You know. It wasn't like he was trying to pass the blame onto someone else.
Bob, to me, it's like what favorite ice cream do you like? That's what it is. Like, you like vanilla? Do you like chocolate? Oh my God, you like vanilla? You monster! That's like how it is.
Well, it was a form of sexual harassment, and then another element was going for the father-daughter relationship, which makes it worse, right? So, to me, I don't think it's necessarily a flavor of ice cream issue. It's more the
Aaron, that's just your preference.
What do you mean?
Yeah, this is very surprising coming from you,
Aaron. I like vanilla.
Well, I don't know that I go around these hangouts sexually harassing people.
No, but you come around here saying that you want to like come down to America and kill some Sanders and Mexicans.
Shoot up those guns.
Again, I don't know that I've ever actually said that.
Get the machine guns.
You support Donald Trump, and you
Palm and I had a conversation where I said that I support the use of force against immigrants who are illegally overflowing the border. I think that's a different thing from just randomly going around shooting brown people.
So, would you kill them?
Some of them,
if they were children?
No, obviously you wouldn't shoot children. Children aren't forcibly overtaking borders and stuff and cutting fences, right?
How about a teenager?
That would depend on their age.
16.
If a 16-year-old male was assaulting police officers at the border and not complying with orders, I would be comfortable with them being shot.
Okay. Just checking.
That's screwed up. You think a 16-year-old...
Your priorities are.
Yeah, you think a 16-year-old is mentally fit to make those decisions for have his life ended for that?
I think in the way that things are on the borders, like we're talking about the European borders where there's tens of thousands of people congregating and overflowing that area, I think the situation becomes so charged that you can't, like they just become a combatant essentially, so you can't really make that exception.
So
What you just
going
said didn't
in,
make no
guns
sense.
blazing is the answer. Shoot all those sand niggers and Muslim.
Again, these are your words. I'm talking about a very specific application of force, which would come as a last resort, and you're talking about just a ridiculous position. So.
No, I don't think I'm misrepresenting you. These are
You
your.
are. I can find you people who do say kill all the sand niggers, and I could get them to come in here and give you that point of view if that's what you'd like.
I wish you guys would quit using the term. My gosh.
Right. I also think it's a bad term to use.
Yeah. I feel you on that, Ermine. It seems. I don't know what's up with you people, man. You guys just get really brave behind the keyboard. I tell you.
Yeah, Veckel, you say
what do you
that
mean?
in...
That's kind of racist there, Veckel. What do you mean, you people?
Yeah, you go to a Muslim country and profess your Christianity and see out an inch.
Some of you get really brave behind the keyboard, I tell you.
Oh, and so are you, Veckel. Why aren't you in Saudi Arabia preaching your gospel? Why don't you do that? Why don't you do that,
Don't
Veckel?
say that. Come on now.
No. Why don't you go to Saudi Arabia? You're not afraid of anything. God's protecting you.
That you're saying right now from the comfort of your mama's basement, you wouldn't dare say it in the.
Yes, and the smack that you're talking from your crappy apartment building complex.
You wouldn't dare say it.
Chris Veckel, don't argue about it. I mean, because Veckel, listen, Veckel, I drive a truck, and I get over to New York and New Jersey quite often, so I can always stop in and we can have steak. So, don't tell me I'm afraid behind a keyboard.
Oh, okay, great. I'll take you up on that.
I also don't think that you've been using the N-word. So when he said you guys and you people, he was referring to you people that keep using the N-word.
That's right. And I would guarantee you, Bob, you said you're in New York City? How often? I guarantee you come to the right part. I guarantee you or your buddies here that like to use the N-word will not be using that type of language. I guarantee.
Wait.
Oh, wow. Was that threat, Veckel? Was that threat?
Wait, you just accused me. Wait, you just accused me. Wait, Veckel, have you ever used me? Have you ever heard me use the N-word?
No, Bob. I'm not talking.
Have you ever heard me use it?
No. I'm talking about these two individuals here.
Well, you just said Bob. Chris.
Yeah,
Hang on.
When I'm saying you,
hang on, Veckel. You just said
I misspoke.
Bob with you and your buddies use the N-word.
All right. I'm not saying that you use it, but I'm specifically talking to people that come to these hangouts. That especially that other racist pig that comes in every once in a while. I don't know why not he still lets that idiot in there.
Oh, now you're dehumanizing someone.
Hey, I'm dehumanizing him. Have you heard this guy talk?
Hey, ask Ermine. Ermine, you talked with Zion, Jason.
He's a racist pig.
Oh, yeah, he's a little out of sorts.
He is racist.
You think he's a racist pig?
Yes, he is.
I'm not asking you.
What about, don't you guys think Incorporated is racist against white people?
Hang on, I'm asking Ermine. Do you think he's a racist pig, or he just was screwed up in the head?
I wouldn't call him a pig, but he is racist.
Isn't Incorporated racist against black people and white people?
Yeah.
I don't think he's racist against black people. And sexist. I guess the difference is with Incorporated is I have to look at someone's general intelligence, and I'm thinking Incorporated's a bit lacking in some places. It's still not an excuse. But I do think he says some racially motivated things towards whites, and I do think that he's racist. But but I also think that Jason is. But I didn't even hear that discussion. I just was hoping you guys would quit using the term.
I used to work at a car dealership in Detroit. And I worked with black guys constantly, and they always used the N-word all the time. And they'd even call me that, and they called each other that.
Yeah, but it's different when a white person says it.
I know, and
because they're
hang on, and I talked to them about it one day, and it's like, why do you guys get upset when white people use that term? And they go, well, because. I says, are white people better than you? And they're like, no. I go, well then, why do you get upset when they use it? If you get upset because people use that term, I understand it's still, because I get upset about pot because I'm still stuck in this pot mindset this bad, even though it's not. when people get upset about the N-word, you're giving power to someone. You're confirming that because this word is being used, I'm a lesser person than you. And I just don't understand why people still let people use that word to
I don't know.
harm
I think
someone.
I would be more upset if a black person called me white trash than if a white person did. I don't know if that's rational or not.
I just don't understand. And after I talked about it for a while, um, you know, I was able to call them that when as joking, not when we never used it. They never used it with each other angrily or to try and in an argument or fight or anything. Once in a while they would. I mean, it wasn't uncommon, but um, you know,
Sometimes they're just saying nigga, not the actual N word.
well, it would go both ways. They used it both ways with me. They used to call me dumb N word. All right, you know, you know, it, like if I brought them the wrong part when they were working on a car, they called me the dumb N word. Can't you get anything straight? Joking and stuff, but it was still. And when I used it one time with them, they got all upset. And like I said, it's why you can accept. We're equal people. A word shouldn't be harmful to another person. That because but when you call someone like pedophile is a different thing. That's putting an illegal connotation on it, like something that's morally wrong. Okay, where just use calling me a peckerhead or a cracker or an asshole. We don't use those words as being bad. Okay,
What's a peckerhead?
a dickhead.
Oh.
Peckerhead. When I was like 16, that was the big word back then. Because when I was younger, you really get which is like like 34 years ago when I was 16. I'm 50 now, so peckerhead was a big bad word back then. Because it was kind of like saying frick, like frickin' or fricker. You're saying dickhead without saying the word dick, so you say peckerhead. It was still a bad term.
Bob
I thought it was
Dagger.
good.
Yeah, it was funny, but back then it was a bad term, there's some other ones, but I just like I said, using that word, I understand how people can feel about it because they feel it's insulting them as a population, as a person, but it shouldn't be because no one's better than anybody else. So you shouldn't give that person the power to let them have let people know that because they use one word, it affects people so strongly.
Well, I'm glad to have your perspective on it. I respectfully disagree. Sorry.
Yeah.
Disagree.
Well, I know.
Okay,
I know,
so
that's
Bob,
why,
when you say the N-word, I'm going to call you racist cracker because that's fine.
But I haven't, and even when I talk about it, like I said, when other people like Art was talking about the word, he mentioned the word earlier, and I guess it's okay to do that for some people it's okay if you're having a discussion and you use the word as a description of an action that's being happened, but you're not using the word towards someone, then it's kind of okay to use. But see, I don't even still use it that way because I still understand that people get offended by it. But like the word fag and other things, people get offended by those words. Where like fag is not as harsh as the N word. See, I can still say fag, but not the N word. You know what I mean?
Well,
Which is strange, but I still think they're both just as bad.
I think we shouldn't use profane language, and we should just use words that are substitutes. Like instead of shit, we say sugar, and instead of fuck, we say frig or fudge.
Yeah. Well, I
That's
mean,
what we should do. We should act like children. We should treat each other like children.
Well, that's what it used to be. It used to be on the radio. You couldn't say dick for a dick. You couldn't say that word, but you're allowed to say dick on the radio now. Before you used to have to use word junk or privates or
They used to never say fuck on cable TV.
Yeah. So there's lots of, people are getting to understand that words are just words. You shouldn't let words, huh?
I don't agree.
Yeah, I think there's been a dramatic breakdown in civil society. People are a lot ruder now, and the use of language is a lot more
I think
obscene.
Hermine's rude when she gets all uppity.
Well, I disagree.
Fuck you, Chris.
Fuck you, Thor. I mean, fuck you, Art.
Fuck, did you just
I
talk to me,
think
son of a
there
bitch? You
might be
just
some
talked to me,
degree of
didn't you?
overlap with the way that you sloppily use language and the terms that you like to use.
So like when I cuss,
Okay.
like when I cuss at people, it's it's not to downgrade people. It's more of a point where people still understand that cussing is something that shouldn't be done. So when I talk to people and I try and say, hey, let me get my point out, let me finish saying what I gotta say, let me finish saying what I gotta say, then I use the cuss words. Then people go, wow, cuss words. It's more, because you can't see someone's face on here, so it's more of an explanatory point. It's more like an exclamation point. It's like you raising your hands up and saying, hey, stop. So when I call people names and cuss at them, it's not to insult them, because I don't think really any cuss word towards a person is insulting.
Oh, when I start cussing, I've had it.
Yeah, Hermine's hat, she just gets all old mama up in here and say, boy, you better shut your ass up.
Chris sometimes
I like to
even
get to the fact that Christopher doxed me just a few minutes ago, son of a bitch.
Oh, did I? Like, are you not using Art anymore?
No, you called me Thor.
Oh, Thor. Okay.
You doxed yourself. It's right there in your avatar.
Shh.
Oh, that's for the people who can't read, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
The vodka bottle. See, that's the. It's supposed to mask that.
Yeah.
Oh no, blind man's gonna try and find me. You gonna try and Google my... Wait, you can't. Unless you got some Braille program. I don't know.
Hey, Chris, you got a problem saying the word N-word?
I have no problem. It depends on the context.
Uh-huh.
Did Vekel say it, though?
Beckles said before.
Oh, he's a racist.
I knew it.
Yeah, but it was only when he was a bit more pissed.
See, I feel uncomfortable
Like he
when
is...
I'm around people I like, using these words.
Well, that's, I'm 50 years old and I still can't cuss in front of my mom. I can't even say shit in front of her. So I guess it has to do with society too. I mean, society's changing, our morals are changing, where words aren't as strong as they used to be.
No, actually, here it's gotten a bit softer. You don't know how it was like 20 years ago. It was straight up racist. Like, not even, like, hillbillies couldn't shake a stick at it. Oh, yeah.
Darwin's trying to steal Nadia's. He's posting links on the site again. You gonna let that go, Nadia? You're just gonna let him post links in his Hangout, trying to steal your viewers and your patrons? And then he's going by Duncan Dawkins.
Oh, yeah, another sock account.
Yeah. He did that because he can't get away from Skylar's fiction video about him being a liar with the Darwin's deity. So he's going by all these other sock accounts, so nobody associates that with him.
Yeah, he's a dishonest prick.
I'd say let him. People aren't going to stick around to hear him preach. He'll just be annoyed and come back.
Chris Miles says I'm weird. What's weird about me, Chris? It's not like watching the outside chat every once in a while. You got to get them involved. I mean, that's what the live chat's for. The live chat is for, you can only fit 10. You can only fit 10 people in a room.
And by the way, Vekel, like I dare him to say, you know, a bad word about the Prophet Muhammad in a Muslim-dominated country.
No, I double dare him to preach the gospel in
Oh
broad
yeah,
daylight
oh
and
yeah,
see
oh
what
my God,
reaction.
he's gonna have a
Yeah,
wonderful
let's
time.
see if you're tough after that. A
Oh
bit
yeah,
of like getting your ass kicked.
they're gonna
Well,
shove that cross right up his ass.
no, he's going to shove. They're going to shove the Quran right up his ass. That's what they're going to do.
Not the
Sideways.
Quran.
Sideways.
Yeah,
Did
what
Vekel
was
say anything?
actually that point that Vekel was making? Like, who would be idiotic enough to attract attention from violent mobsters? Like,
What was his point? What is he talking about?
I don't know. He was saying, don't.
It's
Who
just
here
show
doesn't
talking
have a
about how
problem?
black people are gonna beat up the white racists.
Like, who here doesn't have a problem saying the word, well, N-word around a black neighborhood? Like, is he like? Has he lost his mind, or like what's happening? Have we lost him?
Okay.
Yeah, he's trying to like say, "Oh, you're not tough enough to get out your house and behind your keyboard and go to a black neighborhood and say the N-word when you're white." See your reaction. But then
You go anywhere and say something outrageous, you're gonna get your lights knocked out.
You're just appealing to negative consequences, which is a fallacy.
And yet he's applying this to us, but he won't apply it to himself and say that he's also a keyboard warrior.
I would
so
double.
this is
I would double dare him to control people's language where I live. Like that, they're gonna laugh in his face. I swear to you, people are racist as hell here. Well, with the language, I'm not saying really racist. They're not like gonna discriminate you when you're at a job, but it's like the language. It used to be worse. I'm not even. You guys don't believe me.
Is Vekel still in the soup kitchen?
Well, he's probably in a black neighborhood saying N-word.
He's putting the word out. He's like, I know these guys in Google Plus. They're all getting their chains and their baseball bats and stuff.
By the way, why are they using the word Niger? Like from? Why is it from Nigeria? Like are all blacks from Nigeria?
Puppies.
Puppies.
What's up with?
Jackie's in a side chat. Puppy.
Was that the main import, or like I don't understand?
What'd you say, Pop?
I was saying, why are they using the country's name of Nigeria? Why was that imported from there, or like? I don't understand. How did they come up with the name?
Yeah, I've never looked into that. The only thing I've ever thought, somebody told me once because it was ignorant, something like that. You know, it went from there, but.
That's it.
We should ask DiCaprio.
No.
Oh, he's gonna show us his book collection.
Yeah, he's gonna fucking.
You don't have scholarship, Art, and then he's gotta show you 200. He's gotta show you 200 books, of which one only he read the prefix of. He's what, like the table contents, like, you know, number 1. It's like chapter 1, and then it's like this. You have no scholarship, Art.
He ain't got no scholarship.
Yeah, I wish Nadia. Oh yeah, but he flagged Nadia, the fucker.
Yeah.
All right, hey, Pom. It's actually a Spanish and Portuguese noun, negro. Negro is actually a Spanish and Portuguese noun for black.
Oh, that's right. That's what I heard.
And
so
then a descendant
are
of the
Schwarzenegger
Latin.
Spanish?
Yeah, and it's a descendant of the Latin adjective Niger, Niger, black.
Ah, that's cool. So
And then,
Niger means black. Okay. Ah,
in the
great.
Latin, that's a Latin adjective. In Spanish and Portuguese, it's negro for black.
That's very cool.
Right, so the next time, like, some Christian pulls out the etymology of the word, and on that basis will criticize how an atheist uses a word, you can call him nigger. Say, look, the etymology of the word traces back to just being black, right? So I'm just calling you black.
Yeah. Queen Victoria was black.
Yeah, don't do
Right.
that, Art.
And the
Don't get
Vikings as well.
caught.
Yeah, I know.
Napoleon was black. Let's see. Who else? Albert Einstein was black.
Yeah, in the English language, the word
Oh no, wait.
Niger is an ethnic slur. So.
Albert Einstein stole his research from a black man. That's how it went down. He was Albert Einstein was working in a post office, and then one day he saw like a black man bring in paper, and he saw it, and he switched the names, and he copyrighted it for himself. Like that. That's how it went down.
Obvious.
Yeah. Tesla too, actually. Like, what's the theory on Tesla? Is he also another con, or?
I don't know.
Yeah, I love the Hebrew Israelites. They're just bundles of insanity.
I like sicking ocean on them. Like.
Are you guys talking about the black Israelite, the black?
Hebrews are right, yeah.
The ones that think they're the original Jews.
Yeah.
Hey, Nadia, you still there? Can you hear me?
Nadia is talking in another hangout.
Oh, she's another hangout?
In her other hangout, yes, two
Oh.
hangouts running. Yeah.
And her
We're
meme
not big
apparently
enough for her.
thinks that black people are the true Jews.
They were blackish.
Blackish.
Maybe a bit darker than me.
Why do people like the Jews so much? That's what I don't understand.
Jews are awesome, man.
It's the guy with the name Iron Nation.
Hashtag
So
new to
predictable.
Jews. Hashtag.
Well, like I don't understand disliking them extremely, but I also don't understand liking them as much as some people like.
It's Christianity, and there's the Holocaust, right? So
Kinda
people
stupid.
have.
And when I
I
came
don't
here,
see anything special about them.
when I came here to Europe, I said, "What the hell is this Middle Eastern religion doing here? It feels so out of place."
Are you talking about Jews?
No, Christianity.
Oh, yeah. That's
I
right.
agree.
We stole it from you. We culturally appropriated your religion.
Yeah.
Oh, did you guys see the video? There's this footage of a employee of the what is it, California University or something, trying to stop a white guy who has dreads from entering because by him having white dreads, he's appropriating her culture. She was black, right? She was actually trying to stop him. She grabbed him physically and tried to stop him.
I think
just
they
think
should
that's
have
too much.
shot him. Shot him.
Are you? Well, you want to shoot everybody, Palm, so that's not an informative claim.
No, I don't want to make him suffer. I would like overdose them on morphine, then they would just go to sleep.
That's very humanitarian of you.
Of course, I don't want to see people suffer. That's what you guys don't get.
Oh, I get that.
No, that's not true, Pop.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
You like to see some, because you like to see some people suffer.
Yeah, but I don't. But I also qualified. If I knew Matt Slick, I would probably empathize with him more.
Do you want him to suffer?
Right now, I do. Yeah, but that's probably because I don't know him.
Well, hang on a minute. So, what about the kids in Africa that are starving right now? Do you want them to suffer?
I want them all to die.
No, really. Do you want them to suffer or no?
No, I don't want them to suffer.
Oh, but you don't know them.
Huh?
But you don't know them. Like you
No,
said,
but I don't have to know them to empathize with their suffering.
I know, but you just said if you knew Matt Slick more, you wouldn't want him to suffer. But since you
Well,
don't
no.
know,
Well, I know some things about. I'm not saying I'm completely ignorant on Matt Slick. I have some things I know, and what I know I don't like.
oh, okay, so it's because you don't the things you do know about him you don't like. That's why you want him to suffer.
We gotta nail him to the cross.
Jesus Christ.
So it's more
What do you know
it's
about
more-
nailing stuff to the cross?
No, we gotta have Justin do it though. Justin has to have the whip and.
No, Justin is going to be on the cross.
Huh.
Ooh, I went there.
Yeah, Nine Inch Nails. You know, they're a great band.
Have you ever been crucified?
Jesus listened to Nine Inch Nails before they were a thing.
Have you ever been crucified, Veiko?
I almost want to laugh at that, but that would be a little sacrilegious for me, I think.
You know, like in the Philippines, have you seen the Vice things that like they do real crucifixions in the Philippines?
Of course.
They're like actual crucifixions.
I've seen
Nails
Yeah,
into the
actual
roof.
crucifix. Hold on, let me get the video.
He said, hold on, let me get the video. I don't want to see
For somebody who doesn't like suffering, you're too fast to show a video.
Let's get out of here.
For somebody,
people as well.
yeah. For somebody who doesn't like suffering, you're really too quick to show a video of suffering.
I told you I have a duality in my personality. There's a duality. Like I think
That's
only
another word for saying
Ermin,
cognitive.
The other part is a hamster. Right.
I think only Ermin understands me.
So
Yeah,
so is it the hamster who is the psychopath, Palm, or is it
I'm
actually?
not a psychopath. Why is everyone who has a deviant view a psychopath?
Kidding.
We're going on a road
Like,
trip.
it's like
Kirby.
Ludic. Everyone is NDP or what is it? Narcissistic personality.
Narcissist.
Like he sees that everywhere. Like everyone. Like I think even you, Art, he has diagnosed you with NDP.
Me?
And NPD.
Wait, Ludic has diagnosed me with narcissistic.
Yeah, every
Really?
one of you at some point.
Well, I didn't hear him say that.
Oh, I've been keeping track.
Once Ludic called me a narcissist and then said I was a female version of Pillbox.
There we go. See, that's
The
already
female
one.
atheist version.
Yeah, I don't
There's
think I wouldn't go that far.
Well, except the whole pedophile accusation thing.
See, skip to about, let's see, 2 minutes. We're gonna start the whipping.
Does YouTube allow actually that? Isn't that graphic, Palm?
No, it's actually National Geographic. Let's see. I don't know if this one is very extreme because you have other ones that are more.
Isn't that
extreme.
show taboo?
Your mom's taboo.
See, but the weird thing is they disinfect it. That's the weird thing. But this is actually kind of mild. I've seen more horrifying ones.
Could you imagine then coming to God and be like, God, listen, we believed so much that we crucified ourselves. Yeah, but you didn't disinfect the nails, did you? My son didn't have the nails disinfected when he crucified him.
Keep looking for more for more awful ones. This one is kind of tame, actually.
Why would you keep looking at it?
There's those Muslims that whip themselves too.
Oh, here it is. Here it is. Don't click the first link. Here's the second one. Click that one. That's more fucked up.
Is it that taboo show?
No, it's on Vice. It's like a real crucifixion.
Right, but I think that YouTube doesn't allow like.
No, it's Vice.
Yeah, I know, but the link is YouTube.
Yeah.
I've seen videos of people being tortured on YouTube.
Yeah.
Like
Also
actually?
sex videos.
Yeah, like real torture in Syria and shit.
Wow.
Yep.
I didn't know
Yeah,
YouTube lowered their standards.
The works.
Just lost through me.
Oh, there it goes.
Everybody was driving illegally and she got busted. We just lost.
Oh, shit.
Hi, Gus.
Look at the expressions on their faces. God damn.
Bob, can I ask you? Could you change it to the snail, please?
Yeah, I can do that.
Bob.
Actually, wait. It doesn't matter, I think, to me because my bandwidth is lowered.
This is nuts. Every time I come in here into one of Nadia's hangouts, I have to automatically refresh or I don't get my picture. I don't understand why this is. And I never get my title bar anymore. Never
Well,
get my title bar.
That's because you always end up screwing Hangouts and turning it into a shit show, so you're being punished.
Bastard.
Anyway, I'm gonna get out of here. I'll talk to you guys later.
So yeah.
Get lost, you piece of shit.
Oh, listen to how
Fuck
we
you.
talk to people over here. Listen to this. He's an angry man.
How angry could he be for a little boy?
Yeah. OG really got upset at me.
Did he?
Or it would happen.
Doesn't take
Oh.
much.
The thing is, OG is very disconnected because because he's so old and he's not really familiar with the internet and anything, and it's like,
I think it has more to do with the amount of pot that he smoked.
it's like an old fuddy-duddy, you know, like not sure what's going on, and it's like he kind of does, and he kind of
Oh,
doesn't.
you mean like Pope?
Yeah.
Less aware. I don't know. Pope is aware.
Less aware. Fuck.
No, Pope is much more sharp than OG.
Yeah.
OG, half the time he doesn't know what's happening, like who's talking, what's happening.
Yeah.
Especially in the beginning when he first joined.
Like he'll mistake Amon and me. Like Amon interrupts him, and then he gets mad at me. And then he said, I want Amon to talk. I said, what do you? And then no wait. He wanted mods at some point, and then I said, should I talk to Nadia? And then he said, no, I want Amon to talk to Nadia.
And that's the guy who wants mods. See, I know one day Brother's gonna make something stupid, and I get kicked if OG.
Oh, this is good. Oh, baby.
He doesn't know how to use mods. That's the problem. He doesn't even know what mods
baby.
he wants mods. That's all he.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is I wanted to say something about the whole mod thing, but it sort of calmed down on its own.
Oh, it's just ridiculous. I mean, you know, I, as far as I'm concerned, anybody who asks for mods, fucking on principle, shouldn't get them. You know?
People have been kicking way too much lately. Just way too fucking much.
Well, you're too permissive anyway, Palmy. Fuck.
Yeah, you wanna allow Brett Keane in here? Fuck's sake, you don't know what you're talking about.
Jesus, are you joking, Brett Keane? I wouldn't let Brett Keane shit and die in my dumpster. Never mind into my. Fuck.
I think Brett Keane's literally the only person I have blocked.
Yeah.
Jackie.
I wonder why. Hey, Jackie. Sure.
I must be the only one who enjoys Brett Keane, I guess.
Yeah, you're weird. And you
I like it.
And you have a problem with Matt Slade? Really? Not Brett Keane?
Like in the same hangout where he was being attacked by everyone, and by everyone I mean Gus. Like he was actually angry at me. You know that actually he was angry at me, and not at the people attacking him.
At you.
And I said, what the hell did I do? Like I was the only one not attacking him.
He was threatening Palm Jam.
Yeah.
Poor Palm Jam was like, what are you doing talking to me? I'm the only one here who likes you. Shut up. Poor Palmy.
No,
And by
but-
everyone, I mean Gus.
The reason why I have Brett Keane blocked is just because I want to avoid him because of his history of dot dropping and false DMCAs. And when someone is like threatening to, when someone is toxic enough to affect your real life, like that's dangerous. Like if someone's just being an asshole on the internet, like, I don't care. But if someone, like, has a history of invading people's real life, then that's something that I fear, you know?
That's a good point.
Yeah.
I still like him.
Huh?
I still like him, though.
I mean, I've enjoyed his company for a while, but then, like, I found out who he was, and I don't know. It kind of...
I actually like most people. Once I get to know them, I actually like most people.
Brett Keane actually called me trash once, so...
Oh, wow. That's not okay. Everybody knows you're
Oh,
cunt,
no.
not the trash.
OG's another hangout complaining about getting on. Oh my god.
Pom Jam, show her the avatar. Remember the one in the
What?
cup?
Oh yeah, it's off actually. Actually, I'm gonna go to sleep. I have not slept in 48 hours now.
Oh, that's not good. You need sleep.
Oh. Must be why you're so damn cranky.
Yeah, I noticed. Fuck, right?
I couldn't sleep actually. My hamster is sick and that's why I couldn't sleep.
Oh.
I don't have that one.
Yeah. I wanted to put him to sleep today, but the vet said, we're not gonna pursue that option. And he wouldn't do it for moral reasons, I guess.
Put to sleep? You mean like euthanize?
Yeah, just
Dude,
put to
you're
sleep.
like
Literally put to
oh.
sleep. Yeah, they put a
No.
syringe in and he goes to sleep.
No wonder you're in this homicidal mood of, I want to kill humanity.
The poor little guy's
All life.
suffering. The poor little guy is like he's shambling along in his cage. I don't know if he's gonna get better or gonna get worse over the next 3 days. And if it gets worse, he's gonna suffer a lot.
Jesus, I hope
Well, I
I never end
understand
up
that.
walking too slowly around Palm Jam. He'll fucking.
Oh no, dude, he wants to
how
kill
old is-
humanity and all the animals already. Palm wants to
How old
destroy
is your
humanity.
hamster?
He's a year and let's see, about a couple of months.
Okay.
What's the average lifespan of a teddy bear hamster anyway?
About 3 or 4 years, sometimes 5.
That's at the top end. 2 years is the normal age. About 2 years. Yeah. The thing is, he's been suffering from health problems. Like his back, he has like a sort of, what is it called? A boil or what is it? It's a sort of a
An abscess?
yeah, an abscess. It keeps collecting blood and he keeps opening it himself, and it doesn't go away. And then it gets infected and it affects his health. And this has been going on for half a year now.
Well, hamsters are a little bit neurotic anyway, so.
Yeah, not much I can do. That's why I wanted to put him to sleep because he's been
Well, if
like
you take him to a
organized.
therapist for his neuroses, he might be okay.
Sir.
His brother is fine. though.
Hamster therapist?
That's right. Get him to talk about his days as a child, how he barely avoided being eaten by his mother.
His brother is fine, completely fine, but it's just
So-
him, his abscess is crazy.
So you're a hamster. How does that make you feel?
You can take him to a hamster dance. I can look at him dancing around to the hamster dance.
Puppy.
I had a
Can you
hamster
lick your
once.
nose?
He was kind of an asshole.
Your hamster was an asshole? Was he always
Yeah,
bumming smokes off you and stuff?
He like bit me every time I tried to pet him.
Son of a
Nice.
bitch.
But he lived for like 3 or 4 years, so.
Yeah, it's always the fucking mean ones that live forever.
Oh yeah.
It's the same.
Indeed.
It's the same thing with cats, eh? The sweet, fluffy, happy cat, fucking, I don't know, he lives maybe 6, 7 years. The fucking rage-filled, mean tomcat that'll cut you just looking at him. He's the one that lives for 12 years.
Well,
That's
my
actually
cat
true.
is 13.
Well,
Jackie.
all right.
She's a sweetheart.
Jackie, wanna see a hamster that has gone through Vietnam?
Oh boy.
He's having flashbacks.
Oh.
Also World War II. He was also in World
Oh,
War
that's what it is. That's awesome,
Yeah.
Pop.
Oh my god.
II. Yeah, see? He's remembering all the traumas.
All the
Horrors of war.
What the heck is going on in this video?
War.
Oh,
no.
Oh, he's having
my God.
flashbacks. He was in Vietnam, you see.
Yeah,
Bob, your
see,
hamster looks delicious.
he won't even eat the thing because he's just...
Wait, is that your hamster?
No, it's not.
Okay.
So somebody offered him a piece of food, and he just like, oh, this reminds me of Nam.
Probably a sound.
That's right. Somebody dangled a piece of food in front of me. That's what the Kong did.
They dangle the food in front of you. And then when you reach for it, they give you the stick. Well, I'm not gonna do it no more.
Charlie tried to give me a piece of meat, and I wouldn't take it.
One time.
And I wouldn't take it.
I wouldn't eat none of that infected commie Charlie dirty rotten meat.
He doesn't respond anymore.
You guys are so weird.
Bad.
I was a ranger, 102nd Battalion under Squeakum Squeak. We dropped out of our toy helicopter on the Ping Pong River, 1968, just to back into the Tet Offensive. I saw all of my people get shot to hell. There was Skitter, there was Skucka. I loved Skucka. I loved it. Sometimes at night when I lay on my hamster wheel, I can still hear him saying, "Skeeter, I want to go home. I want to ride my hamster wheel." And I said, "I can't find your legs."
Oh my god. Gus, have you ever done improv?
Didn't I just? He essentially does.
When
Everything
you
I
done,
do is improv.
like actually going to a theater and like joining an improv group and doing improv. Like, have you ever done that?
I dabbled with it a bit when I was a kid in high school, but I found all the theater geeks to be friggin' weirdos. Seriously.
And then he came into Google Plus. He changed his mind.
That's right. And then, thinking I would find cogent discussion, I came to Google Plus. What all crazy here? Beckel's the worst. He's the craziest.
Mm-hmm.
See, he knew it. So what are you gonna get after the hamster? Are you working your way up? Are you gonna have like a little dog that you're subjecting to fucking mind experiments later? There.
No, the next one's a guinea pig. I think guinea pig is the next one up.
That's nice.
Those poor giggle pigs, man. You don't want
Was
them.
that a picture of Christian Hillbilly in a mask?
Yes.
What the heck?
And no, that's not because we picture Christian Hillbilly at a fetish night. Oh God. It's because he has a thing for Batman.
Oh, dude, I have a thing for Batman too. It's awesome.
You're crazy.
This guy sitting in his chair with his popcorn.
Wait, what's he gonna do? God tells him to kill someone.
Well, God would never tell me to do that, but thank you for asking. Meanwhile, let's go back to telling Nadia what a fucking awful human being she is.
I got it about right.
Yeah. You forgot to yell.
Well, Nadia, you know, if you'd just be a man.
I can't be a man because I've had my balls removed.
Well, that doesn't mean you can't be a man. Now you just be a man.
I can't be a man because I've had my balls removed. 2.5 hours of this yesterday. I was 2.5 and Archer, you fucking sat there and let it happen. I fucking blame you, Archer.
Sorry, I lost faith in humanity the first 10 minutes.
Archer sitting there trying to make a noose out of his shoelaces. Hang on. I used to know how this went in the Pioneers. I can do this. And fucking string myself up. I can't take it anymore. This is why Archer drinks. This is exactly why Archer drinks. When he first came on here, he was sober as a fucking judge. After the 6th conversation with Hillbilly and Nadia speaking completely past each other, he couldn't take it anymore.
Why don't you act like a man, Nadia? Because I don't have any balls.
I swear to God, she said it to him 12 times.
Well, you don't have to have balls to be a man.
I felt like saying, well, case in point. Swear to God. Fucking kills me. 2 hours. 2.5 hours of that yesterday. 2.5 hours. I couldn't take it anymore. Couldn't take it.
Oh, that was yesterday?
Yeah, it was yesterday.
Oh.
Well, you know, Nadia, I've said this to you lots and lots of times. You know, you got to stop doing that of your act.
Yeah.
What
You know what?
exactly do you think that I should do differently than I'm already doing now? Well, you
You
know,
know
you
what?
just gotta man up. How am I going to man up? What the fuck?
Hillbilly should be a good Christian and donate one of his.
What? One of his what?
Dude, did your slug just kill somebody? Why is it bloody?
What?
Your slug, there's like a knife coming out of it. That's like.
No. Oh, okay. That's.
I'm Palm's cousin. You know, Palm thinks. Earlier in the discussion, we were talking, and to end suffering, we should kill everyone. Well, I'm Palm's cousin, and Palm tried to start with me, and it didn't work.
No, this is.
You're an asshole, man.
You know, this is Art having flashbacks of the Hangouts. I mean, these things are called Russian dwarfs for no. I mean, they're
By
called
hamster
for a
days.
reason.
That's right.
I think to end suffering, we should like
Stop making people
make
suffer.
I can lick my nose. Can any of
adoption
you guys?
make adopting kids more affordable and easier. Because I think if we encourage people to adopt more than like reproduce themselves, like I'm not saying like put a ban on reproduction. I'm just saying like somehow maybe your tax reduction would be greater or something if you adopted. I don't know.
I don't think some people might not like that if they can reproduce themselves.
Well, I just think it's kind of. I hate saying this is just my opinion. It is literally just my opinion, so no one get butthurt over it. But I think that it's in a way kind of selfish to reproduce when there's like all these orphans that need homes. But that's just me.
So, Jackie, do what Godless does: adopt 100 and just store them in the basement. occasionally throw a pack of waffles down there and throw a bucket of water, like just not the bucket, just the water. Just open your mouth, children.
I do plan on adopting. I'm young and I'm not in the financial situation.
They can use the feces as bed. They can use it as a bed. Hey, it's a pretty lucrative business, you know. Someone's got to do it. Everyone's having children. You know, everyone's having children, and nobody wants to abort. So, you know.
Well, that's just.
Oh, abort? Well, we need better sex education, and then that'll lower the abortion rate.
It will help a little bit. Some people they just don't care.
It helps a lot. Like sex education is really good, like in the west and the north of the U.S., but in the south, like they still teach abstinence only, and like they have higher rates of teen pregnancy down there. There is a very like clearly defined relation between good sex education and the amount of abortions.
I support abortion.
I discourage abortion, but I'm so reluctantly pro-choice.
What a beautiful day, Armin.
Isn't it?
Armin's back on the road.
Oh, it's so pretty.
Too bad Palm Jam is gonna end it tomorrow. Kill everybody.
Enjoy what you can.
I miss Colorado. I want to go back.
Too bad Palm Jam is gonna kill you before that.
While you're driving, kind of dangerous. Or you have a mount.
No, she has a mount.
Okay.
The mount is me.
Actually, it's not even the call or whatever. It's actually being distracted in general. It lowers so you have a certain amount of attention span, right? And so there's literally a limit on it, and certain amount of that bandwidth gets used for paying attention to something else. And so then that bandwidth cannot be dedicated to paying attention to what's going on in front of you, like the full amount. That's like there was a magazine I was reading in the dentist's office, was a scientific journal, and it was literally explaining like how 90% or in the high 90% accidents would happen because of that.
Yeah, Mythbusters actually did an experiment with that, and yeah, they found that just talking in a phone makes your reactions comparable to being drunk.
Yeah.
Really.
It's just like your bandwidth of your internet. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
Now,
Especially if you're doing math.
Now, guys, is that hands-free? Just talking on the phone?
Yeah. Yeah, just talking and thinking about stuff. Yeah, especially if you're doing math. Like the maths, just takes like majority of your brain. It's like you're just not driving at all.
Yep.
I think Hermie's driving like she's sober. It looks pretty sober to me.
Yeah, I'm a pretty slow driver.
I don't know. Recite the alphabet from the end. I mean, recite the alphabet.
As long as you're not driving very fast.
No, don't do it. She's gonna get distracted if she's reciting the alphabet.
Oh, that's right.
Put forwards, but not backwards. I'm like, that's evil.
I just take the breathalyzer. Just let me blow into the thing. Whatever.
Did you drink?
I don't drink. I have the flu today though. I'm just like, I just got off work early. I'm just laying in bed taking fucking Dayquil and shit. Oh god, this fucking hurts. Oh, by the way, if you buy Batman v Superman, they give you all these comics. Comics or something. 5.
Huh.
Yeah. I'll read the titles out of you here. There's Batman 2011 #1, Batman the Dark Knight, Lex Luthor Man of Steel, Superman #32, and Superman Batman 1. I haven't read any of them, but they look pretty good. That's great.
Huh.
I'm gonna watch it tonight. With my flu and everything. Just gonna go there and just sit in my reserve seat and watch it.
I'm still iffy about it.
You just need some scotch and some lemon. A little bit of honey.
For what?
The cure the flu.
Oh, but then I gotta drive. I don't have scotch. Or lemon.
So, change the topic, sorry. I pulled a prank on my boyfriend this morning.
No, not sweet little Jackie.
Yeah, I did. He was still sleeping and I put like really like heavy lipstick on and I kissed him all over his face and then he woke up and he like looked in the mirror and he was really mad because there was lipstick all over his face. April
It's just
Fool!
diabolical.
Oh yeah, it's April. April 1st. Thank God I'm missing.
Imagine if he didn't check in the mirror and he went out like that.
What if we had a hangout where everyone just completely switched their ideology? Like, all the atheists in this room argued for Christianity and the Christians argued for atheism.
So Nadia would have to be.
interesting.
So Nadia would have to pretend to be Hillbilly, and Hillbilly would have to pretend to be Nadia.
Would you consider them opposites?
I could just see Nadia pretending to be Hillbilly. Yahoo! Is that what they say? Yahoo?
Yeehaw!
Jesus.
What a glorious day. Yeehaw.
For the glorious day the Lord has made. Yeehaw. It's almost kind of like the famous, well, well, well. How are all my atheists and Christians doing today?
Black History Month.
Had Rand even been around?
Yeah, he jumped in a few hangouts a few weeks ago.
Oh, okay.
I was wondering when somebody was going to say that. Happy National Atheist Day. April Fool's Day.
Oh, see what you did there.
Yeah.
Veckel put it in the side chat. It was.
Oh, that's the. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, don't you guys know today is National Atheist Day?
National? I doubt it.
Yeah.
It is.
I think it actually is.
Yeah. Psalm 14:1 is the fool has said in his heart there is no God. So.
Oh well, not for that reason, Reckle.
also Psalm 53. Yeah. But yeah.
There's no God from law.
But National Atheist Day is actually a thing, and it is April Fool's Day.
I think you're missing a part here, Veckel. Let me complete it.
What's that?
You don't have the full verse.
But hold on, it's technically, oh no, wait, that's a different one. Oh, the National Day of Reason is on May 5th.
Wait, what about May 5th?
May 5th is the National Day of Reason.
Is that the Atheist Day?
Like skeptical stuff. Like, yeah.
It's not April 1st.
That's another Christian.
It's not April 1st. April 1st is the day that Christians claim is National Atheist Day.
National Day of Reason at Skeptic Day. That's when the Christians hide in their Bible.
Yes.
To go to church day. Get indoctrinated day.
Them damn atheists are going to use reason against us. Let's hide.
Don't!
Didn't you say, you said I didn't read the rest of the verse? You were going to say
Yeah, he put it in the side chat over there. The fool has said in his heart there is no God but Allah.
There you go.
Oh.
You didn't have the complete Bible. The Muslims are right.
That's not in Psalms, that's in 2nd.
Sorry.
Yeah, no puppies, just doggies.
Doggy! Oh, such cute. Much.
Yeah,
He
I gotta lick my own
very
nose.
tongue.
Shibu Inu. What is that? Shibu Inu?
It's a doge. Have you
No,
ever heard of the doge meme?
That's the meme. That's
Yeah.
Oh, let me get the real name. I don't know.
Oh, it's a Shiba Inu.
Yeah, right.
Somebody,
yeah.
sounded like the dog was actually growling a little bit.
Here's what Christian used to use a long time ago. Remember when Christian Smith used to come out in the hangouts? Use a cat.
Oh, actually, you know what? Christian Smith is in I Just Hangouts now.
Yeah, he was away for a while, but he's back. Yeah, but he used to use this avatar, the cat.
Right, with the first right.
Sock account used to use the raccoon one. Was it a raccoon?
Yeah.
Oh, or red panda. Or
Panda.
It's a raccoon. It's a raccoon kind of character. Anthropomorphic raccoon. I remember when he photoshopped himself into Jello Shot's kitchen, blood all over, and a cleaver. and then he photoshopped Shanna Rocky's room being messy, and he put pictures of himself on the furniture.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and he was in there, right? So he thought that was his background. So he was in Shanna Rocky's room.
Hey, Veckel, I'm black now. Can I use the N-word?
Real funny. And look at the creature you're using, too. What's that?
It's
that
a little.
Not be a raccoon.
No. No, it's not. It's not.
No, okay.
Oh, you know what would be cool is to get a model of a chimp in a ball, and you can stand on it.
They don't have that, but they
Okay.
do have dragons, but not pink ones.
Yeah. I don't know.
There's a dragon in my house. Prove there's not a dragon in my room. Here you go, Veckel. Just for you, Veckel.
Oh no! What the fuck is going on? Why is there people leaving?
Nadia fell out. Veckel left. He couldn't stand it. He couldn't stand the awesomeness of my boobs.
Oh, what kind of internet does Nadia have? I want to make sure I never live there with that shitty internet.
The communist internet. Everybody crazy.
Veckel's gonna leave and call me a racist now.
Oh, Becco, that's who Becco was. Did he used to be Amos? Or is that someone else? I don't know. I don't think I've met Becco before.
Oh, man. All right, I think I'm gonna head out.
Give me that time.
Check you guys out.
Gonna get some sleep, Tom?
Yeah, it's been more than 48 hours.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Man.
Huh.
Yeah. What is it?
It's not problem. It's little Cupid.
It's kind of ugly, actually.
You know, there's a your mama joke there, but I'm not willing to make that.
Yeah, you gotta leave the family out of it. How many times you gotta tell you?
Stop attacking my family.
This is great.
Is that a girl from Assassin's Creed or something? She looks like she could fit in there.
Ayla Oktoberfest. Like when I move the avatars, their boobs bounce.
That's not how boobs work, do they? If she teleported that fast, maybe. That's too much to go. Unless she's not wearing a bra. She's very pretty.
She's in a church too. Everyone remembers our famous breakfast cereal, Tony the Tiger.
They're great!
She's dealing Frosted Flakes. $200 for an 8-ball.
200 for an 8-ball.
Yeah, that was from a Mystery Team. There were these guys who, you know, the Hardy Boys. Like it's a parody of that, and what would happen if those guys never grew up and just stayed kid detectives for up until the high school years.
Ah, 200 for an 8-ball.
Do we need 8 balls?
What's he doing?
He's like rapping or something like this.
He's masturbating.
The fuck are you making him do? What application is this, by the way?
Bob showed it to me. It's called FaceRig. Get it through Steam.
Interesting.
Confucius say baseball got it all wrong. The man with 4 balls not walk anywhere.
How does a man have 4 balls? What if they're really tiny balls?
Well, then they're not balls. They're just speckles.
Oh.
Yeah, that reminds me of the man spreading. Yeah.
Yeah, seriously.
How can you know? Because women don't sit like that. Well, they would if their boobs were between their legs.
Yeah, but you know what though? Like there was a time, you got to admit, Bob, there was a time that when you sat down, you kept your fucking legs together. Like you didn't keep them tight together, but you don't have to keep them tight together. That's not what people are upset about. Everybody sat on a fucking bus or a train where fucking Joe Cockbeef has fucking come in, and he's got one fucking leg in the South Pole and one leg in the North Pole, and you get to see the fucking Anti Meridian in between.
Yeah, I had that before. There was a guy sitting next to me. He had his, in the movie theater. He has his legs spread all the way, right? And I had my hand on the armrest, and my fingers would drop down and touch his knee. And he's like, "What the fuck are you doing?" I'm like, "Your legs are way the fuck open."
The problem with stuff like manspreading is it's become a fucking battle in whether or not guys are allowed to be obnoxious, and I just just seems to me to be better places and times to fight the fucking battle.
I kind of disagree with you on that.
I know you do, Christopher. I know you do.
Juggling boobs just cracked me up. You guys suck. You guys are boring.
Oh, shut up. You're the one staring at fucking tits.
You know, I was thinking about this yesterday, and I guess G-Man and Shamos were in the hangout. Was it yesterday or the day before? I can't remember. And Joe Sonsi was there, and
I was there. Joe was there. Floyd was there.
And you guys were talking about the ark and all that.
Yeah.
I just wonder why Christians don't just say like the ark is like the TARDIS and all the different like species archives, and they all fit in the ark because it was magical and blessed by God. I don't know, like that. You can't. It's I don't know. But they try to redefine, and they try to define kind, and it just
Yeah,
gets
because
really
nobody
messy.
wants to go through their life believing that people think badly of them because they think of because they think silly stuff. That's why. So these people are constantly trying to ground what they think in science, despite the fact that the math doesn't add up. Right? Nobody wants to. I mean, if you say to Seamus, look, why don't you just say I believe because I believe, and then nobody's gonna fucking bother you after that. And Seamus's back will get 4 feet up in the air and say, why should I give up all these great arguments and all this great scholarship and all this and that? If all I'm gonna do is fucking say I believe because I believe. Seems to me that if he believes, that's all he needs. It doesn't matter what anybody says about you if you believe, and then you're not hurting anybody. One of the quickest ways to get me to stop fucking pounding away to Christians when they say, look, I don't have any evidence, I just believe it. Oh, okay. Thank you very much. I'll shake your hand and fucking walk away. Well, what am I've got nothing to hang an objection on. What am I going to do? Tell them they're stupid for believing? I mean, that's implied. So,
But what about Islam?
What about Islam?
They complain that atheists don't talk about radical Islam enough. something like that. I don't know.
Well, part of the problem is that the heart of the heart of the neo-atheist movement is in the West, and up until relatively recently, Islam has not had a major presence in the West. You know, and so we as Western atheists have not had the same experience with the practicalities of Muslims in everyday life that they have with Christians, right?
Yeah, I agree.
So give it some time. 10, 20 years from now, we'll be having these fights, trust me. We'll be having them 10, 20 years from now. We'll be pushing fucking Muslims for a reform. It won't just be Sam Harris and fucking that other dude that he works with.
Yeah, I personally don't know enough about the Quran to, like, have a discussion about it.
I mean, as a Canadian, I've grown up cheek to jowl with all sorts of ethnicities and dogmas and faiths, and so far, you know, except for minor scuffles here and there, in the grand scheme of things, they've all gotten along. You know, so I don't. When people say to me the Muslims are dangerous, I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? I've lived cheek to jowl with Muslims all my life. Muslims, Sikhs, Hindus, Buddhists, Baha'is. Christ, I tried to date a Baha'i girl when I was in high school. The only reason she didn't say yes is because she was Baha'i. I thought that kind of fucking Baha'i sucks, but what are you going to do, right?
Yeah.
She was a nice girl, too. She was one of those people that when you were upset and you sat beside her, they just soothed you without even doing anything. I used to go and sit beside her when she was in, after school, when she was in typing lab and improving her typing. And I'd just sit there and watch her type, and I'd just feel calm after. I don't know why. Some people are just like that.
Yeah, I had a little crush on a Wiccan girl for a while. It was small. She's cute. But, like, I guess for me, the reason why, like, I talk about Christianity the most often is because, like most people in the West, I was raised Catholic. So, like, people in the West generally know more about Christianity because most of us were raised Christian.
Frankly, it was Puritans that came across the fucking ocean with a Bible in one hand and a musket in the other.
Mm-hmm.
So it's no wonder, you know, that we have more experience with Christians than we do with Islam. But that'll change. I'm not worried. Maybe I should be, I don't know, but so far I haven't seen anything to worry about.
Christians anger me. Some of them are very full of themselves. And pride is a sin. Most of them are angry. So they killed me too, so they broke a commandment right there.
They killed you too?
Yeah, because apparently if you look at someone with anger or something, or feel hatred in your heart, you just murder someone. We should bring that one up more often. Like, hey, you just murdered me, man. I can see you frowning.
Well, no, they'll tell you it's not hate or anger. It's love. They're just telling you the truth. They're trying to save your soul.
With anger. I will murder you together. Is Nadia talking? No, she's not talking to us.
Yeah, she's in the other. She's got 2 hangouts running. She's in the other one.
I'm curious, how much is she making from all these back-to-back hangouts? Is that like...
Probably not much.
Nothing. You don't. There was a time when you could make a healthy living on YouTube, but you can't now. You need thousands and thousands and thousands of viewers to even make a paltry sum.
Oh,
no. You need to at least have 50,000 viewers. I heard from this one YouTuber, and you don't need to have subscribers. Don't mean shit. It's all about the views. You need a certain amount of views, and 50,000 is at least the limit, and you have to be making that constantly to get a substantial amount of money.
Well, some people are so influential that they can have their videos sponsored by different companies. Like there's a lot of major YouTubers who are sponsored by Audible,
Well,
and
yeah, that's the
they
name of the game.
and they
Yeah,
make a little bit of money off of that. I think probably one of some of the richer YouTubers are actually beauty gurus because they get sponsored by like products and companies that they kind of insert into their videos.
yeah, that's what you namely have to do. You need to play with the big boys and these different corporations.
Yeah, Nadia gets what little she gets is by Patreon, or so PayPal and donations.
Yeah.
She needs to have more people donate to her Patreon, though. Think about it, people. It's only a couple bucks. It's like going to the movies. You donate $5 a month. That's cheap for all the entertainment you get.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, even if everyone, as many people that come through here and watch it, you get 40 people. There's like 40 people in the community. They donate $10 a month. That practically cover a rent. And then, her phone bill's like $100 a month or something. So she has to keep that going. Otherwise, no hangouts.
Is rent the problem for her? Because she does seem to move from house to house a lot. Not that, I don't wish to sort of pry into anything too personal, obviously.
Yeah, it's always been a problem for her. I don't know. Lately, I mean, the one time with Bill, I don't think it was rent so much, but...
Well, she's moving again.
Yeah, she just moved. I think she's in a new place now. So if she gets enough money for rent for a month, and when she can't pay the next one, she has to leave and go to another place or something. I don't know.
Sad. Very sad.
Yeah, I haven't been around much lately, so I don't know what's going on.
There must be like an LGBT charity that can help with things like homelessness and that. Or isn't there? Maybe there isn't.
Well, you think so, but I'm not going to offer any more suggestions. I've tried. Everyone I've offered, she shoots down, so I'm done offering.
Oh well.
Yeah, because with her medical condition and needing a refrigerator and a place to live, that would put her priority on the list. They should be able to find something for her.
So it's diabetes, right?
Yeah, because she has to have a fridge and medication,
Yeah,
so she
no,
can't
I
live on the
understand.
street. So she can't live on the street because she can't keep her medication cold. It'd go bad.
Yeah, no, I know there was a guy in Britain who had his he was on insulin as well, and he died as a result of that because the government stopped his benefits, and he starved to death. And he had it was diabetic complications, but he couldn't afford to feed himself. He couldn't pay the electric, and he died. It's disgusting.
Yep.
He was a soldier as well. You think
Well,
they'd care about them? Wouldn't you? But no, don't give a shit about them either.
Isn't that survival of the fittest?
No.
Why not? Why not?
Yeah, okay, whatever.
Well,
That's
why,
not the basic ideology of survival of the
why
fittest.
would it not be the survival of the fittest?
But it's not the basic ideology of survival of the fittest. That's a misinterpretation.
Really? Well, the fit survive. The
But
unfit
that's not
don't.
the basic ideology, Darwin.
Well, giving me a generalization is not a rebuttal.
Well, that's not the basic ideology, Darwin. It's up to you to come here with proper
Okay.
ideology.
Oh, is that Darwin's deity?
When somebody gives me a
Yes.
generalization, I don't have a reason to accept it unless they can give me specifics to support that.
The idea,
No, you made the claim that it was, what it was, and we said no. Now you have to give reasons for that claim.
No, I said, why wouldn't it be?
Why would it be?
No, you said no. You
Are
said
the
that's survival. You said that's survival of fittest, and we said no. And then you go, why wouldn't that be? You made the claim that it's survival of fitness. Now give us reasons why.
Yeah, well, why wouldn't survival of the fittest
Don't ask me a question. Give me reasons why.
Well, do you believe in the survival of the
Don't
fittest?
ask me questions. Give me reasons why.
Okay. Well, since most skeptics believe that we are a product of an evolutionary descent, aided by natural selection, right? Natural selection basically conveys the idea of survival of the fittest.
No, that's a misinterpretation of what that means.
Oh, okay, good. Tell me how that's a misinterpretation.
All it means, the word is misused. It's survivability of those most likely to breed. All evolution cares about is that you live long enough to reproduce. What quality of life you have doesn't enter into it.
So in other words, it doesn't matter what your phenotype is. It doesn't matter what the gene expression is in terms of your longevity. Is that it, Gus?
I think I'll default to my original response.
Doesn't not only include reproducibility, but that the phenotypical expression or the gene expression of the genome means that that individual organism lives on longer and able to reproduce.
No, because in the case of most animals, there is often a lifespan that lives past their ability to reproduce.
So in other words, if somebody has a strong heart and somebody has a weak heart, either due to what's inherently in their genome or to the gene expression, the person who lives longer than the person who has a weak heart, that's not an aspect of survival of fitness, survival due to fitness?
Not necessarily, particularly since most people with congenital heart defects are not actually precluded from reproduction.
Right, but you still have people who are less fit, don't have longer lifespans.
That doesn't matter. Hang on a sec, Jackie. Jackie, I want to hear this whole. Hang on a sec.
Go ahead, Jackie.
It doesn't matter. Because you asked me a question, I'm answering you, and then I'll be.
No, you're repeating yourself as
I'm sorry. The king of repeating himself is going to get on me about repeating myself.
What's your question, Jackie?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
I'll let Gus finish his
Go ahead, Jackie.
dialogue with you.
Well, I always like a record repeating itself.
Well, then you shouldn't act like one then. Anytime you want to look at that mirror yourself, Darwin. But in the meantime, it's all about.
Gus, you let me know when I can say something.
Well, Gus, I'm just wondering, aren't you wondering why exactly this is even being brought up? What was the point of him saying that? I don't really understand.
I don't know.
Well, can I just say something real quick?
Yeah, Jackie, say something.
You know, in this, okay, so the environment of now that people live in is different from what we lived in, thousands of years ago. People with, defects and other things can live healthy lives, relatively, with medicine and all that. So even if it was survival of the fittest, whatever, it doesn't matter because we have medicine to allow people to live long, happy lives. So it's not as big of a deal in this society as it would be in the wild. Like if you know if an animal out in the wild had a heart condition, they probably, unless they were picked up by some humans and brought to a zoo, which we tend to do, we tend to take in sick animals or animals that have been attacked or hit by cars or whatnot. But you
So what
know,
you're saying is that some organisms actually can live on to reproduce, not having to due to fitness then, right? Is that your point?
well, with modern medicine, technically this is an environment. Even though it's man-made, it is a new environment that living organisms, including ourselves, have adapted to. Which, you know, we can have defects that aren't immediately like life-threatening and still like live into our 80s and 90s.
So then survival of the fittest isn't the complete picture of universal common ancestry then?
Well, if you're talking about universal common ancestry, like on the much larger scale, then it basically what it is it's not even that you need to have kids, it's that you give birth to fertile offspring. So if you have grandkids, then you've succeeded. The whole idea, as I don't know if you know who Fiona Robertson is, but the whole idea is that dead animals, dead organisms cannot reproduce. That's all it says. You know?
Well, I'm delighted that there is somebody who believes in evolution who is recognizing, or at least admitting, that natural selection or survival of the fittest is an incomplete expression of how might one want to explain the survival of species.
Well, not necessarily. Our technology, like I've said before, and someone can chime in because I don't know if I'm making myself clear, but like, and just forewarning, I'm a little bit socially awkward, and I haven't talked to you before, but yeah, so
No, I wouldn't pick on you. You don't sound like a troll to me.
thank you, but like in the modern day environment, it's still.
So would natural selection be the umbrella that would describe how the species live on, or would that just be an incomplete description or in part?
I think the theory of evolution is a little more complex than that. I'm not a scientist. I'm a layman.
Well, I'm not a scientist either, but I did play one on a couple of television commercials.
Oh, really? Well, that's cool.
Well, I'm not really understanding, right? Like, let's say that it is survival of the fittest, right? What really follows from that? Can you explain that, Darwin?
Yeah, maybe that's kind of the point that I'm getting at. But
yeah, what follows from that? What interesting follows from that?
Well, lady, do you believe in the current theory of evolution, that there was a universal common ancestry?
Yeah.
Why are you dodging the question?
Okay, so lady, what good reason would you have that incremental changes could develop hierarchically to produce higher and higher level of genomes?
What do you mean by higher? It's not necessarily.
No, I said hierarchical increases of genetic.
Oh, hierarchical. Sorry.
Yeah, hierarchical increases of genetic information. If you're going from a least complex microorganism over a long period of time to the genome of human beings, you would have to have, unless one wants to invoke magical poofing, one would have to have an increase of complex genetic information. And in the case of universal common ancestry, it would have to be a hierarchical increase. What good reason would one have, or you have, to believe that incremental changes, such as mutations accumulating, would develop in long chains that produce complex functional information?
I think the thing that a lot of people can't or aren't really able to grasp is just the sheer amount of time that
Well, I
our
allowed for
Earth
that.
is. Huh?
I said that. I granted a long period of time.
Oh.
You see, because the amount of time that would be allotted is a drop in the bucket compared to the improbabilities when you get down to a nucleotide level at the DNA, right? Because at the DNA level, there's 4 nucleotides. Those are the base molecules that represent genetic information. Okay, and if they're going to accumulate one by one, right, in long sequences, then there is a given probability for each one. And then there would be a given probability for multiples of those. And so then you have, given the fact that the DNA code are generally very long in their sequences before they'll produce new functionality and fitness, the improbability grows for any particular functional segment. It would be an exponential growth, so that the idea that a long period of time is what will, or the number of trials multiplied by time can overcome the improbability, that's just not correct.
I think it is. Like
Oh, okay. All right. Well, we can test that out. Let me give you an example.
I mean, we have examples where like of speciation that have occurred within the past couple centuries. I mean, I live in California, and we have like a weird thing happening where a large population of salamanders are all splitting into like different species, and I mean, it's a classic example, but the Galapagos Islands, there's evidence that like all these different birds came about like and they have a common ancestor, and because of geographic.
Yeah, but what you just described, that right there,
Yeah.
is simply variation of pre-existing genetic information. And that's not what we're talking about. Citing examples, for example, people do, like, for example, the Galapagos finches, is just simply a variation within pre-existing genetic information. What the theory of evolution purports is that random mutations accumulated into long genomic sections that became functional with an increase of fitness, and due to that fitness, they survived and reproduced. But the whole scheme is predicated upon the assumption that randomness can produce a hierarchical development of complex functional genetic information. Now, there's a problem with that view. And the problem is the exponential increase of improbability when you start multiplying the improbability toward each unit of genetic information times the next unit of information that would be in a given sequence. Now, let me give you an illustration of what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I guess I don't really understand what you're saying.
Well, let's put it this way. Which would be easier for you to tackle? Cracking a 4-number PIN, a personal identification number, or a 10-number PIN?
Okay, I see where you're going with this.
Okay. The likelihood of cracking it randomly grows exponentially with each extra unit of information that has to be cracked.
Yes, but that's a fake analogy.
Yeah.
No, it's not a fake analogy. It's an analogy. It's not, and I will explain it to you.
Jackie, sweetie, I know you want to do stuff, but if he has his way, he will spend the next hour and a half to 2 hours pounding away at you with the same stuff over and over again because he's identified you as the weak link.
That's right. I'm pounding away at you, Jackie. I'm being very mean and cruel to you, aren't I, Jackie?
I'm kind of enjoying the
There are 8 other people, and there are 8 other people here.
Jackie, do you detect that I'm being mean or unfair to you?
No, but I will say that I'll tell you why I don't think that that's a correct way of thinking, and then someone else can chime in and whatnot. But
That's fine.
basically, what it is like, the evolution does not have an intent. Like, it's not trying to crack a code. It's just like
I didn't say that. I
it.
didn't say anything about intent. But do you understand that DNA is a type of a code?
That's not the. I saw what you did there.
That's debatable, but
That's
yeah,
not the same thing.
Okay, you can easily type into Google. You can easily type into the Google the phrase DNA code, and you will come up with a myriad of scientific sites that refer to it as such.
It's not a cipher.
The DNA code is a polymer. It's a string of nucleotides that code for the cell to execute a certain type of protein reproduction.
It's not a cipher.
Now, well, yeah, you know, I heard that echo 3 times.
Well, I'm going to keep saying
I didn't say that it was a cipher.
Well, then stop treating it like a cipher in your analogy. You said the more DNA.
Yes, you sound very upset.
You said the more DNA clicks together, okay, the harder it would be, the more improbable it would be to get the right numerical sequence. That's hunting for a code. This isn't
I
what
didn't
goes
say
on.
it was hunting.
That's
I didn't
hunting.
say
That's hunting for the right.
You're putting words into my mouth. Something
That's
which
hunting for the right answer. Okay,
When
you are setting this up. You're setting this up in such a way.
I'll wait till you're bloviated.
I bet that'd be a great idea. You're setting this up in such a way that essentially that evolution is playing some sort of game of bingo or guess the right number. It's not like that. This isn't there. The evolution isn't hunting for. Jackie was absolutely right. Evolution doesn't have an intent. It doesn't have a purpose.
Who said it did? I didn't say it did.
You imply that with your example.
I said there have to be certain random events that have to transpire for there to be an increase of functionality and fitness in order for there to be survivability. Now, I'll ask you a very simple question, Gus. What accounts for the specific arrangement of the genetic sequences in the DNA code?
On what level? On the level of an individual?
We're talking about at the base genome. It could be a genome of a microorganism. It could be the genome of human beings. The genome is a specific arrangement of nucleotides. Now, what accounts for that specific arrangement? And the reason why I ask the question is that the vast majority of potential arrangements would not yield functionality. Only a small subset of genomic arrangements of nucleotides yield functionality.
Define functionality.
So the question is, it means coding sequences that would code for either anatomy or physiology that would be functional, but not necessarily an increase of fitness. So Gus, in your view, what would account for the arrangement?
I need to understand the.
Okay, are we going to play? Okay, functional means something would work as opposed to not working.
So by working, are you saying
I'll give you an example. Suppose we had a DNA sequence for an extra toe.
Right.
Okay. Now that toe could either be functional or non-functional. It could just be there and do nothing. Or that toe could be movable and could be functional. It worked. Now, that functionality of that toe may or may not provide an increase of fitness that would aid in survivability and reproducibility. Okay? Now, getting back to my question is this. I never said that there was an intent or a purpose, but what I am asking you is what accounts for the specific arrangement of nucleotides that would have to accrue over a long period of time that would then yield an increase of functionality and fitness? What accounts for that, Gus?
That's a combination of factors, of which one of them is natural selection.
No. See, again, you simply do not know what you're talking about. Natural selection acts upon increases of genetic information.
Okay.
Natural selection only takes place. Natural selection
is this going to be a seminar
only
or a
takes
discussion?
place.
Is this going to be a seminar
I'll
or a
be very
discussion?
brief. I'll be very brief. You are incorrect, and here's why: is natural selection is what transpires after an increase of functionality and increase of fitness in the genome.
Yes.
So what accounts for the
I heard the question. I heard the question. Yes, but what you're not taking into account is that natural selection is an external pressure that determines whose greater increased DNA gets passed on to the next generation.
That doesn't answer my question, so I'll rephrase it. So
Yeah,
you can
actually, it
understand
does. It does. Taking an aggregate, with my first answer, it answers
within a
asked
universal.
Asked and answered.
Okay, so
Asked and answered.
Gus does not want to simply answer the question.
I did answer the question.
Gus doesn't really understand what I'm
answer the
talking
question.
about.
I answered the question.
Okay,
You're strawmanning me.
Are you done?
Stop lying about me. Stop bearing false witness.
Are you done, Gus?
I invoke that you're bearing false witness, and I demand you retract it.
Good.
By the tenets of your own religion, I invoke that you are bearing false witness, and I demand you retract it. Your God is watching.
Are you done?
Let's go!
Are you done, Gus?
Not by half. I can do this all fucking day.
Okay, good. I'd like to respond without being interrupted. Do you think
I want you to stop strawmanning me, and
Okay,
I want you to
good.
stop bearing false witness to what I said.
Do you think
Or
that
I will jam
can-
this entire conversation to a fucking halt until you
Well,
do.
that's fine. I would enjoy seeing that because that doesn't make you look good.
I don't give a shit. I don't care.
Good,
I will
well,
cover
good.
myself in fucking mud if I have to.
My
To get
guess.
you to be honest. To get
Be
you to
my
be
guest.
honest, I will cover myself in mud. To get you to be honest. Now, are you prepared to stop strawmanning me and revise your characterization of what I've said in order to be in line with factuality, or are you not?
I don't understand any of that gibberish what you just said.
Bullshit. You understand it perfectly.
These
You
are just
understood it a minute ago.
generalizations
You
that are
understood it a minute past
accusations.
ago. I
You're
ask you the
making
question again.
generalizations.
I ask
You're
you the
making
question again, sir.
generalizations without
I ask you the question again, sir. Will you have honor today, sir? Will you go back and fucking revise what you've said about my answers so that it is in line with what's true?
Do you think I should have honor?
I'm sorry, that doesn't sound like a yes or no to me.
Why are you requesting me
That
to have
doesn't
honor?
sound like a yes or no to me. Will you do this or not?
No, I do,
sound like a yes or no to me.
what
You're
I
not the only
choose to
one that
do,
can set
not what
railways
you tell me to do.
You're not the only one who can set train tracks down for an answer. That
That's
doesn't
correct.
sound like a yes or no to me.
No, it doesn't.
So I will accept a yes or no.
Well, that's fine. You can do whatever you want.
We've got fun end games. Yes or no,
Good,
kiddo?
that's fine.
Yes or no, sweet pants? Come on.
Well, I answer the way I choose
You're going to
to,
keep
not the
misrepresenting
way
my
that
answer
you
or
tell
what?
me.
Are you going to keep misrepresenting my
I answer
answer?
the way I choose to.
You answer the way you choose to? If the way you choose to doesn't conform with
Okay,
the truth,
you-
sir,
you
you'll
tell me-
stand
you-
to me.
You tell me when you're done, Gus.
No, I'm done when you do as you should do according to the tenets of your own fucking dogma.
Are you a moderator in this room?
I'm sorry, what was that? I can't hear your stupidity.
Are
Don't
you a
talk
moderator?
stupidity and I'll be able to hear what you have to say.
Okay. Well, if there's something that you think I should do, make it your case that I should do something.
I've already told you what you should do.
Why
and
should
now
I
you're
do
pretending
that?
not to understand.
Why, from your worldview, should I do
I'm
anything?
not going to get into that shit. I'm not going to
Where
get
do
into
you
that
derive
shit.
shoulds and
I'm
oughts
not going
from,
to care.
Gus?
I'm not going to care. I'm using your own worldview. This is your
Here-
worldview we're talking about.
Okay. Well, you don't
I
accept
am
my
holding
worldview.
you to your own standards. I'm holding you to the standards in your own Bible. I'm holding you to the commandments of your own God.
Mm-hmm.
That's
well,
you.
according
okay?
to
That's
you,
you. That's your
according
rules.
to you,
No,
those
never mind
standards
according to me.
are
No, according to me.
specious.
God
They're
isn't going to
without
give
support.
God isn't going to give a fuck how many atheists told you what when the time comes. God doesn't care about how many atheists told you what when the time comes. That's the commandments that was given to you in His book.
What God?
Now, why aren't you following them?
What God, Gus?
Your God. And don't start with me. You know which God I'm talking about.
Well, from your point
Does
of
your
view,
God
I'm
command
just
you to-
I'm
does your God
deviating from
command you to come
something
into
that
chat?
hasn't been
Does your God
substantiated.
command you to come into chat rooms and push people around because you think
I'd
it's fun?
like the audience to know.
Does your God command you to be an
more than
asshole?
edgewise.
Does your God command you to be about as charitable as a skinflint? Does your God demand you to fucking push people out of the way? Does your God demand you to turn a 9-person hangout into a fucking seminar for your own purposes? Is that what your God says you're supposed to do? Could you point me to which scriptures it says you're supposed to act like a shithead? Because
Well,
I'd be interested in seeing them. Is that King James Bible or fucking New Reserved Revised Standard?
Well, every time you have a meltdown like this, I enjoy it
Does that sound
because
like
it
a
makes you
meltdown
look
to you?
bad.
The things that are melted into a
Yeah,
puddle
it
sound
does.
completely
It
incoherent
does.
to you?
Yeah, you don't sound like you're being rational right now.
Well, I don't give a shit. I may not sound like I'm
Okay.
being rational, but there's a lot of people who think what I say
Yeah.
make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
You know
Well,
why? Because they've said some version of it to you themselves.
Well, I think you do a disservice to
I don't
yourself when
care.
you talk
I really
this
don't
way.
care. I don't have to. I'm in the fucking luxurious position of not having to give a shit. I'm condemned already, remember? What's your excuse? What's your excuse for not following the tenets of your faith? What's your excuse for not obeying the Bible? What's your excuse?
Now, you see, Jackie, this is what a classic
Hello,
example
what's your
of
excuse? No,
hyena
no, leave
attack.
Jackie alone. Leave Jackie
See,
alone. Stop
Jackie?
fucking around. You're talking to me now. You're talking to me now.
No, actually, I'm talking to multiple
You don't get
people.
to be star. You don't get to be star quarterback anymore. We're playing both sides of the court now. Now it's your turn to play defense.
Can anybody tell me?
Now it's your turn to play defense.
Could anybody tell
You're the
me
most,
what
now
Gus's?
it's your. Hey, are you paying attention? You're not the star quarterback. It's you and me, sweet cakes. Come on.
Could anybody else?
Why
in the
won't you?
room
Why
tell
won't you
me?
stick to the tenets of your own faith?
I'll wait till you're done ranting.
I tell you what. You know what would be a great place for you to wait in a country called Smarten Up. That'd be a great place for you to wait. What a person you could be. What an addition to this community you could be. What a wealth of knowledge and care and capacities you have. What a skill with rhetoric and flourish you have. And what such things that you could share with this community if only you weren't fucking hell-bent for leather on being some holy rolling, cheap-ass, skit-following fucking predator. And that's what you are here. You're an intellectual predator. You come looking for weak targets. People who you think you can push over easily. And the minute somebody steps to you with a real challenge and forces you to fucking play on an even field, you're gone. You fucking ghost like Swayze. Psycho was right. You're the most cryingest motherfucker up in here. About the only thing you haven't done is cry for a moderator. I'm surprised you haven't done that. You did that back in MK's room. I'm surprised you didn't do it here. Why won't you follow the tenets of your own faith? Why won't you show kindness and charity? Why does it always have to be about beating people senseless around here? Why is it always about making them look stupid, Darwin? What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? That people might actually think you're fucking worthwhile? What's wrong with you? I know what's wrong with me. What's wrong with you?
Are you done?
No, not by half.
Okay.
Why don't you
going.
challenge yourself? Why don't you challenge yourself and answer any of the questions I've asked you in the last 60 seconds? Why don't you challenge yourself? What's the matter with you? Why do you have to be like that? What a place for exchange of ideas this place could be if people like you would only stop trying to cut the weaklings out of the herd and smash them for your own pleasure. Why? Why does it matter? Teach them, but teach them gently. Such a person you could be, and yet you choose to be base and, you know, now I got to spend all my fucking time yelling at you. Why? I'd much rather listen. But you got nothing to say that you don't say 50 times over. What's wrong with you? Are you sore? Do you have some sort of physical pain? Is this something we can help with? Can we tell you you're a good person? Can we tell you that deep down inside you matter? Is there some way we can help? Because this is getting boring, Darwin. It's getting boring watching you work, man. It's getting boring watching you work. You know how sad that is from a guy like me who knows next to nothing about the scriptures? You know how sad that is? Wouldn't you rather walk away from a place like this knowing that you had taught people something, even if they begrudgingly wouldn't tell you to your face that you had? There are so many theists here that people love and respect. Wouldn't you want to be one of them? Why must it always be about blood on the floor for you? And this is me talking, the king of blood on the floor, and I'm telling you to take it easy. Doesn't that fucking matter? Don't you care? Your God commands you to love us. What have you done in the last 4 or 5 days that shows that you love any of us? I think you show more love to your dog than you show to us. I challenge you to answer me. I challenge you to answer me in any substantive way that doesn't involve rhetoric. I challenge you. Will you not take that challenge?
Are you
just
done,
gonna brush
Gus?
Are you just going to brush everything I said to one side?
Gus, are you done?
Why do you think the Paltalk Power Rangers exist, Darwin? You conjured them up. Your behavior conjured them up, Darwin. You made them exist, Darwin. The Paltalk Power Rangers wouldn't exist if it wasn't for you. You did that. And then when you came screaming over here from Paltalk, you dragged them with you. And you unleashed them, not just on yourself, but on us. Oh, they're fantastic as long as they're attacking you, or they're able to occupy each other with philosophical talk. But once they get bored, this place turns toxic as a motherfucker. And none of that would exist if not for you. You did that. That was what your style of rhetoric and apology and argumentation has done. That's what you created. Do you feel no responsibility for that? Don't. In French, we have a saying: "Have you no head? Have you no heart? T'as pas de tête? T'as pas de cœur?" Have you no head? Have you no heart? Am I alone here? Is it just me?
Are you done, Gus?
Am I alone here? Is it only me?
No,
Nope,
I'm here.
I said the same thing to him.
Finish, Gus.
I said the same thing to him earlier, not so many elegant words.
Yeah. Are you done, Gus?
And his response is, "Are you done, Gus?" He hasn't listened to words you said. He just ignores you, and he's just waiting for you to finish talking. Just goes to show what a decent, caring, courteous, honest person he is.
Why, Darwin? Just humor me. Give me the greatest gift you could ever give me, and just tell me why. Why? It doesn't make any sense, Darwin. You don't have to be that way. Just tell me why. That's all I ask of you. And you can't even grant me that.
Gus, are you done?
No, I'm not.
Keep going.
I'll do this all afternoon if I have to.
Please go ahead. I'm enjoying this.
Until you listen. Yeah, I know you'll record it all, put it all up on your channel. Atheist meltdown. That's what you'll say.
No. I wouldn't put atheist meltdown. I would put atheist hemorrhoidal attack.
Yeah, hemorrhoidal attack.
Yes,
really?
when someone basically.
When was the last time I accused you of having a hemorrhoidal attack? When was the last time I referred to any of your bodily functions? You know, the first person to bring up hemorrhoids around here is you. I never heard anybody talking. And I'm telling you, some of the people around here say some pretty prurient shit, and I've never heard anybody around here talking about hemorrhoids until you came along. Why does it have to be a hemorrhoid? Do I sound like I've got painful hemorrhoids?
Yes.
Do you know what a human being sounds like when they have painful hemorrhoids? Ah,
yes.
My fucking arsehole hurts. That's
like
what they sound like when they have painful hemorrhoids.
Yeah, I'm hearing it right now.
No, you're not. You're not.
Well, then how do you account for your tirades?
I am trying to get you to hear me. Why won't you hear me?
Oh, I'm listening.
No, you're not listening. You're waiting. You're not hearing me. Why won't you hear me? Do you really think that I am so depraved as a person that absolutely nothing that I've said should register with you at all? Is that really what you think?
Yes.
That even a busted watch can't be right twice a day?
I don't see anything that you've said is correct.
Really? Really? You don't come in here, your behavior doesn't border on abusive. You don't take over chat rooms, push sometimes eight people at a time into one corner while you work away at the person who you think is the weakest there. When people try to edge into the con.
I had no such magical ability, Gus.
It's not a magical ability. It's a very well practiced skill. I'll call you a lot of things, but I won't call you unskilled, and I won't call you stupid.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very practiced skill. I don't know where you practiced this skill. I don't know how you decided to pick this skill up or where you learned it, but you've learned it well.
Gus, have you ever heard the expression verbal diarrhea?
Really? That's what you got out of that? After all I said, that's all you got was verbal diarrhea?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Why are you here, Darwin? Why are you here? If God walked up to you and said, if God looking like Morgan Freeman or anybody else you want walked up and said, Darwin, tell me why you go there. What would you tell him? Why do you come here?
By the way, you can call me Duncan.
I'd call you whatever you like. That's not the point. Why are you here?
No, it's Darwin's Deedy. You can change your name to try and avoid Skylar's videos, but your name is Darwin's Deedy.
Let him call himself whatever he wants to call himself.
Yeah, Gus, you can call me Evolution False.
A person has a right.
You can call me Darwin's Deedy. You can call me Stephen J. Fooled. You can call me George Taylor, or you can call me Duncan Dawkins.
But that doesn't answer the question, Duncan. That doesn't answer the question, Duncan.
Did you like that, Christopher?
Why won't you answer
I
the
like
question?
that you have all these sock accounts that are basically like trollish memes.
What is it about my question that scares you so much you won't answer?
Okay, so Gus, are you done?
Why won't you answer my question? It's a simple question. Why are you here?
Done? I've been waiting this time to respond.
And you'll wait longer too until I'm satisfied.
Keep going, Gus.
Well, why are you here, Darwin? What is it that you're looking to accomplish?
I'm enjoying you accusing me of co-opting the room.
Well, sure, but that's not originally why you started coming here. You didn't know anything about me before you started coming here. So why are you here in general? Why do you keep coming into rooms? I mean, you come into rooms where I'm not there, so I can't be the reason that you're in every one of those rooms. So why? Why do you come here? What is it that you want? Everybody wants something. I come here for the company, frankly, and every now and then I like to have a fight. Why do you come here? It's obviously not because you're lonely, because you got no regard for anybody here. So why are you here? What is it that you want? You know, a really easy way to get what you want sometimes is just to let that thing under your nose and above your chin open up for the purposes of communicating what it is you want. Because good Lord knows you got no trouble talking about all sorts of other stuff. So why are you here? And no, before you ask, I'm not done. Why are you here? You're here to have debates.
I'm waiting. I'm waiting for you to stop your ranting. Are you done?
No, not a chance.
Okay, keep going. Keep going.
Why are you? Are you that stubborn? You won't even give that little bit away? Huh? Do you think is it part of a cosmic plan? Do you think you'll turn into a pumpkin if you know? Did you have a vision of God one day and he told you that you had to come on G Plus and debate? And if you came on G Plus and debated and told anybody why you were here, he'd turn you to salt? Like, there's got to be a good story behind this somewhere.
He's trying to make us Christian or something. At least that's what he's going to say. I'm not sure that's true.
Are you done, Gus? Are you done?
Are you trying to win souls? Are you trying to convert people? Is that why you're here?
No, he's not done yet. Okay, keep going.
Are you trying to win souls? Is that why you're here?
It should be yes, but I don't know.
Why? Yeah, you know, so much for always having to give an answer. But then again, I guess that doesn't apply to us. You know, I guess that doesn't apply to the benighted. Are you here to win souls? Yes, no, maybe so. Because if you are, you're going about it real shitty.
Are you done? Gus, are you done?
No, not even slightly. Nope.
Okay,
I'll
go.
keep at it until you start answering my questions.
Keep going.
I'll keep at it. I'll keep at it. I can do this all fucking day.
Be my guest. Go ahead.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm enjoying your rant.
I know you're enjoying it enormously, and that's great. But what you don't understand is I'm enjoying it too. So it's a question of whose enjoyment runs out first. I guarantee you, I was born stubborn. I don't know about you. Why won't you answer me, Darwin? What is it that you think you'll give away by answering me? Am I really so depraved? And if I'm so depraved, why do you bother talking to me or people like me at all? Why do you bother talking to the depraved? What's in it for you? What's in it for God? I mean, you're not a Calvinist. You don't believe in predestination. You were arguing with the Calvinists this morning. It's about the only fucking right thing I've ever heard you do. So you obviously don't believe in predestination.
Well, where did you get the idea that I don't believe in predestination?
That's what you said this morning.
No, that's incorrect.
Oh, I see.
You
so
see,
you do believe in predestination.
I can demonstrate here right now. You don't have the foggiest clue of what you're talking about.
Well, maybe, but that still doesn't mean that my questions.
Tell the room.
Maybe, but that still doesn't.
Tell the room what my position. Tell the room what my position is on predestination. Then.
Well, you just got done telling me I don't know. So what?
Would
it benefit?
It's easily demonstrable. Go ahead.
Okay. So you just got done telling the room that I don't know. So why do you want me to tell the room?
Did you just say on the microphone that I deny predestination?
I did, yes.
Okay, good. How did I deny predestination?
Are you denying the denial of my denial?
I'm waiting for your support of your claim.
I've conceded the claim.
Oh, you retracting your claim?
Darwin, I've conceded the claim.
Good. Okay, good. Then we can move on.
Well, maybe.
I'm glad you conceded.
But you were arguing with the Calvinists about some fucking thing this morning, so you obviously don't agree with everything they have.
Right. That's correct. However,
so do you believe in predestination?
Your memory.
Great. My memory is shit. Fantastic.
Are you going to let me respond to you?
No, not like that. No, not if you're just going to do it to make me look stupid.
Okay, well, you keep on ranting. Go ahead. I'm enjoying you being a drama queen.
I know. Sure.
Keep going, Gus.
And there's a whole long list of people who will say, why is Gus fucking doing to Darwin what Darwin does to everybody else? But as far as I'm concerned, it's about fucking time somebody did it. It's about time. And if nobody else wants to be the asshole, I'll be the asshole. I don't care. I really don't care.
But the thing is, you really don't have to work hard at it.
You're absolutely right. I was born to the role. And your own God says that sometimes he uses different people for different things, probably according to their own talents, although that isn't mentioned in the scripture.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah,
that,
in fact, he used a jackass to speak to Balaam.
absolutely. So think of me as a jackass talking to you, and yet you still haven't decided to
You know,
answer anything I've said
that
to you.
is pretty close to how I picture you.
That's great, but my questions are still salient. You can denude where the questions are coming from, but you can't denude the
If you
questions
want
themselves.
to, if you want to think so.
You can't denude the questions themselves.
Yeah.
A piece of manure could ask you the questions I've asked you, and they would still be salient questions.
So, Gus, are you done with your rant?
Isn't that the genetic fallacy? Guys, isn't that the genetic fallacy? I think that is the genetic fallacy. Obviating points and questions because of where they may come from. I think you just committed the genetic fallacy. Hey, what do you know? I identified a fucking logical fallacy. Maybe I'm learning after all. Why won't you answer any of my questions, Darwin? What's the problem? What are you afraid of? If I'm such a jackass, if I'm proving myself to be such a fucking idiot, what have you got to fear by answering the questions I asked you?
Are you done, Gus?
No, not by half.
Keep going, Gus.
What have you got to fear? You're obviously afraid of me for some reason. What are you afraid of? What are you scared of? Just answer a few questions. It's no biggie. I'm curious. I'm sure you get curious. Every time you get curious, people answer your questions. How come you can't answer their questions when they get curious? How come it's always one way with you? It's like a marriage where there's only one person putting out. So it's no wonder nobody's happy in the end. So why won't you answer? It's not that big a deal. Why is it such a big deal? Doesn't look like a big deal to me. Why are you here? Why do you feel such a need to be combative with people to the point of abuse? Do you not understand what you could achieve if you switched your tactics? Really? Not the time of day for those questions? Reasonable questions? If anybody else had asked them, you'd see them reasonably, or maybe you wouldn't, I don't know, but they seem reasonable to me. But you can't be bothered? Not even a bit? Can't be arsed? Jeez, that's too bad. That's really too bad. But if you think that's going to make me stop, you're crazy. Because I'll just keep asking the questions. I wonder if I should phrase them in a song. Maybe you respond better to singing. Do you respond better to singing? I could hum a little bit. Darwin, why won't you answer me? No? Not even a little?
Are you done, Gus?
Not by half.
I'll keep going, Gus.
Okay, I will. Why won't you answer me? Knock, knock. Knock, knock, Darwin. Knock, knock. Open the door. Open the door. It's the welcoming committee. They want to welcome you. Stop staying in your house and peeing out the window. You're lowering property values. Knock, knock. Why can't you be a nice guy, Darwin? Or Duncan? Or Festivus, or whatever your name is? Why can't you be a nice guy? Why you gotta make people so mad at you? What's wrong? Is it a childhood trauma? You don't have to tell us what it was. You can just discuss the childhood trauma.
I'm sure it's not one childhood trauma that would do this to someone.
Probably a lot of childhood traumas. That's pretty sad. We're a pretty understanding bunch, you know. Most of us. Even the ones that sound like jackasses. But you're mean. You're mean to people. Why are you mean to people? What does it matter if you beat down some internet atheist? What does that matter? And if you're really, and hey, here's another question that you're not going to answer. If you're really interested in having an absolute knockdown, drag-out fight where you show an atheist the fucking folly, the peril of their position, why aren't you going after the big fish? Why aren't you going after the Dillahunties? Why aren't you going after the Aaron Raws? Why aren't you going after the Stuart Smalleys, the Seth, whatever the guy's last name is? Why aren't you going after those guys? Why aren't you going after the big game? Or hey, if you don't even want to go after those guys, how come I never see you in a conversation with Ozymandias? How come I never see you in a philosophical hangout? You know, every time you end up in Xbox's hangout, it's always to just start shit. I never see you talking to the big fish around here. When was the last time you took any of those dudes on? You don't never take them on. No, you come into the free fire zones where you can push the mod around. And that's what you do. You push the mod around. And you piss, wail, and cry until you get what you want.
No, he got in a conversation with Ozzy once. Ozzy beat him down.
Well, geez, that's one time. That's one time. Let's multiply it by 10 to be generous. That's, by the way, something I do that you're not familiar with there, Darwin.
That's I multiply it by 10 to be generous. That's still fucking a gazillion times less than you come around here looking for weak atheists to beat up on. Because be honest, between you and me and nobody else, everybody plug your ears. That's what you're looking for, aren't you? You're looking for the weak atheists, huh? You want the weak ones. You like to hear their bones crunch between your teeth. Oh, what do you got? Finger looking good. What's next? How come you never take on the really strong atheists? How come you never take on the ones who really know what they're talking about? How come you won't have a discussion about evolution with Fiona? When was the last time you had a discussion with evolution about evolution with Fiona? I don't know. Has it ever happened? I don't know. Maybe it has happened. Somebody will correct me, but I don't imagine that that's something that's happened. I know you've talked to Steve McRae a bunch of times, and I know he's tried to put you straight, but you've got him on your troll list, so I don't know how often you're going to talk to him. Hey, though, if you really, really want to test the strength of your steel, why don't you go to those 15 questions that have been up on the internet since the dawn of fucking time, forget where they came from, and just try to answer them? If you really want to test your fucking metal, why don't you go through those questions one by one and fucking put an answer up? Any answer. Any answer would be fine. But part of the reason that list is so effective is they fucking hold it up there and you don't answer. You don't answer them. You haven't had an answer since the point that that list was generated. And since then, the time that I've seen you come on these internets here, on these hangouts, you've only ever answered one satisfactorily, and it came from me. And then I find out later that your answer was fuckered anyways. So why, if you're looking at really making your mark, why don't you start there? Instead of coming into hangouts and picking whoever you think is the weakest person and fucking working them over until what? What? Until they bleed? This brings you honor? This brings you glories? You hang that on your wall? It's like a scalp or something? Oh, look, I made Jackie wonder if she knew all of her facts about evolution. Oh, fuck me. Scare me some more, hero. What? This is what amuses you? Why? Why? Is it because to do otherwise would involve actually having to do some work? Actually having to know what you were talking about? Actually having to have a level of actual scholarship rather than just sophistry? If that's what you're worried about, I don't see it. But I don't know. Maybe your knowledge about these things is a mile wide and an inch deep. If that's the case, you're doing a pretty good job hiding it. So what's the problem? Why? You just will never answer. And you just keep doing what you're doing. And it doesn't make a lick of sense. Nobody understands. And you keep bouncing around from hangout to hangout trying to do this same thing, this tired old dance you do. And sooner or later, people get fed up with you. They gang up on you, the hyena gang. That's right, because that's the only way to deal with you. That's the only way to deal with you. You won't be charitable. You won't play both sides of the court when left to your own devices. You will eventually create a two-person dynamic where all you do is sit and talk to one person for hours at a time, and everybody else has to sit quietly and watch it happen. All I'm doing to you now is what you've done to people over and over again, room to room to room. And if anybody says anything to you, you flip out and you fuck off, but you're never gone for long. I've seen you bump in and out of 4 or 5 rooms in a fucking day. So what are you afraid? You're obviously not afraid to keep coming in and trying it over and over again. Christ, even Seamus has a better set of methods than you do. You don't see Seamus picking on weak people. You don't see fucking Seamus just trying to figure out who the weakest person is and beating them down. I've watched Seamus in his own way. Attempt to edify people and teach them and show them things. He doesn't ask them the same question 15 times in a fucking row because he's trying to make some sort of rhetorical point. As arrogant and as fucking, football spike at the end zone as Seamus is, on his worst day, he's a better teacher than you. But that doesn't have to be. The two of you could be on equal footing. When you first came here, you admired Seamus. Christ, you thought the sun shone from his asshole. And there was a lot to admire about Seamus. I'd be the first person to say that. Seamus has a top-notch scholarship. If I want to know something about that period of time, or if I want to know something about the manuscripts, at least from the position of a theist, I won't hesitate to ask Seamus. He knows fuck all about the Roman Empire, but we can't know everything. But you, and I wouldn't be afraid to ask Seamus. I wouldn't be afraid to have Seamus turn around and flip a script on me and try to fucking pin me and try to make me look stupid. I wouldn't be afraid of that, first of all, because it's not possible, and second, because it's not what he does. But you, if I walked up and asked you a question, the very next thing out of your mouth would be, well, now let me ask you a question. And you'd spend the next hour and a half trying to figure out what the fuck. You'd spend the next hour and a half trying to make me look stupid. That's not how you teach people anything. Do you not understand that? You have nothing to say except to ask me if I'm done? Nothing at all?
Are you done ranting, Gus?
You really have nothing to say to that except to ask me if I'm finished?
Are you done, Gus?
Of all of those things I've said to you, you have no comment whatsoever?
Gus, are you done?
No.
Okay, keep
Answer
going.
me. Answer me. Answer me. Come on. Just give me an answer. I'll tell you what. You give me one fulsome, honest answer, and I'll be done. I give you my word. Give me one answer in the spirit of which I asked the questions, and I'll be finished. I give you my word. No? Not even one? I guess you're not crazy to have this end yet. I guess you really don't want this to stop. This is what you want. You want to keep me talking because you think every sentence I utter makes me look stupid. All it does is make me look tiresome. Tiresome is different from stupid. Being a pest is different from being an idiot. You got your pretexts wrong. You have nothing to say? You won't even take me up on my offer? Answer one of my questions in a truthful and open manner, and I'll shut up, I promise. I give you my word.
Gus, are you done?
You just can't even hand that over, huh?
Are you done ranting, Gus?
You can't even hand that over,
No,
can
you're
you?
not. Okay.
You can't even hand that over, can you? Is this really how your mind works? Is this really the intransigence of Darwin's deity? Is that how it's going to be? Does that make the slightest bit of sense to you? Hmm? Darwin, talking to you. Knock, knock. Knock, knock. Atheists want to be friends. Knock, knock. Come out and play. You don't have to bring your football. We have one. We have a football for you. Come on. Knock, knock. All you got to do is be nice. You can come out and play. All you got to do is pretend that we're people too. Can you pretend that we're people too? Can you pretend that it matters to us too, how we feel when it's all over? That we're not pop-up targets? Can you do that? Is that possible? I think it is. Do you think it is? Hello? Hello, telephone. Telephone for Darwin. Telephone for Darwin. Who is it on the phone? Atheists. Come out and play. Let us sit and reason together. But with you, it's let us sit upon the ground and tell sad tales of the death of kings. Why must we do such a thing? If you truly have truths to teach us, must you humiliate us first to teach them? If you truly have the answers to the cosmos, do you have to be an asshole to put them across? Is that really what you need to be? Was Jesus an asshole? Was he really?
Okay, I was AFK for quite a while. Is Gus done?
No, you weren't AFK.
Okay.
You were right there. You were right there. It's like those times when you say you're walking your dog. You're not walking your dog. You're stepping away from the keyboard so people won't bother you anymore. It's all a tactic to you. Doesn't that seem strange to you that it's all a tactic? Doesn't that bother you a little? Just a little bit? Not even a slice? Not even a tad? Not even a pinch? No conscience at all when it comes to this? Really? Not even an ounce's worth of conscience? Not even like a milliconscience? A picoconscience? Ask me again if I'm done. Go on, ask me. Come on, you know you want to. Ask me again if I'm done.
Are you done, Gus?
No, not by half.
Okay, keep going.
But I'll be done the second you answer one of my questions. That's all you have to do. Just answer one of my questions, and I'll stop. I promise. I'll tell you what. I'll give you a pass for a whole day for 24 hours if I see you in a hangout. If you join a hangout I'm in, I won't bother you. If I see you in a hangout, I won't go in. Come on, 24 hours. Gus free. Hey, who doesn't want a chunk of that, huh? Christ, I could offer that to some of the fucking atheists I know, and they'd be on that like a monkey on a cupcake.
Can I take it?
Hey, monkey on a cupcake. If I offered that to some of the atheists I knew, ooh, they'd be harder than Chinese algebra. Look at Art. If Art got any harder, they'd call him the Russian tripod. Look at this.
Maybe it would help if you repeated your question.
No, he knows what the
Maybe
questions are. No, honey, he knows what the questions are.
Mm.
He knows what the questions are. There is one road to salvation here, just one. And he knows how to take it. Right? That's what his theism's been telling him for years. So he knows how it goes.
Gus, are you done?
Are you? Are you done? You done, Darwin? Darwin. Knock, knock, knock. Hello. Atheist at the door. Hello. Oh, who's that? Atheists. They want you to come out to play. They brought a cheese basket. Cheese basket. With Havarti. Hey, Havarti's expensive. Don't knock that shit.
I like cheese.
See? They're giving you their cheese. Come out and play.
Don't you like puppies?
Puppies!
Oh no. I triggered Jackie.
Barbecue or some other?
Holy
No, no, living puppies, please.
Well, I think...
You're a monster. You want to eat living puppies?
No,
What's wrong with you?
no. That's not
Well,
everything.
What started on Pal Talk was something called evolution false derangement syndrome, and it started with one person. It started to spread to others. But the funny thing is, it's actually spread over here to Google Hangouts, where certain individuals who don't like what I say, they don't like how I dialogue with others, and they become not only obsessed with me, but they're obsessed about blocking me in any way they can by interrupting, over-speaking, or, for that matter, co-opting the entire room just so they can prevent me from speaking. And what's amazing is it is literally spreading from certain persons to persons here on the Google Hangouts. So this is something that Google Hangouts may want to look into.
I don't suppose anywhere in your explanation is room for the question why. Why?
Well,
Why
what I'm curious, what really raises a question in my head, is why Gus, who when I first met him started out giving intellectual responses, and now he's emulating the power reprobates in just simply attempting to blocking me from speaking at any time.
When I
mean,
first
for
met
the
you,
last hour, Gus has been over-talking and blocking me from responding in any way, which is exactly what the Power Rangers, I prefer to call them the power reprobates, are doing. So what is it about so many of the skeptics on Google Hangouts that they're obsessed about blocking some theists?
Well,
I personally can't figure it out myself. I think that it might be, excuse me, did you want to rant again while I was talking?
I don't know. I thought you were asking questions.
No, I'm not done. I wasn't done talking, but if you want to block me from speaking, you can go right ahead and rant.
I thought you were asking questions.
And demonstrate exactly what I'm talking about.
Is this
So
rhetoric?
did you want to continue to interrupt me?
Well, I thought you were asking questions.
Okay,
If you're
good.
not
You
asking
keep on
questions-
interrupting me. You're exemplifying what I'm talking about. Go ahead, Gus.
Okay. Well, you know, I think both of us are showing the worst of ourselves here, because honestly, you're doing exactly what I was talking about. Being absolutely uncharitable, being an asshole, being mean. You know, you asked a bunch of questions, and then when somebody tried to answer them, you turned into a tit. I mean, this is exactly what I'm talking about. And as much as everybody sees my propensity to be fucking moralistic or righteous or holier than thou, they're seeing you for what you are too. That mirror is swinging both ways. That looking glass, pardon me, is swinging both ways. So who's better off? You say why are these people focused? You know, these people. You say these people are focused on you, and yet you seem completely oblivious as to the possible reasons why. You think it's because we're all deranged? Really? Is it? You think we're all just we're all nuts?
The answer is yes.
Really? Now, where would that assessment come from? Are you a psych major? Got any background in psychology?
Are you done interrupting?
So that's a question you're not going to answer. Okay.
Are you done interrupting me speaking?
I don't know. It's up to you.
Or are you going to choose to
always been up
block
to
me
you.
from speaking on the microphone?
It's always been up to you. That's what you won't get through your head. Is it's always
Okay,
been up to
I'll
you.
try one more time. Are you done interrupting me?
It's always been up to you.
Okay, so I'll just assume that he's done interrupting. Yeah, and it seems that in certain rooms where there's little to no moderation, the people who I'll say have the Power Rangers mentality, because it's not restricted to those who just wear the Power Ranger costumes, that they're bound and determined not just to disagree, not just to challenge, but to bloviate, insult, and block me from speaking. So I think that's more of an indication of what their true motivations are rather than I'm a bully. So what we just heard for the last literal hour was an attempt by someone who doesn't like me to block me from actually having a conversation with him and to actually block me from speaking. Well, the problem that this goes on, the problem isn't Gus, and the problem isn't the Power Rangers. The problem is the ineffectual moderation in the room by the room owner and by those who have the power of mods where they could stop this very bad behavior in a heartbeat. And they can say, you have 2 minutes, you have 2 minutes, you have 2 minutes. But in this room, we see consistently that the room owner and the moderators would prefer that a circus go on rather than adult, intelligent, back and forth, agreement, disagreement, and so forth. So that's all this room is. It's a zoo. And I'm done.
And yet you keep coming. And
I
yet you keep coming back.
I do keep visiting the zoo. I like the zoo.
Why?
It's entertaining.
Oh, so you're really not that upset about poor moderation after all, are you?
Yeah, I asked the external live chat like if they wanted me to intervene, and they all said no. So I just kind of didn't want to like get in the way of anything.
And by the way, Darwin, they fucking hate me on external chats. They hate me. The external chats are where most of the people go that don't want to come into the hangout and tell me what a shitbird I am to my face. And if all of those people detest me, and yet they still want me to go on for an hour, that should be another canary in the coal mine, that maybe the problem here isn't necessarily me. Just a thought.
Gus, did you ever think of going back to school and becoming a psychiatrist?
No. You?
No.
No. No. So be it.
It's hard to be
Right.
a psychiatrist. I mean,
That should be a comedian.
Yeah, well, I go into a variety of rooms, and one of my motivations is through hook or crook to reveal the very nature of skepticism and atheism for what it is. And I think that, yeah, I can see you nodding there, Seamus. I think that the reaction that I get for what I say, how I dialogue and debate people, is a big revelation to people out there that are neutral and are trying to understand the difference between the various mindsets between the theists, the Christians, and the skeptics and the atheists. What you will find is pretty much most of the skeptics behaving badly, although there are some theists who behave badly, like G-Man and Matt Bell. But I think that more often than not, the theists are much better behaved than the atheists. So when the atheists chronically attack me from time to time, it's irritating and I'll express it. But at the end of the day, I smile because they're showing their true colors and that they're really driven not by their intellect, not by the power of their reason, but by their passions that there is no God, and they want to stifle anybody who might try to reason to the contrary.
Did you get goosebumps when you said that?
Well, having said that, I will show you that I might not be as intellectually up to it as you are, but I do have honor.
Oh, I would agree with you there.
But I do have honor. The jury is out to whether or not you have some, but I will show you the honor. You answered my question. I will keep my word, and I'll keep it starting now. 24 hours. Enjoy them.
Wow, what a blessing. By the way, Seamus, with your beard, you remind me of the G.I. Joe that I had growing up. You know, remember the guy with the fuzzy beard? They had some G.I. Joes that had fuzzy beards. Some didn't. That was a compliment, by the way. Don't take that as an insult.
I can't hear Seamus.
I can't hear him either.
Seamus, if you're talking, we can't hear you. Seamus, we can't hear you.
He probably has to reload.
No, it might be something wrong with the settings. What kind of computer are you using, Shamos?
Well, there's been a lot of glitching in Hangouts lately, like people not showing up in the bar down below, or on like the live feed and stuff. And I mean,
I was wondering that. I saw like 9 or 8 people here the whole time. I couldn't get in. It was like it's full.
yeah, like sometimes some people won't show up on the live feed. I don't know what it is. Google is a piece of shit, and they don't fix it.
Check the language. Check the
language. Bad about Google?
Oh no, I should wash my mouth out with soap.
Executor! Crucify her!
Let's see you do better.
Well, for all the theists in the audience, I would strongly encourage you pray for Gus. His throat must be raw right now and open to possible infection.
I think Gus will be fine.
I just sure hope he doesn't have high blood pressure.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, go ahead, G.I. Joe. Did you hear the drama queen, Chamos?
No, I mean I came about 15 minutes towards the end of the monologue. He monologued for like 15 or 20 minutes, and then.
Oh no, he's been going at that for close to an hour and a half, nonstop.
Okay, well I only caught the last 20 minutes of the monologue, and then.
Yeah. I was having a conversation and pointing out to Lady Jackie that there's a problem with the current consensus about a universal common ancestry, and that is accounting for the rise of complex genetic information in the genetic code. Okay? I wasn't picking on her. I wasn't jumping on her because she's low-hanging fruit. I'm simply pointing out a problem that I have presented to people of all different degrees of understanding. And in fact, it's the same sort of thing that I've presented to Mdell, who you may have encountered on Pal Talk, who is working on his PhD. Now, to show you, Jackie, that I was not picking on you, but that is a relevant question, Mdell, who is working on his PhD in biology on Pal Talk, he's well known, I have asked him this same question. If the universal common ancestry or Darwinian evolution is true, how do you account for the increase or accrual of genetic information, and specifically the arrangement of nucleotides that would produce that new information? And the answer of the PhD in biology has no answer. So the answer isn't I'm stumping you with a question because you're low-hanging fruit. It's a question that the whole consensus on Darwinian evolution cannot answer. It is an integral part of the assumption of natural selection. You see, Gus invoked natural selection. He attempted to correct my so-called presentation of natural selection, and then he confused the fact that new genetic information arising has to take place first before there can be any natural selection. And the reason why he didn't want to let me continue is because he would have looked foolish, and this is why he filibustered for close to an hour and a half. But that's okay, because I think to the watching audience, he looked like the fool that he is.
Well, from my understanding, there's a lot of problems with natural selection, like a ton. And if you expect, I kind of like that argument from Jerry Fodor that shows that it really it doesn't have an overarching explanatory virtue that covers all aspects. It's really and another thing, it kind of the current model seems to be evoking some type of agent causation, like the ability to select from trait 1 to trait 2 when they're coextensive without explanation. So I mean, there's been demonstrable problems with natural selection for quite a while now.
Have you, Dorothy, have you spoken with Fiona Robertson at all?
No, I don't even know who she is.
She's got a PhD in I think microbiology. I could be wrong.
Excellent. I would love to talk.
Yeah.
Yes, it is microbiology.
It is microbiology, okay. And she's actually Catholic, and she's been in the field, like in that study for years and years and years.
When I see that name, I'll look forward to chatting with her.
Well, I had a conversation with Fiona. Who else was it? Fiona, Jade West, and Steve McRae on Jerry Fodor's argument, and they not only could they not understand it, they just were being basely incredulous to the whole idea and just throwing out kind of like insultive comments where they weren't even attacking the argument. And I don't know. I mean, I don't know if it's just something they weren't familiar with or what, but it wasn't received very well. It was I just seen a lot of incredulity.
Well, I think Darwin Theory and Fiona could probably have, like, if it was just one-on-one, I don't know, I think that would be pretty interesting.
You see, the interesting thing is, people who have advanced degrees like that tend to be more straightforward and honest with people who don't have degrees, because
Like
a lot of times the people who talk on these issues grossly overstate what the case is or the evidence, or they overly generalize. That's why when I'm talking with these kind of people, I lay down specifics rather than generalizations. When they say, for example, that there's overwhelming observational evidence of evolution, I say to them, when you say evolution, do you include the idea of universal common ancestry? And is there overwhelming observational evidence of universal common ancestry? And what people hate is they don't want to answer those kinds of questions.
I don't know. I just, like, as a layman, I'm able to look at the fossil record, and I'm able to look at, like how the basics of, just the basics of, like, genetics, like, like the theory of evolution and common ancestry just kind of fits in for me.
Well, it may make sense.
And like I said, I'm a layman, so like, and I'm totally open to new ideas. So if someone were to come in and say like, and they didn't use big scientific words, because that kind of throws me off. But if someone were to come in and like attempt to speak to a layman on how evolution doesn't work, then I would be willing to change my mind. But like, not only have I seen a lot of like the evidence presented for it, but I've also like shoot, I lost my train of thought, but it just makes more sense to me.
Okay, well, a theory or a hypothesis can make sense, but that doesn't necessitate that it's the case or that it's true.
Well, Duncan, Darwin, what is your theory or hypothesis as to why there are multi-cellular?
Oh, well, my presupposition is that the Christian God exists as he is defined and described, and that means that the Christian God is the creator of the world, as well as that he is the creator in the 6 days of creation.
Okay, so
Okay, then there's kind of the issue.
And by the way, it's not a hypothesis.
Do you mind not interrupting Jackie while she's talking? You did complain a lot about being interrupted yourself.
It's okay. It's okay. It's
No, it's
okay.
not, Jackie. Carry on. You were speaking.
Okay. There might have been a lag or something like that. But
No, Darwin often interrupts people. Carry on, darling.
it's okay. But like in that case, I'm one of those atheists who, in regards to a general God, I'll say like I don't know, but I'm pretty sure that I'm like 99% sure that the Christian God doesn't exist. So like even if you can disprove evolution to me, I think it would be really difficult to prove that the Christian God did it.
Well, how are you 99% sure the Christian God does not exist?
Because the only real I can even hardly call it substantial piece of evidence would be the Bible, but even there, like the Bible, there's a history to it that doesn't point to anything supernatural. Like it's like the Bible says God wrote the Bible that says God exists, so it's kind of circular.
How is that
Lack of evidence could never get you to atheism. So you'd have to go further than that. And there's no circularity.
Wait a minute, Seamus. You're picking on low-hanging fruit, right?
Well,
aren't you picking at the bottom rung, Seamus?
Let me clarify real quick.
You're correct, Jackie. Even if evolution was completely, utterly, and thoroughly debunked, it's not like there's two options: the Christian God or evolution. There's not even necessarily three options: the Christian God, a God, evolution. It could be so.
Okay.
You're correct in that.
Having insufficient reasons. Let me just say one thing real quick.
Okay.
Having insufficient reasons to believe something does not logically necessitate that that belief is false, unless you can demonstrate that were that entity to exist, you would necessarily see X, Y, and Z, and in the absence of X, Y, and Z, you can conclude that that entity doesn't exist. So the fact that you are unpersuaded as to the reality or truthfulness of the Christian God, that does not entail that the Christian God is false.
Yeah, Darwin's right. Lack of evidence can only be used validly if it's called evidence of absence, right? And that would just be relying on a generated expectation and saying that that generated expectation isn't present. Therefore, since the God thing generates this expectation, the expectation isn't present. Therefore, God doesn't exist. But you would have to substantiate an argument for a certain expectation, and that's kind of awfully hard to do. Given the fact that most of the time, if you're going to be using how we know about the Christian God is from the Bible, and all of that's going to be based on an exegetical interpretation. So, like, the best you can do is maybe give arguments for one or two different interpretations. But I don't know. I don't think lack of evidence will ever get you to atheism unless you can generate the expectation. So, lack of evidence alone would only get you to non-theism.
Let me clarify what I was saying. So, what I was actually saying was that it would be harder to persuade me that the Christian God exists than disproving evolution. That's all I was saying.
Okay, that's a different point of view then.
And then, sometimes I have a hard time, putting my point of view out because I'm not the most articulate person. So, maybe misunderstanding.
You're doing perfectly fine.
But, like I think it's more likely for there's so many gods that are presented, like there's so many god ideas. I can only like try to disprove one person's god idea at a time. Like for example, if someone believes that the god that they believe in is omnipresent, no, what is it? Oh, that there's free will and the God is all knowing. Like I
okay.
see that as a contradiction. Like,
Okay.
but that's just an example. Like there's other God
That's not an
ideas
argument
out
against
there.
God. That's an argument
Yeah.
against free will.
Let me tell you why that's a problem, okay? Okay. The overwhelming majority of people that are advocating that there is a contradiction between God's omniscience and free will have what we would call a perceptual view of God's foreknowing the future. Okay? That God sees into the future and the future is fixed. Okay? That would be called a perceptual model of knowing. 99.9% of people who discuss this issue have that view on God's foreknowledge. There is a different view called the conceptual model of knowledge, that God innately knows the truth value of all propositional statements. Okay? So God is defined in the Bible as not being a material being. It's not that he's clairvoyant, like he has a crystal ball, and that crystal ball is like a videotape machine where he sees into the future. The future does not exist, just like the past doesn't exist. These are conceptual frameworks. So if you have a model of the Christian God where his knowledge is that he knows the truth value of all propositional statements, that does not conflict with him knowing what people will freely choose. Now, if it's the case that God has a perceptual knowledge of the future, then that argument would have more merit. But the people arguing for the view that God's omniscience contradicts free will have not defended the perceptual model of God's foreknowledge. They just assume it, and they usually assuming it without even thinking about it. So there is not an ipso facto inherent conflict between the God of the Bible knowing the truth value of all propositions, which would entail the future, the past, the present. There's not an inherent conflict. So in order for people to use the argument that there's a potential conflict between omniscience and free will, they're going to have to, at least from the get-go, argue for the perception that God could only have a perceptual way of knowing the future. But they don't. So the argument doesn't hold.
Well, I mean, for like I said before, okay. To be more nuanced with my position, I would describe myself more as an agnostic than an atheist. So, like, if someone presented their God proposition to me, like, I could argue for or against it or whatnot. So, like, if someone were to come to me and say, like, God is all-knowing, knows the future, and there's free will, I'd be like, well, that God can't exist. Then that's all I was saying.
So you're an agnostic?
Yeah.
Okay, and so that what means is the word God is unintelligible?
That I believe.
No, that's not what
that,
agnostic means.
I believe that's theological.
I think you're referring to agnosticism.
Yeah, it's basically just like I don't feel comfortable saying atheist, because like that would be rejecting every single God proposition. For example, if someone were to come to me and say like existence is God, like I wouldn't necessarily be able to argue against that. I was a pantheist myself for a long time. I just decided to drop the God label from everything. Like I just don't take the extra step. But I would be like, you know what? If that's how you define God, then it exists because it's existence. It just really depends on like someone's definition of God.
So would you say your position is that there is no God, or that you are unpersuaded that there is a God?
I'm unpersuaded that there is a deity that exists outside of existence.
What do you call somebody who denies the existence of God?
And like which God? I mean,
Any God.
Like I said, I usually do label myself as an atheist, but I use agnostic to be more nuanced in.
I believe the term used for someone who denies God outright, completely denies it could exist, is called a hard atheist.
Yeah.
Well, I don't see that in any dictionaries. I don't see the definition of hard atheist anywhere.
I think it's more it's more of a phrase that kind of has risen up in discussion over the past few years, especially on the internet. I mean, I don't really believe in arguing semantics too much because it's pretty much like
I mean, in
modern.
Sorry, darling.
It's okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. In modern parlance, atheist is a very broad umbrella term, which varies from people who aren't sure but don't think God exists, right up to people who categorically state there is no God, end of story.
I would say, who the heck cares? Dictionaries record
me
usage.
too, to be honest. I can't be bothered.
Well, why does the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy state that atheism is the denial of the rejection of God?
I don't know. Why don't you ask them?
So why does the Internet Encyclopedia do the same? How about the Rutledge Encyclopedia?
Doesn't matter. People can use any labels they want.
Okay, good. So then what we're stuck with...
Dictionaries say it's a disbelief in God.
Okay.
Or a lack of belief in God. That there are various... You'll get various definitions depending on which dictionary you go to.
Okay, good. Well, the problem with that is that's an ambiguity and allows people to equivocate on the meaning of the word. So when you say lack of belief,
she explained it.
Okay, D, when you say that atheism entails the mere lack of belief, well, one could have a lack of belief due to the denial of the existence of God. They could have a lack of belief due to insufficiency of information, or they could have a lack of belief due to incapacity. To merely define atheism in such a nebulous way does a disservice to those who are atheists.
Being an atheist doesn't... If you say you're an atheist, that gives you nothing as to why you're an atheist.
I would like to address
story?
some of these misconceptions.
Okay, go ahead, Jack.
Okay, real quick, I don't really care what you call me.
Am I not audible? Why was I muted? Can someone explain that I was muted?
Oh, I'm sorry. Someone muted and told me to go or something. Like, just real quick, I don't care what people call me. Like, everyone has their own definition of what an atheist is or their own idea. It's been discussed and disputed even within the atheist community. When I say that I don't have good reason to believe in a God, and like it really depends on the person I'm talking to, their definition of a deity. Like, I don't need to put a label on that. That's just my belief. Label it however you want.
You guys, let's let Justin respond. Hey, if you want to say something, good.
What do you mean, Justin?
Sorry, Josh.
I'm not Justin.
Okay,
I was going to say I was a bit
for the
confused.
definition of atheism?
Excuse me, Realistic was going to have a...
Yeah, I would like to. Yeah, but
D, I asked you the question before Realistic spoke. D, what is your definition that you gave us?
Darwin, let's...
I answered that question.
I was speaking before
I answered that question. Realistic, you have the floor.
I didn't hear. What was the answer to it? What was the answer to it?
Josh was trying to chime in for a long time.
Okay, D, what was the answer to the question?
I want to explain.
Okay, D, what was the... I didn't hear the answer to the question.
Please stop over talking me. Okay.
No, I'm not over talking because I was talking before you. D, what was the answer?
Jesus Christ!
No,
Just let him
Josh was
answer you the
asking.
freaking question. This is stupid.
Yeah, of course.
God.
What he's doing is these guys come in and they try to block me.
I will answer the question after Realistic has spoken. I
Oh,
yield
okay.
the floor to Realistic. You
That's fine.
have to be such a
they want to
control
play.
freak about
I'm
it.
not a control freak. I
Yes,
asked the
you are,
question
darling.
first.
Now, Realistic.
And realistic a part of the power trolls, and he's just
Realistic, you
simply
have the
trying to
floor.
block my conversation with
Realistic, you have
anybody.
the floor. Realistic, you have the floor.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know if the question is okay.
All right, good. So what Darwin's was saying before I got to enter, and I had been listening on the outside for the past hour and a half, was that natural selection, or excuse me, he didn't say, he said the hypothesis of universal common ancestry, right, depends on the thesis that there is an increase of complex genetic information. Now, he didn't explain how he gets from the hypothesis of universal common ancestry to the hypothesis that we would expect to see an increase of genetic information. He never explained that inference. Now, so what he would have to do is he would explain how it's in virtue of the fact that of universal common ancestry that we that generates the prediction that not only that this occurs, that complex genetic information does in fact increase over time, but that we would have a mechanism, right? Because that's what's on the claim. He's saying that we don't have a mechanism to explain this. That doesn't show that common ancestry is false. All it shows is that we might not have a particular explanatory mechanism. But from the truth of universal common ancestry, it doesn't predict that we would have a specific mechanism, right? There are people, notably people that even Shamos knows about, people like Jerry Fodor, who believe in universal common descent, but reject one of the mechanisms posited as universal common
Can I
descent.
stop you there? Because
Well,
I don't want to
wait,
discuss
this is
them.
breaking
Hold on,
away
just
from my question to D. He was allowed to speak, and
God
I'd like
dang
to go
it.
back to my question.
I let Shamos interrupt me, but you've been hogging the table for fucking
D,
the last hour
you
and
had
a half.
stated, D, you had stated that atheism is to be defined such and such. And I'd like to know from you, D, is where did you get this definition, and why is that definition authoritative when you're putting it forth?
Okay, I didn't finish what I was saying, but I broke for Seamus to interrupt, and then Darwin's
I was speaking before you were. I was speaking before you were.
the last fucking hour.
Yeah, well, I was speaking before you were, and you interjected. So, D, you
Just
gave
read
us
the
a definition.
sidebar. Read the sidebar, Darwin, and let Realistic continue.
Okay, so no, I'd like to hear from you, audience. Okay, this definition of atheism that you gave over the microphone,
Which definition?
the one that you gave. Okay,
What?
the definition of atheism that you gave.
I said it was a broad
presented,
term.
Okay, good. Now, okay, so in other words, it's a broad term. So in other words, then why are you objecting to the way that I'm using it, D?
I would like to. The way you used it.
You know what? You're interrupting. I asked you a question.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Yeah,
Why are
and I
you
answered that
objecting?
question.
Okay, Realistic, just shut up. D, you were objecting to the manner
I
in which
answered
I
the
was
question
using
you
it.
asked. A Realistic
So
has the floor.
why is it a problem the manner in which I was using atheism if atheism has broad uses?
I didn't say you had a problem.
Then why were you objecting to my use
I
of the
merely
word?
pointed out that it's a broad term, and it
Right,
varies on
right.
people. Who,
Okay, good.
Right.
So you're okay with the
so
way I was
Realistic,
using
you were
atheism?
saying?
Were you okay with the way I was
Realistic, you were
using
saying?
atheism, D?
Realistic has an answer, please.
D, were you okay
Realistic,
with the
you were
way that I was
saying?
using? Okay, so you want to speak to me, but then when I ask you questions and response, you want to be silent. I know how the game's played here.
I
All right,
answered your question. I've also put something in the side chat for you to read.
Okay, good. So if you're going to interject to me, D, you're going to expect a response from me.
Let's just continue the discussion about natural selection that we were on previously, okay? Now, Shamos interrupted me. I want to hear what Shamos decided to interrupt with. So, Shamos, will you please continue on that point specifically, and then I'll continue.
So I'm not going to contest the mechanism, and I don't think that necessarily has to be known. Like, there are things in science where just as long as just as long as it might generate like more hypotheses that are testable, we don't actually have to know that mechanism. So I won't be arguing against that. But I think that maybe Darwin's didn't connect the inference of how universal common ancestry would imply added genetic information But it seems like so basely presupposed within evolution. Like if you just extrapolated back to like eukaryotes or whatever, and then you came forward, we would agree that there's more complex levels of DNA as the you know, from like the simplest cells on up. So I think maybe he didn't connect the inference, but it seems so basely presupposed in evolution that like probably the reason why he didn't make the inference is because it's kind of unnecessary. Like that is what they mean by evolution.
Yeah,
So
Seamus, the opponents of my position, the only alternative that they would have to an incremental hierarchical increase of genetic information, which would result in a universal common ancestry. The only other alternative that they would have, other than creationism, intelligent design, would be that the genetic pool of complex instructions was already inherent within all the organisms. Now, there is nobody on the face of this planet that is even suggesting, and anybody who would be laughed off the scene. So it's almost inherent in the idea of universal common ancestry of a hierarchical or accrual of genetic information over time that results in a universal common ancestry. One follows the other. So they're being disingenuous when they're trying to separate.
Now this is just polemics.
I'm not done. You're interrupting me. I didn't finish. You're interrupting me. You're interrupting me. You're interrupting me. You're interrupting. I wasn't done. You're interrupting me. You're interrupting me. You're interrupting me. I'm not done. I muted your mic because you're interrupting me. So what they're playing is a little intellectual game.
Yeah, I affirmed that I'm interrupting you because you're engaging in polemics.
Okay, you're interrupting me. Please do not mute my mic. I wasn't finished speaking to Shamos. I was not speaking to you. Okay, I think you're confused that I was speaking to you. I wasn't. I was speaking to Shamos.
Just engaging in polemics.
Okay, so I'll just wrap up what I was saying to you, Shamos. That this is a little intellectual subterfuge that some people are playing on the internet, that they can disconnect the idea that there is an incremental accrual of hierarchical genetic information, because that is what translates to a universal common ancestry. Saying that there's a disconnect is they're being disingenuous.
I would agree with you
in order to
completely.
make a sophomoric philosophical point, Shamos.
Well, I don't know about that, but I agree with you completely on what you said about the hierarchical increase of genetic information based on what evolution says as a theory from common ancestry. So I think maybe that should just be basically presupposed. I mean, that it's pretty obvious.
It is at all evolution sites out there. These people who saying it doesn't have to be assumed is laughable. Well, what's the alternative? That the genetic pool of information is present in all the genomes of the animals? I mean, this is patently absurd. It's a sophomoric philosophical attempt.
All evolution posits is that what explains the divergence of the diversity of species is evolution through a mechanism called natural selection. Now, I don't actually think natural selection is a mechanism that explains it, right? And there are other mechanisms that explain, that are posited in science that are attempt to explain mechanisms such as genetic drift and so on and so forth. I don't actually know all of them. I'm not an evolutionary biologist, but what I can say is that Shamos, what I accepted for the sake of argument was that is the case, right? I accept that it is the case for the sake of argument. But what I pointed out was that Darwin's didn't explain it. Now, maybe you're of the intuition that the theory of evolution does require that, and that's fine. I would need that explained to me. I don't know anything about it. That's fine. Okay. Now, so all I was saying is that Darwin's didn't explain it. He merely asserted it. Now, if you think it's a presupposition, we'll have to explain that. We can get into that talk another time. But what I did say is that the hypothesis of universal common ancestry doesn't predict that we would have a mechanism that explains genetic information, right? So it can't be the case that us not having a mechanism that explains the increase of genetic information is evidence against the hypothesis of universal common ancestry. Furthermore, it doesn't show how it could, he never said that how it would falsify the hypothesis of evolution. And further than that, he suggested it doesn't show, just because we don't have a mechanism doesn't show that it's not in fact the inference to the best explanation that is supported by numerous empirical facts, including things like the fossil record. Right now, he hasn't shown how that falsifies it, because he hasn't shown how it's predicted. Right, and then he also hasn't shown why it's the case that, or I'm sorry, he hasn't falsified it in virtue of the fact that he said, oh, well, here's a fossil that we wouldn't expect something in the fossil record. So just because we don't have a specific mechanism that explains certain features, certain observations, it does not imply that the hypothesis of universal common ancestry is in fact false, right? And alternatively, right, he wants to say, due to specific interpretations of the Bible, interpretations which he can't justify because he can't explain how he justifies his interpretive methodology, especially based on the fact that you can't observe God, and he himself has even said that we cannot know the intentions of speakers. We cannot know the intentions of agents, which is flatly the stupidest thing that I have ever heard, right? Now, he said, so he can't even in principle justify how he interprets the Bible to mean one thing rather than the other, because he doesn't know whether God was saying one thing or another thing, because he said himself that we cannot know the intentions of authors. So okay, so he said we cannot know the intentions of authors. Now, what follows from that is that if God intended to say specific words on the page, right, if God intended to convey a message, we could not know that. So his basis for rejecting natural selection, right, or I'm sorry, rejecting universal common ancestry is on the basis of his interpretation of the Bible, which he self-admittedly can't know because he can't know the intentions of agents. All right, now let's say what the alternative hypothesis is, right? Because nothing follows from the fact that a God exists that we would observe created genetic diversity in species, right? We wouldn't expect biological diversity in species. When you posit an agent, nothing follows from that. Now, what you could say is you could posit an agent with the specific intention, an intention that you can't possibly know.
Well, can you support that inference? Because that would be interesting. I've just heard, I've always heard you say it's that God is consistent with all observations, but that would just be the assertion. There needs to be an inference underlying that, right? And is it just a mere appeal to his omnipotence? Because I don't even see how that could justify it.
Well, I think, well, you know, if you look up the Leibniz-Ross theory of omnipotence, which I think runs into specific problems that are avoided in the act-based theories of omnipotence. If you look up the Leibniz-Ross theory of omnipotence, what it means for a possible state of affairs to obtain is for God to have effectively made the choice that state of affairs. So it is in fact logically equivalent on the Leibniz-Ross theory of omnipotence. It's logically equivalent to being a possible state of affairs, right? So if God is omnipotent, that's logically
So the
equivalent.
Leibniz-Ross is a modal claim to omnipotence?
Yeah, it talks, yeah.
Well, I don't understand omnipotence in that way. What are the other models? And does your inference hold on the other models? Because I wouldn't hold to that one. And I still don't, I don't understand the fundamental inference that, because I hear you guys say it a lot, that God is basically compatible with any given observation, but
right.
That's never been justified other than an appeal to omnipotence, which...
No, I can... First of all, on the act-based theories, there's a strong charge of incoherence, right? And that's when you get issues like the Stone paradox, because you get actions like A is a logically possible action. Well, there are two logically possible actions that contradict one another, right? Like it's possible for a being to create a stone that he cannot lift, and it's also possible for a being to move any stone, right? And so then you get contradictions, and so act-based theories are generally rejected.
Well, they're only a contradiction if they're in the same time in the same way. For example, like if you have a set, right, and within that set there's either a proposition and then the proposition's negation, that doesn't necessarily mean that there's an incoherence on that definition. It just means both of those propositions can't be in the same time in the same way. Both of those propositions can be, just not in the same time in the same way. So
Right. Well, I think so. I think the idea is that at any given time, if you say God is omnipotent, you're going to be committed to him being able to do those logically possible actions at any given time, right? And so, since one precludes the other, it can't be the case that God is omnipotent, because omnipotent is just incoherent.
no. That just shows that just shows that version of what we would call omnipotent. Now, I wouldn't even call that omnipotent, right? Because to say he can't do two things, like the proposition and the negation of the proposition at the same time, same way, and that entails he's not omnipotent. Well, that's not what I mean by omnipotent. So,
Shamos, I have to go. We can talk more about this later, but I want to finish my point.
Okay. Sorry for the sidestep. I'll let you finish. Sorry.
One thing I want to address is the inference that I didn't say that. I said when I said God's existence is compatible with all states of affairs, I don't mean specific types of gods. I'm just positing an intelligent agent, right? I just mean like the God of like intelligent agents, right? And the reason I say that is because I have a view that says that the physical facts underdetermine the mental facts, right? And we can get into a specific argument about that. The argument is called the rule-following argument. And if you understand the rule-following argument, you would understand that it's in virtue of non-natural properties that are intentional properties, right? That intentions are going to be consistent with all possible observations. And again, you and I might have to go through this argument on our own time, right? But it's on that basis that I conclude that there can't be a possible observation that's consistent with intelligence, and or that's not consistent with there being intelligent agents, right? So I think all observations, right, because all observations are things that are studied by the natural sciences, things from third-person perspective, those are all going to be consistent with the existence of minds.
I'd have to hear the inference to that.
Right. Well, it's the rule-following argument, and I'm really running out of time. But
Well, we can just put that to the side, and you can finish up with whatever other subject you were talking about before you leave. I'm fine with that.
Right. And so, okay, if Shamos grants, for the sake of argument, that intelligence is compatible with all states of affairs, right, then it doesn't follow from the fact that there exists a God that we would expect biological diversity, right? So what EF was saying, that he has an alternative explanation that explains biological diversity in virtue of the fact that God exists, wouldn't mount to anything other than an ad hoc explanation if he made a hypothesis that only predicted the phenomenon in question. That is to say, if he had a God that wanted, for example, that there would be biological diversity. Now, he would have to explain, for that hypothesis not to be ad hoc, he would have to generate a prediction from a being with that intention, and then he would have to show evidence, right? That is to say, an observation that was predicted by that intention that was in fact observed. And also, the definition of atheism has been like controversial for at least the last 2.5 centuries. So, and there's a huge list, and I'll post it. I have to go through my emails to find it again. I'll post it in the external chat for all of you who want to read several citations about how the word atheism has been used by philosophers over the last couple of years. But I have to go. I'll talk to you later.
Bye-bye.
Okay. The first people to be called atheists, I believe, were in fact the first Christians, because they didn't believe in the same God that the Romans believed in.
Yeah, I heard
I
about
think
that too.
ultimately there might be a little bit of kind of tension when people are straying from like a highly regarded like philosophical definitions, but I don't think that has to be the case. I think it's simple enough to just say, okay, explain to me what you mean by atheism when you say the word, and then whatever that falls into, it'll fall into some category that I'm familiar with within the literature, and then I can just hold that in my mind and keep that for reference of the conversation. So like earlier when Jackie said, well, look, I don't see enough evidence. That would be a position of non-theism. But she did make another utterance where she said, I think that the Christian God doesn't exist. So it seemed like she would be an atheist. I didn't hear the arguments, but I assumed that she has some. She would be an atheist towards a Christian God and a non-theist towards probably vaguer gods like deism, I suppose. So
That's a little more accurate. I would just say that, like, I spoke wrongly, but I think most people's perceptions of the Christian God have flaws in them, like logical flaws. But I mean, some people's perception of the Christian God, I guess, work, like logically, but I still don't have like sufficient. Thus far, and it may change in the future, but thus far I have not been presented with a convincing argument.
well, let me just tell you one other thing. So most people would like to use an argument from the incoherence of the properties of God, like to say that the Christian God doesn't exist, and that would be a very good argument if you could facilitate one of those arguments. But the one that you provided earlier, and I'm not trying to be highly critical, the argument that you provided earlier is kind of known as it's called the free will paradox, and that's not an argument against God's existence. It's an argument against free will being coherent. So that argument could never be a justification for atheism. That argument could only be a justification against the belief.
I'm well aware of that. What I was saying is that there are some characteristics of gods that people have presented to me that don't follow. And I wasn't saying that necessarily your view on that was wrong, but I have encountered people who believe that their God can be all-knowing of everything in the future, and there still be free will. What I was saying is that even if there is a general consistent definition of the Christian God, there's still a lot of details that some people adhere to and some people don't, not defeat their idea of what the God is.
Yeah, I can tell you some of the ones that I commonly hear that I think are probably amongst the most logically valid. So the one we were just talking about would only be an argument against free will. There was one earlier that a realistic brought up, where can God make a rock so heavy that he can't lift? That one's usually sidestepped by saying that God can do all things that are logically possible, and it would beg the question against logical possibility for God to do something that would violate his aseity or something like that. So I think the interesting ones are usually the ones that posit basically like substance dualism or the mind-body problem, where it says, well, if God is an immaterial mind, and they're usually semantic arguments. So that they'll say something like this. They'll say, well, if God is a mind, and what does it mean to say that a mind can be immaterial and still interact with the physical world? And so it's it's a semantic coherency argument. Those are usually the better ones that I've heard.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of, and I agree, there are a lot of arguments that, I guess, quote to my side of the camp, and I don't believe in the two sides, there's a bunch of different positions, but generally, my side of the camp does make faulty arguments, and the arguments that they're trying to make are necessarily criticizing the characteristics of a deity and not necessarily the deity's existence. And sometimes they're not even oh, hold on, someone here, hold on. Okay, someone got you there. But for example, I remember I hear this a lot about how the problem of evil or whatnot, oh, there's evil, that means God doesn't exist, and that kind of argument I feel is kind of stupid. But I do if I was even close to converting to Christianity. Like, I think one of my biggest obstacles is like, and it's not necessarily, like I said, it's not necessarily like, oh, does God exist or whatnot, but I guess like my mind block, my roadblock would be, the Christian God cares more about free will than about the safety, the mental and bodily safety of his creations. For example, the child rapist scenario that everyone brings up, like what keeping this God from stopping the rapist from raping a child, right? And the answer that Christian gives is free will. Like, people need to be allowed to, like, commit evil. And that's the whole point of, like, the sins and all that. Like, you know what I mean. You guys are Christian. You know where
Yeah, I
your
think that free
argument.
will is
And hold on.
oftentimes.
Can I finish? And so, like, my big concern is that if God values free will over the safety of his creations, right, then why does he intervene when his creations pray? So there's some points where he's said to intervene, and then in those cases free will is like it's interrupted, but then there's some cases that we would think that he would intervene where free will is not interrupted.
Well, there's a lot of responses to that, but I think the one that's kind of the neatest response is one that grants free will and then invokes a theological concept called Molinism. And it basically says this, that basically that humans have a certain type of depravity, or that is going to there is going to be sin in the world due to their nature, that and whether we can talk about where that may come from, whether the fall or just being not perfect, but it basically says that because of this depravity, that humans will they can't all do good things in every possible world. So what people like proponents like William Lane Craig say is that God has actually actualized the best possible world in which the most people freely come to choose God. So what it is so this world, if that is the case, would be the world in which the most people have chosen to freely believe in God. And I think that is an interesting response. And I think there are other theodicies that could be thrown, like the Irenaean theodicy, which basically says that like there are certain virtues that are necessary, and for these virtues to actually exist, evil must exist. For example, forgiveness as a virtue. Most people think that forgiveness is virtuous and good, and so, but in order for you to forgive someone, there has to be some transgression against you, right? So there has to be some evil or some bad. In order, there's nothing to forgive. So if you combine that with Molinism and combine it with an Irenaean theodicy, it would just basically say that that it is a good thing for such virtues like giving to charity and being altruistic and forgiving people. But in order for those things to take place, there's a necessary amount of evil for a greater good.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense, because if you're talking all possible worlds where there could be no evil and you choose God, well, that would be heaven, right? There's no evil, there's no sin in heaven, but you want to be there with God. So is it just a choice that we have before we get there, and then you have no more choice in heaven?
Perhaps I'm not really keyed up on that theology or anything. I mean, that's one possible scenario. I hear that invoked often, but I haven't really given it a whole lot of thought, because theologically I don't think it's ultimately that important what happens in heaven. So I just stay right with Jesus, and what'll happen will happen.
Yeah, but it wouldn't matter. I mean, because if we're trying to say we need a free will to choose right, wrong, and go through the suffering and everything, just to get to heaven and not have free will to choose right and wrong up there, and just be a robot to follow God, just worship God constantly. I mean, why have free will to begin with? Why just not?
What I'm saying is, I'm not convinced that is the case. I said some Christians argue for that, and I hear that articulated a lot, but I'm not taking a definite position. So I'm not I'm not at liberty to weigh in on said topic.
I will give you props though, Shiros. Like, if you remember, I actually presented you with the same scenario about a little over a year ago, and you had no answer for it. So I will say, like, it seems like you're a lot more knowledgeable at the subject, you know. Yeah, but it still doesn't make quite that much sense to me, but I got like 60 to 70% of what you said.
Well, and just to say this in closing, I think the evidential problem of evil is probably one of the most compelling arguments for atheism. I think there are sufficient theodicies, or else I would probably be an atheist, but I think that intuitively most people, regardless if they can articulate it or not, are going to cite the presence of gratuitous evil as evidence against the existence of God. And so I think pervasively and intuitively that's going to be the strongest argument with pretty much everyone.
I guess for me, personally, I don't know if that's my personal strongest argument. I think I like the mind and body thing. Like that makes a lot of sense to me. Sorry, my boyfriend playing a video game, but oh, gee, I played a prank on Kevin this morning.
Was this about putting makeup on it?
Yeah. April Fools.
I saw an excellent April Fool's video. It's basically somebody had got some images of Donald Trump, with Donald Trump's basically saying that he wasn't really running. It was an April Fool's.
Oh my god.
It's quite a well put together video, but unfortunately I thought, no, that's the April Fool's that was quite amusing though.
Oh, I was gonna make a post on G Plus that I was changing my party affiliation and voting for Donald Trump, and then I didn't know how to like word it in a way where I could be like semi-convincing, so I just put that I don't like puppies anymore and everyone's stupid. But
yeah, it's got to be convincing if you're gonna.
I like puppies. Puppy.
Oh, excuse me. Have you been, DPL?
I've had a very, very, very bad day.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
I've managed to achieve absolutely nothing because I made the mistake of trying to upgrade my internet security software.
Oh no!
It was with a company that I've used for years and years and have been, on the whole, absolutely fantastic. AVG, and they offered me an upgrade or something. Excuse me, a different version for highlight figures of 66% discount and whatever. So I tried to install it, and it was for as many computers as you have. So I tried to install it on the first one, completely messed up. Tried to install it on the second one, messed up. Then I thought, okay, just get rid of everything, and I couldn't then remove AVG. So I then had to, this was going on for hours, then I was phoning up their help center, then downloading additional software that actually gets rid of programs that won't actually remove themselves, which introduced a whole load of other problems. I probably spent 6 or 7 hours messing around with this. which is, you know, it's a day's work gone.
Yeah.
So I've asked for a refund, and of course you can't ask for a refund over the phone. Oh no, they won't do that. Oh, that's the other thing. This is what really upset me when I first phoned them up. They said, well, let's share computer screens so we can see what's going on wrong here. So I shared computer screens, and they pressed a few buttons and things like this that brought up a whole host of programs, and they said, oh look, your entire computer's corrupted. You're going to have to get rid of all of these programs, but the good news is we can help you do that. Just give us £100, which is about $150, and we'll do it for you now. And I just know that this is a potential scam, and I lost all confidence and trust in them.
Yeah,
So
I'm
when I said
surprised.
no, they put me onto their manager, who reduced the price to £60, and I said, no, it's all right, I know someone will do it for free for me if there is a problem. Then he tried to drop it down to £25, and by this stage I'm thinking, no, I'm not having any of this at all. So there was, as I say, a best part of an hour wasted in that. So yeah, not particularly constructive day for me. But I just caught in the end of the conversation, and free will is one of those things that I kind of find slightly interesting. I just wonder, I don't know whether it's been discussed in the group. I'm sure it's been discussed throughout history. Is free will actually necessarily related to the issue of whether there's a God or not? Because apart from the fact that theologians
No, I don't think so.
denomination, you don't think it is? No.
No, because there's actually the majority, like 95% of the people that do argue philosophically for free will are Christians or theists, but there is a very small minority of people who are non-religious that do. So that leads me to believe that maybe there is a correlation, but it's not necessarily entailed. You know, like I still think an atheist could make an argument for free will.
Oh, I'm sure they do, and I'm sure they have done. I'm just not sufficiently knowledgeable of the subject. But as I say, when I first joined, which was only a few minutes ago, the first thing that struck me was that very question, because I don't see that. I mean, obviously there is a connection by reason of religious people saying you get free will from God, but if you cross God out of the equation, you're still left with the question of whether we have free will or not, and that's a question that I think is of interest to discuss, and has been discussed for thousands of years, I'm sure, by atheists and theists alike. I'm sure we'll not get an answer to it, and I don't know how. Is there anyone that would sort of like posit what sort of evidence would be necessary to show that we did have free will, leaving aside the religious arguments, because I'm not interested in religious arguments.
I don't think there can be evidence, and I mean there could be like philosophical arguments and stuff, but I think that's primarily the reason why free will is a philosophical issue, not like a empirical issue, because there really can't be any evidence for it against. Now, if you consider philosophical arguments evidence, then I guess there could be some measure of evidence for it. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. People start leaving as soon as I turn up. What did I do? Sorry.
Only one person left. She's gone. She just put in the side chat that she's off to chill out with her boyfriend. So.
Oh well, that's okay, I guess.
Yeah, she don't got time for any of this bullshit.
So I think you see, this is another interesting question as to whether you consider philosophical arguments to be a form or whether they can ever be a form of empirical evidence. Now, I think that philosophers...
No, not empirical, but a form of evidence. Leave the empirical.
A form of... Oh, yeah, okay.
Right.
I think they can lay out the structure of an argument, but I don't see, and do come up with an example if you think I'm wrong here. I don't see how they can be an argument.
Well, the knife cuts
sorry,
both ways. So
sorry. They cannot be evidence. My bad.
Right. Yeah, the knife cuts both ways. So you could take that position, but you'd fundamentally be committed to it going on both sides. So you could take that position, but what it would entail is that there couldn't even be philosophical arguments for atheism. Right. So most people seem to want.
I wouldn't have too much of a problem with that.
Okay, then you could take that position and be consistent, but you'd have to say that, because it would cut both ways. You could say, well, philosophical arguments for God don't constitute evidence. Philosophical arguments don't constitute evidence. Therefore, philosophical arguments for or against God or not God would both be, to be even and consistent would not. So if you took that position and then you're willing to commit to those things, you could take that position and be consistent.
Well, I think I do, but perhaps just for the sake of clarity, I think it was you that was suggesting that one of the best arguments in favour of the atheistic position is the existence of evil. Is that roughly what you were saying?
Yeah, the evidential problem of evil, which is it's the presence of gratuitous evil. So people say that. The argument goes that there could be evil, but the presence of heinous and gratuitous evil would constitute evidence against an all-loving deity.
Yeah, I have used. I'm sure I probably have used that argument at some stage, but I don't use it as an argument against the existence of God. What I do use it as is the existence of an all-loving, all-powerful God, within the definition that a theist normally gives, which is, well,
then that would be an argument for atheism in regards to that particular God, right?
Yes,
okay.
But not against all gods.
But then, see, now now you have to decide. Do you agree that argument constitutes evidence against an all-loving God? Because if you do, then you can't hold to your previous statement that philosophical arguments can't constitute evidence. So you're going to have to weigh that out in your head and see which one's more important to you, or which one you think. Because if you honestly think that the problem of evil does constitute evidence against an all-loving God, then you would have to agree that philosophical arguments are evidence.
Well, I'm not entirely sure that I do have to do that, do I? Let's take the position that a theist approaches me and says, "My God, the God that I believe in, is all powerful, doesn't like suffering, has the capacity to prevent suffering." Then the onus is on them, surely, to explain why suffering happens. If you think that is me using a philosophical argument to argue against the existence of their God, then I can kind of see your argument.
Well, the one you just gave is actually the problem of evil in its logical formulation, which says that granting that God is all powerful, so he can do all things, given the fact that God is omniscient and he can see towards the future, so he can effectuate any end that he would like to, and given the fact that he's all loving, the presence of evil would seemingly contradict that God's existence. So that's the logical formulation, but that would still be a philosophical argument against God. It's not an evidentiary argument, but we could use evidence in a more colloquial way to say that that would be evidence and proof and point that God can't exist, since it would be a deductive argument. I don't know if.
Well, I don't.
Sorry.
So did someone else want to say something? I'm getting noises. I thought someone was phoning me for a moment. It's not my ringtone. Yeah, because I don't have a great knowledge of philosophy. I don't know whether what I'm putting forward is what would be described as a philosophical argument or not. I think it's an interesting point, which theists, I think, if they making the claims that you've just outlined about the nature and the existence of their God, do have to come up with an explanation for. But I don't think it's I don't think it's something I would use to disprove the existence of any God, because it's only by, in fact, yes. Let me give you the example. There are several conversations that I've had with theists of a Christian denomination. I can't say exactly which. When I've asked them, is your God all loving? And they've actually said no. He's not all loving.
That's typically the Calvinistic response. Calvinists.
It's not restricted, but it's not restricted to Calvinists. But yes,
no,
it is.
I don't think it's restricted to Calvinists. But the majority of people you're going to hear that from are going to be Calvinists, because under the Reformed theology, or Calvinist theology, that there's a certain group of people called the non-elect, and these people will never, ever, ever choose God or pronounce God under any circumstances. They can't by definition, since only God can. On their theology, only God can call them. So they say that God isn't all-loving because all-loving is usually invoked in the Arminianistic view, where people can freely choose God. So God loves everyone. He just wants you to freely choose. So the Calvinistic God isn't all-loving because he doesn't give a damn about the non-elect. So they just say he's not all-loving, but he is loving, just not all-loving. He's loving towards the elect. Yeah, so that would be the. I don't particularly like that position.
Well,
It's
yeah,
a very odd one because I'm sorry.
Yeah,
please go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that there's another statement in there where God hates iniquity, or how's it go? God hates the sin, or whatever, something like that. So it actually says that God hates. So he can't be all loving if he has hate, right?
Well, perhaps, but I think that you'd only be appealing to one specific translation. I don't think all the other. I don't think as a rule of thumb most translations use the word hate. I'm fairly confident that only very, very few translations use the word hate. But even with the ones that were used in that way, as a synonym for whatever word was in the Hebrew, you would have to really try to understand what the author meant by that. Like, is he really invoking the word hate, or is he really just trying to say that he has a certain strong disdain for it? Because that would the critique of your interpretation would kind of hang around which one of those is the proper interpretation.
I mean, just going back to the issue of free will, I like the response that was given in an interview with A.C. Grayling, which was to one of these series that the BBC did, which was 5-minute interviews with people, and so as many questions as were possible were thrown out, and obviously he had to respond as quickly as possible. And one of the questions was, do you believe in free will, or does free will exist? And his very quick, short response was, well, we ought to behave as if we do have free will. And indeed we do, certainly so far as my sort of like field, if you will, is concerned. That is the legal system, and in particular criminal law. And we don't allow a defendant to say, well, I didn't have any free will, I couldn't help myself, I had to kill him, as a defense to murder, or indeed a defense to any crime. The lack of free will is not something that's recognized. And that may be terribly unfortunate for the criminal, because perhaps if he doesn't have free will, he shouldn't be held.
Well, there's arguments. I could give you an argument that if you're interested, it could, depending if you like the argument, it might be able to resolve that problem for you. Where it would basically say this, like, even if we don't have free will, that human beings should still be punished. Okay, and the argument goes like this. I'll start with just asking a very simple question. Do you throw away a broken toaster?
Well, it depends what you mean by throw away, and I'm not avoiding your question. I try and have it recycled, and if I can, take it to somewhere that actually reconstructs it, so it can be. Charities do this as a way
Let's
of
say
helping.
there's a toaster that can't be fixed. Do you go ahead and recycle it or throw it away at that point?
I'd put it in the recycle bin.
Okay, so the argument goes like this. A toaster doesn't have any free will choice to choose to make toast or not make toast or be a good toaster or a bad toaster, but we still make the decision to toss these out. So if it were the case that humans didn't have free will and we were merely the product of just, you know, predetermined actions, then we would still be deemed defective at what we are. Even though we don't have free will, we would just be a defective example of what a human being is, and we ought still be thrown out. That's kind of how the argument goes. But so I don't know how acceptable that is to you. I find it mildly persuasive, but Matt Bell has a similar argument to A.C. Grayling, where Matt Bell says, look, I take free will on the face value as the prima facie case because it seems to be on my properly basic beliefs what I experience. And I think ultimately people that aren't maybe familiar with philosophy will actually lean more towards free will, because a lot of times people will do something and they'll think like, man, I wish I could, I should have done something different, or I could have done something different. And people would like to think that they're not committed to doing the bad thing, that they could have done something different. So I think that it's kind of compelling just on the face of it without digging too much deeper.
I think it's also very compelling in that if it is an illusion, it's a very, very persuasive illusion. That is to say that we appear. I mean, for example, take an example. Just an hour or so ago, I wanted some food. I got out a few takeaway menus. I looked at them. I always do spend ages thinking, do I want that? Do I want that? Now I'm going to go to this restaurant. Okay, so I'm going to get this takeaway from. Sorry, I'm going to get my food from this takeaway. Now, do I want that or do I want that? And after about 20 minutes, I finally think, okay, I'm going to have that. Now that is a very strong illusion that I've got some sort of freedom about how I choose, but I realize that could be a mere illusion. So, as I say, despite the fact that, you know, what properly based experience or belief was Matt Bell's expression. I can understand that, but it doesn't mean that we have free will. At the very most, it gives the illusion that we have free will.
So I'm not that familiar with this, Shamos. I know you are probably. So I want to ask a question in order to get some clarification. Isn't that what DPR is saying? That's determinism, right? I mean, you could be a determinist and still say you have free will. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that view in the literature is kind of frowned upon, but it does exist. It's called compatibilism. It's people that think that determinism and free will are compatible, that they're not mutually exclusive. So, I don't think it's actually a minority. I probably said that wrong. It's not a minority. Free will is the minority view. Determinism would be the majority view, and then there's a healthy minority that's invokes compatibilism.
When you say the majority view, are you talking amongst
philosophers?
Philosophers, yeah.
Right. Yeah. Most philosophers, the majority of philosophers, believe in determinism, and a very, 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 very small minority, and almost like 95% of that minority is constituted by theists, believe in free will, and then there's a healthy.
I'm terribly sorry, your audio is not
again?
very good.
Oh, slightly more than half are compatibilists.
Okay, then I would have been incorrect there. So I'm just going to grant
compatibilists are determinists. They're just saying that free will is compatible.
Yeah, but you could also call them free willists too, right? So like I think you probably should just call them compatibilists and try to instead grant them that they're determinists. I mean, they're determinists and people that believe in free will. So I just, but yeah, if granting that, so
Could I just pause you there, Seamus?
Yes, yes,
I don't understand the difference between someone, or my understanding of determinism, and how that could be compatible with free will. Because my understanding, just so you know how to address the answer, my understanding of determinism is that everything is determined, and we
by
don't.
some prior cause, yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's predetermined. See, you're confusing determined with predetermined, right?
Well, determinism does say that all events are caused.
Right, but not predetermined. Not
Well, predeterminism is going back all the way to the beginning of the universe.
Of course,
right.
But I think the confusion is because I've had it myself and had to have it explained to me. When you think of like determinism, just means you don't have a choice given all of the input, all of the different input of your surroundings, your desires, and every bit of input you take in any situation, given that exact same amount of input, you would make the same decision. That doesn't mean the decision was made ahead of time or that the future somehow is.
That's the case with determinism or predeterminism.
Yeah, but DPR, to answer your question, it all depends on how you define free will. So if you define free will as random, and then you define determinism as like causally effectuated by something else, then that would seem to present a dichotomy, and those things would be mutually exclusive. But so those things could not be. But a lot of times the philosophers won't invoke that particular definition of free will, that it's just completely random. I think one that I just read is something like this. It's that so let's say that there's choice A and choice B, right? And there's all the reasons for choice B and there's all the reasons for choice A. So you have a list of reasons for choice B and you have a list of reasons for choice A, but there's something that allows you, namely free will, and they don't really have a notion of the mechanism that allows you to choose between those two. And the reasons for that choice is free will combined with the prior set of things, reasons, right? So that would be a notion that's not just random. So that's not random. There's reasons. They're determined by reasons, but there's some mechanism in the middle that allows you to select between the two, which is kind of undetermined. So I don't know if they mean random in that mechanism or just that we don't know.
Well, I don't fully understand your point, so let's use a specific example. And again, I'm sorry to borrow from sort of my sort of field, but I'm sitting on a jury in America, even though that would not be possible. And one of the decisions that can be made is whether the person is guilty of murder or not. Okay, I accept that he's guilty of murder. And the second decision is what penalty should be imposed. And I can see a list of reasons for the death penalty being imposed and not having the death penalty imposed. Now, I cannot perceive of any argument, even though I can see the lists that you're talking about, I can't conceive of any situation in which I would seek to impose the death penalty, because it's so much a part of my being that the death penalty is just wrong, and I could give you the list that I would have for that. So in that regard, I would never, I cannot conceive of myself ever seeking to impose a death penalty. Does that mean, is that an example of sort of like the lists and the freedom or apparent freedom?
Yeah, because so you have reasons for why it might be viable to choose the death penalty, and you have reasons for not, but you find the reasons for not more compelling, and you have firm convictions that make you choose that one particularly, and maybe it's the case that you would never ever choose the death penalty, under that view, it would say that there are different reasons for both, and you're able to select which one are most sufficient to you based on, there's some criteria like your nature or your past experience or what expectation or consequent it would generate in the future, right? And I just wanted to commend you because I also share the view that the death penalty is wrong. So I also think that
Well, we could share the reasons in each of our lists, but I wonder how similar they may be. But I don't want to hog the conversation. But maybe sometime we could go through that list and see how much in agreement we are. But I appreciate the fact that you're not in favour of it. Someone's just put in I'm sorry, I'm compatibilistic. Just redefine free will to make it so it exists. I think.
I think her critique is that given the understanding of free will that it's random and the understanding of determined that it's determined, and that would be a proper or just a dichotomy, and they would be mutually exclusive. Her argument is that the only way to make them not mutually exclusive is to redefine free will, which that is what they're doing, but it's hard to say if they're redefining it or if that's what they mean when they say free will. But I guess that's the $1,000,000 question.
And I just want to go back, if I may, to something that a previous person commented on, and you yourself, to say that determinism and predeterminism are not the same thing. It seems to me, I don't know, again, I hold my hands up to my ignorance on this subject, but if something is deterministic, or, if it's deterministic, doesn't it necessitate that must be predetermined?
No. Here, I'll give you an easy example to
please do.
suss this out. So it goes something like this. So determinism just wants to say that given this set of given this set of causal relations, like this set of things that affect each other, that you, under those circumstances, that you will always choose the same thing because given this input, like given X, Y, and Z, you're going to put out A every time, right? So if you're given X, Y, and Z, you're always going to put out A. But if let's say that we change the fact that you haven't been given X, Y, and Z, you've been given C, D, and E, right? Well, it would still be determined, but you would be determined to another outcome. C, D, and E might generate the outcome B, right? And so what it's saying is that would be that would be what people mean by determinism. Now, predeterminism would say that it's only going to be basically one way, that all these things are predetermined amongst each other, and then that there's no they're determined all from each other from, like, I don't know, it's hard to really articulate, but they would be it goes further than saying that given these inputs you would expect this. Those inputs would be predetermined themselves in from a causal chain.
If I put forward my understanding of predeterminism, then you can tell me whether I've got it half right or totally incorrect. Predeterminism is sort of like setting in motion a Newtonian universe where everything works by very strict laws of physics, and from the very get-go, like the motions of a watch, everything can be predicted.
I think predeterminism is saying that everything that's ever going to happen was actually already determined at the beginning of the universe, because cause leads to effect, leads to another cause, leads to effect. But that's not to be confused with fatalism, though.
Okay, help me out with fatalism.
Fatalism is like destiny. So no matter what happens, everything is going to end up the same in the end, but it would be for different reasons than determinism. They're saying fatalists would say no matter what you do, the same thing is going to happen.
Right. Like, so given, you might not, so you're always going to, at the end, you're always going to have outcome Z, no matter if you do A, B, and C, or D, G, and E, or C, D, and F, so you're always going to output Z. That's
fatalism. Yeah,
right.
Okay. I can understand that, yeah.
You nailed that distinction, Godless. That was really good.
Thanks. I've been studying free will a lot recently. So what's your position, Shamos?
On free will?
You don't want to take one, do you?
Well, it's not that I don't want to take one. It's just that I haven't done a whole lot of reading on it, and so I've been doing a little bit of trying to catch up because I'm not, when I think of free will, I don't mean completely random, and I think that I was trying to shop around to see if there were other like other conceptions in the high level literature that would be closer to what I mean when I say I just haven't delved enough to really find out. Because
I have a link for you. Hang on a second.
Godless, I'd also like to say that it sounded almost as if you were trying to pressurize Shamos into an answer, and I think that's somewhat unfair, seeing as this is a topic that's been discussed, as I say, for so far as I'm aware, for thousands of years.
No, I'm not. I was just talking to Shamos.
Conflicting arguments, and it's one of those questions for which I think there may never be an answer. And if you were to seek to press me in the same way, I would happily say I haven't the faintest idea. And I think that admission of uncertainty, of ignorance, or whatever you want to call it, is a perfectly acceptable place or standard position to adopt. Because, you know, how on earth can I come up with an answer that has confounded some of the best brains that have ever existed? It would be unpardonably arrogant of me to try and do so. So to say I don't know, I think, is a perfectly acceptable position.
That's kind of similar. Like the reason why I don't take a stance, the reason why I don't take a stance quite yet is because, like, I have a notion of kind of what I mean by free will, and it's not the notion of just utter randomness. And so, but the conception that I have is it's kind of rudimentary and ill-fashioned, kind of like in a rough form. And I just feel like I know there's been a lot of people throughout the ages that have had good ideas and may have had the same intuition of what free will is as me, and maybe have put more time into it. Because I feel like if I put more time into it, I could probably narrow down a conception of what I mean. So I just figured throughout time, someone's probably already done that, and I could probably just save myself a lot of the contemplation by just reading the high-level literature and seeing if I identify with any of those things. And by virtue that I haven't been able to complete that reading yet, I just take a position of agnosticism towards that issue.
Which I think is a perfectly reasonable position to take. Well, that seems to have halted the conversation completely.
I was just looking for a link that I wanted to show Shamos. No, I'm not trying to debate Shamos or anything. It was just a friendly question. I'm scared of Shamos.
Why? He seems perfectly friendly to me.
No, I'm scared of debating Shamos.
Oh, yeah, well, he's incredibly knowledgeable in many areas.
Yeah, he's one of the strongest theist debaters I know.
I would tend to agree, and I think he's also one of the most polite and dignified.
I have my nights,
well.
I guess.
Well, me too. And considering the irritations that I've had today, I'm impressing myself with my calmness and rationality. Yeah, I've said it before, Seamus. I'm quite sure I've said it to you. You know, we may have our disagreements, but if we met up sometime over a cup of coffee or whatever, I'm sure we'd get along absolutely fine. We recognise our differences. People have differences. If everyone was the same, what a boring place it would be. No, that's an unfair question. I was going to try and shift it on. No, but it was unfair. I'll ask it anyway, seeing as no one else is talking. Are there some people that represent theism in a way that when you watch them in Hangouts or videos, that you sort of like think, ooh, I wish I wasn't sort of like associated with that person, or they're not presenting the arguments in the best way, or the manner in which they're addressing them.
Well, I was thinking about that actually today, and I think I kind of have a pretty loose criterion. The way that I feel is this: I'm not. If you're a Christian and you have bad arguments, that doesn't bother me, because I used to have some really bad arguments. I'm sure some of mine are still pretty bad. So so as long as you're a professing believer in Jesus Christ, I feel like ultimately that I identify with you on such a spiritual level that, like, as long as you're not going in there and like really being nasty to people, then I'll give you the pass. So like bad arguments and this type of thing, and just, you know, maybe some bad theology, like some like stuff sometimes, but I still think I can even get past that. Like even like crazy things like theonomy and stuff, even though I don't disagree with that, as long as you're being respectful and you know, and you're trying to represent what you think the theology is, even though I may disagree, I'm okay with that. But like, so mainly the only thing is just like being really nasty to people and just being really rude, and just like, I mean, like I'm rude sometimes. I mean, like at a certain point when people, so at a certain point I would definitely be embarrassed and ashamed of some of my behavior when I do that. So that's the only thing that I'm upset about. Like sometimes, like I just think that, you know, look, if you're a professing believer in Christ, even if you have bad arguments or arguing a theology that I'm really opposed to, I'll give you the pass, as long as you're not just being really hateful and nasty to people.
I was thinking more, and I'm sure you could make criticism of atheists in the manner in which they present their arguments, and I hold my hands up in the same way as you do. I've not always behaved with decency and integrity and politeness in exchanges that I've had. That's the sort of thing I'm talking about. But there are some people I would say are persistently rude, but on both sides probably. But you know, I don't want to get into a name calling sort of like competition, but there are certain theists who regularly appear on this Hangout and on YouTube, who I don't think do their cause a great deal of service, by virtue of the manner in which they interact with people. And they certainly don't seem to reflect the virtues of the God that they purport to believe in.
Yeah, I could agree with that. I think sometimes, like, some people that come on here, like, I don't know if their goal is to be an apologist, but some of the people that come on here do a really piss poor job as an apologist. But I'm not really sure if that's their goal. Their goal may just to be to come in here and you know, try to like you know, just poke holes in the other worldview, or you know, argue or engage in rhetoric or something like that. But I think that if some of these people, I'm not going to name any names, but if some of these people's goal were to actually make logical apologetics for Christianity, then some of them are doing a really bad job if that's their intention. Like, if your intention is to come up here and make really good, rational arguments and apologetics for Christianity, and you're coming up here and you're just like spewing like nonsense arguments, and your goal is to be an apologist, then yeah, you're doing a terrible job. But if you're just coming here to evangelize and you're not necessarily trying to apologize for anything, you're just trying to tell it like it is, then I guess fundamentally you're not doing a bad job considering your goal. But I mean, for me, I think people that have known me for a long time, or since I came here, would realize that I've come like a really long way, and I'm willing to, like, you know, there's people that like I don't think have grown very much in the time that I've been here. Like, they seem to be still in that same rut, and they still seem to present themselves in the same way like that they did 2 years ago. But like, I think that people are capable of changing, and like whether or not it takes people a long time to do so or not, I still don't think it's like within anyone's like outside of anyone's capability of actually changing and reforming their stance and arguments and stuff. So you know, I'm willing to just you know, let the cards fall where they may, and you know, people are going to look into areas that they want to. Like if they're ultimately interested and want to be an apologist, then you should be out there researching Christianity and apologetics. Like that's what you should be doing. You don't just come in here and wing it. Like I mean, I used to do that, and it was really bad. Like coming here and just winging stuff. Like no, if you want to be on your game, you have to study and you have to look into the stuff, you know, and so I think that's part of it.
I see there are people in the chat that in the Hangout that are typing in the chat. Please speak up. Don't let me and Seamus monopolize the conversation.
I've changed drastically since I've been in this community because I used to be an Islamophobe and I'm not anymore.
Bullshit. This is just an April Fool's prank, godless.
No, I haven't been an Islamophobe for over a month.
Oh, you said yesterday that you were going to like start railing on the Muslims again.
No, I didn't.
Okay. Yeah,
I might have said something like that. I don't remember.
I was half asleep, so maybe I could be wrong.
So, okay,
probably
so
people were saying stupid shit, so I was like, I'm going to be an Islamophobe.
Okay, so what's changed your mind, Godless?
Oh, it was so many different things. For one thing, I had a falling out on Pal Talk with my best Islamophobe friend, so I was separated from his hearing his extreme views daily. And then I started to come into Hangouts, and people were asking me to back up my sources, and I realized I wasn't using reputable sources, and a lot of it was just fear-mongering, especially learning that the demographic transformation isn't as severe as I thought it was. And I have, in real life, I have a Shia Muslima friend, and I know she doesn't want Sharia, so the personal experience with her changed my position a little. And also, like Jack and CK, she was talking about capitalism being the cause for, I can't refute them, capitalism being the cause for violence and not Islam.
Well, I might have a few issues about some of the things you said there, but you're going to have to excuse me for a few moments. I'll be right back.
I'm still anti-Islam, I'm just not anti-Muslim.
Oh, if that's your point, then we probably don't have too much in disagreement.
Okay.
My point's very simple, and I'll make it now, but I still have to step away for a few moments. I'm not anti-Muslim in the same way as, in the same way as I'm not anti-Christians. There are many fine people who are Christians, who are peaceful, law-abiding, very generous and kind people, in the same way as there are many Muslims who you could say exactly the same thing about. The problem is not with the individuals necessarily, it's with the way in which their religion is interpreted. And in the same way as you can look at certain sects of Christianity as being more unsavory than others, you can look at different interpretations of the Quran, and I think what happens with Islam, I feel sufficiently confident enough to say this: I do not believe that Islam is a religion of peace. Anyone that's read anything from the Quran can recognize that it is not. But there are still very peaceful, as I say, law-abiding Muslims, and I suspect the process they go through is to cherry-pick the good parts from the Quran in the same way in which many Christians cherry-pick the good parts from the Bible. And yet, it's still arguable and is undoubtedly argued by the likes of fundamentalist extremist groups such as ISIS, that it's they that are actually holding on to the true interpretation of the Quran and true Islamicism. And you know, you can argue all day long about it. They will take their interpretation either directly from the Quran or interpretations of certain hadiths. But you cannot argue against them that they are not following what they perceive to be the true teachings. In the same way as it's very difficult to argue against the peaceful Muslim that they're not interpreting, not necessarily the Quran, but the interpretations laid out in the hadiths and what they're taught in their local mosques and whatever. Sorry, I'm really interested in what you've got to say. So I will try as desperately to stop walking away from the computer and let you finish.
I was just going to say that I think that if you were to compare the Old Testament with the Quran, then maybe perhaps there could be arguments made that they're similarly got some negative stuff in there. But I think Christians usually will invoke like a covenantal theology to say that the new covenant doesn't apply, and I think there's valid reasoning if you read into Romans 9, like Paul made a substantial letter to the Romans saying just that, and since that's considered scripture, that you could put that forth. But and I think that's how Christians do it. But when it comes to the Muslims, since they don't have this covenantal theology and it's all one book, I think their apologetic maybe not be as sufficient. But the apologetic that I've heard, and I think it could possibly work, is that they actually say like the certain warlike verses are actually like not binding throughout time as they were in talking about specific instances and referencing to specific historical events. So they'll try to actually say like, well, all that bad stuff was really in context and at a specific historical time, and all the good stuff, that's binding forever. And so I think it might be a weaker apologetic, but I guess it could work, and it's kind of, I was just trying to show you how they're kind of similar.
Yes, they're kind of similar, and for me, although I recognise the difference between the sort of like the new covenant that you have in Christianity that doesn't really apply in Islam, I find them unfortunately unpersuasive. Now I do have to step away. I'll be right back. Give me 2 or 3 minutes.
So Shamos, so Islam versus Christianity, there's a lot of differences. There's similarities. Like there's a lot of violence in the Old Testament, right? But the thing is, like you said, it's followed up with a new moderate. You know, they use the New Testament to justify not following Old Testament laws. A big difference is in Christianity, the Bible was, revealed to men by God, right? So there's room for interpretation. There's not room for interpretation in Islam because it's the eternal, literal word of the Creator of the universe. You can't deny the literal interpretation. Anybody who tries to deny the literal interpretation, this is why it can't be reformed, is guilty of hypocrisy or apostasy, which is punishable by death. But another thing is Christians have a lot more justification for cherry picking, for one thing because it was revealed by God to men. But also there's no context in the Quran. It's just commandments. It's just laws. It's just rules. And in the Bible there's context, so they can say things like, well, it was just for the time, or find more justification for claiming it's a parable. And also Christians don't have to wage war on non-Christians because they can just use the excuse of sitting around and waiting for the rapture.
Yeah, I think, I would agree with you there. I think that Christianity might have an easier route or an easier apologetics in reference to some of those things, given the nature of how they present themselves in the scriptures. To speak on the literal interpretation of Islam, I think that's like a really common thing but I think it's more of a product of the rigidity of Islam, and that they still haven't. You got to understand that Islam is about 600 years behind Christianity, in that they haven't had that 6 centuries to actually evolve and moderate more. So I think that given time, you will see this ultimate moderation happening, and then you probably will hear less of that rhetoric that it has to be interpreted completely literally. So I think right now that's kind of the status quo, but I think given time, as you can see with Christianity, that's probably the way it's going to go. They're going to moderate.
It's true that it's 600 years behind, but I'm making the claim that it's inherently not plausible to reform it. Well, it is with Christianity. I mean, just look at how many sects of Christianity existed 600 years ago compared to how there's less than 100 sects of Islam now.
I missed some of the conversation, so I apologize if this comment is sort of like somewhat out of context. But if you're talking about changing Islam, you do have a greater problem because with the new covenant, as Christians take it to be, you can pretty much rewrite everything and everything can change. But the problem with Islam is that it says that the Quran says of itself that this is the last word of God, and there will be no other after this.
Right.
So I think they're going to struggle to shift their position.
Also, like what I said, there's no context in the Quran. That's huge.
As I say, I was away for a couple of minutes, so I missed that. If that's what you said, and I apologize.
Even if you're taking a literal interpretation of the Bible, there's still room for interpretation and justification for cherry picking. There's not that in Islam.
Yeah.
One of the things
I just out of it. I'm totally sorry. Someone else wants to speak. I'll shut up, please.
Like Jesus, for example, Jesus said, "I bring not peace but a sword." And the most common Christian response to that, well, that's just a parable. There's no parables in the Quran. It's just telling you to fucking do things like kill infidels.
Yeah, that is kind of a healthy criticism of godless. You should probably.
But if it isn't really a constructive criticism, because the majority of Muslims are persuaded by imams who have been influenced by one of the many hadiths that have been written. So you've got the book, and then you've got all these hadiths that tell you how to interpret the book and what it actually means. And yet, if you read the book itself, I think you are left in huge doubt, actually, because Surah 3:7 actually says that no one will understand this book apart from Allah himself. It doesn't say it in quite such blunt terms, but it actually says it in more curious terms, which means it's uncertain about the degree of uncertainty which you'll have about who will understand the book. And this is why the hadiths and everything have been written, because it needs to be explained to the masses what the book means. But supposedly it's so perfectly written that there should be no misinterpretation about it at all. But also, just for clarification, I haven't read all of it, but I certainly have read all of Surah 2, which is for reasons
Surah
I've been
2 is all about us.
Yeah, the cow it's called, and if you, it's got 283 verses, and you can see plagiarism taking place in the first half from the Bible to a degree, but almost all of the second half of Surah 2, you can see direct plagiarism from the Bible. I'm sorry.
That's true, but plagiarism isn't really relevant to, we're not talking about whether it's true or not.
Well, yes, we're not talking about whether it's true or not. That's a fair comment. I'm sure Shay wanted to say something.
No, it's okay. I'm fine.
I'll be right back.
I think you were going to make the point, Shay, that it seems as if Christianity was instituted by like a reformer, someone that came to kind of reform the Jewish tradition, like maybe whether it's on Christian theology to institute a new covenant or whatever. But it seems like when Muhammad came, he wasn't a reformer. He was just like, look, everybody got it wrong. This is the way it should have been. I'm not here to necessarily reform something. I'm here to give it the way it was supposed to have been given that you guys screwed up. So it's not really on that view. It's not really considered a reformation, more as it is the true proclamation.
Well, I was also going to say because it was a little bit back when we were talking about getting, you're not going to get a Christian to be violent and misinterpret what their scriptures say. And the example I was going to give is like the Black Hebrew Israelites. If there were a group of quote unquote Christians that would love to be violent, but cannot find it in their scriptures to actually be violent, it's the Black Hebrew Israelites. I mean, they're the most disgusting group of New Testament followers out there, and even they can't find the interpretation to actually physically act violent.
I would have to agree. There's no Christian organization that I know that deliberately goes out of its way to use violence. There are some that are incredibly offensive. They are very fringe things like the Westboro Baptist Church and people like that. But there are certainly individuals. But I'm not going to tar a collection of people by the behavior of one or two individuals. That would be grossly unfair. But there are some people who find justification in committing violent acts in the name of Christianity. But they are substantially less than those that seem to find it in Islam.
Are you familiar with the Black Hebrew Israelites?
No, I'm not. Please tell me about them.
It's nothing I could tell you. You actually have to Google it. I mean, go on YouTube one day, punch in Black Hebrew Israelites, GMS. Great Millstone is the sect that's the most disgusting, and you'll see what I'm talking about how.
Sorry, Black Hebrew
Israelites.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then put in GMS after it, because then you'll get that certain sect. They're all pretty bad, but.
GMS.
Yeah, that's for Great Millstone. So.
I'm totally sorry. I really don't understand why in conversations like this people say, "Oh, you're just going to have to Google it." If you're familiar with it.
Okay, I'll tell you about it.
Summarize it.
Okay, so the Black Hebrew Israelites feel that the Native Americans, Hispanics, and American blacks are the tribes of Israel, or the 12 tribes of Israel, and that the New Testament is speaking to only Israel. Like, they don't have this whole Gentile. They think the Gentiles are also Israelites. They're like a nationalist group. They think that the white man is the devil. Anyone, if you're not Native American, Hispanic, or black, not just black, not African black either. It's African American. So they definitely distinguish between the two. You are bound for slavery when God comes back. And the reason I said to YouTube it is I can't express the vitriol. I can give you their beliefs and stuff, but I can't give you the example I was trying to say of a group that, if it were permissible in their holy book, they would be violent, and even they can't find it in the New Testament. So that was the point I was trying to make when I said to YouTube it, not necessarily what their beliefs were, but what I was talking about when I said.
Well, I've bugged it into Google. I've got a list of sites which I'll certainly have a look at. Oh, you told me to put GMS. I've got CARM as one subtitle. Who they are.
I'll put a link in.
YouTube.
Let me put a link.
Oh, okay.
I think of them as a goofier version of the Ku Klux Klan, only wearing like more colorful outfits, like those like ancient looking robes. Like, they're just silly.
Hey Nadia, I just wanted to say I saw you drinking from a bottle of Pepsi or Coke. I couldn't see which. I hope, given your condition, it was Diet Pepsi or Diet Coke.
I don't think she can hear you. I think she's
I
in
don't
the
think.
other.
I think she's in a different room as well. But showing the same condition as she does, namely diabetes, drinking non-diet drinks, not a good thing to do. So let's see what Wikipedia has to say about the Black Hebrew Israelites. Well, in a way, I'm not talking about the prevalence to violence, but the Mormons believed that Jesus visited North America, didn't they?
Yeah, that's why I wasn't going to say anything at all, because the moment had passed. That's why I
yeah.
Yeah, but the Mormons are like a cult, and I don't think they like. Some of them might engage in like some of this unethical activity, but most of them like just like preach the word or whatever.
I visited Salt Lake City a few years ago to attend the American Atheist Convention, and I didn't recognize much different about the people there, not at the convention, but the people around the city and everything. And there was actually a security guard that I had quite a lengthy conversation with, who was a Mormon, and he came across as a perfectly polite, decent person. I think their beliefs are batshit crazy, obviously, but they're clearly not a sort of like, as far as I'm aware, they're not a violent organisation. I wouldn't say that they would keep themselves to themselves, but they're benign, wouldn't you say?
Rev.
Rev, what's up, my brother?
DPR, I'm going to the Reason rally.
I was hoping to get there as well. Unfortunately, although it's not been confirmed yet, I think I've got work commitments that are going to prevent me getting there, which is a shame. But it's the beginning of June, isn't it?
Yeah, June 4th, I think.
I hate when they say stuff like that, like the Reason rally. It's like a subtle jab at theists, like.
Yes, of course it is. And it's done deliberately.
Well, yeah, I know, and I don't like it. I think they should just call a spade and just call it a non-believer convention.
Well, I think a secular rally would have worked as well. I think there is a degree of arrogance about calling it the Reason Rally, in the same way that when there was an argument some years ago about what to call the new atheist movement and whether they should call it the Brights, I thought, no, you've got to be kidding. Get a better PR department and come up with a better name.
Well, if you listen to the speakers at the 2012 Reason rally, they had a very arrogant tone. What they were saying.
Yeah,
as opposed to the Christian apologist tone.
I think some of that was done for a reason. I mean, David Silverman, who is the head of the American Atheist Association, or American Atheists. I mean, he does have a deliberately confrontational approach most of the time. And it's a deliberate policy that that he's adopted. I mean, when you meet him in person, he's it's just the most affable person ever. But if he's going to go on to Fox News and be faced with four belligerent theists, he's going to be equally belligerent. And I suspect that was one of the reasons why the name was chosen, to be deliberately provocative.
Yeah, I saw him with Sean Hannity and Bill O'Reilly.
Yeah, whether that works or not, I don't know. Hey, it's his organization, or he's the head of that organization, and they were the organizers behind it, to a degree. So, I'm not sure I would have called it that, because I think you could actually have come up with a better name. I'm not going to suggest one now, but that would have perhaps been more constructive. I don't know, but I'm not going to take great issue with it.
I'm a militant atheist. I'm just not as militant as I used to be.
Yeah.
Okay. I used to be kind of a militant atheist at one point, but I was a rational as God knows what. But I remember in my first year in university, there was an English professor, and he was standing in for another professor, and he was a really smart guy. And something came up about religion, and I just threw up that cliche argument. I was like, religion is responsible for like all of the wars and death on this, or majority of wars and death on this whole planet. And like he threw back something at me that like it's always stuck with me, and I knew he had me, but I was really pissed off about it. But he said, well, is that a product of religion or a product of people? And I fucking knew he had me, and I was like, oh, I was raging. But anyways,
Seamus,
So
were you really an atheist, or were you just one of those Christians that was angry at God?
no, I mean I wasn't raised a Christian. I mean I was raised secularly, so I was never a Christian until 3 or 4 years ago. So no, I never identified as a Christian. My family wasn't Christian or religious or anything like that. So no, I mean I wasn't a Christian that just had backslid and was pissed off or nothing. I just never was a Christian to begin with. At that point.
Just before we come back to that point, someone has put in the side shot that Seamus is sexy. I think we had this conversation a month or so ago.
I never had that conversation before.
But one of the things that I've noted, and it's a sort of like symptom, I think, of the internet, and also I would equate it to when you're driving in a car, and you could shout and swear at people. I gave up this many years ago. I'm far too chilled out these days, but it's that sort of like sense of security that you have when you're sat in your room in front of a television screen, watching the conversation and whatever. It's similar to a car, but the reason I always turn my camera on is so people can actually see me, because I think I'm not being arrogant when I say this, and I'm not inviting anyone who doesn't want to turn their camera on to do so. But I just think it's sort of like kind of polite, and it also it makes for a more civil conversation. If you can actually see the person that you're talking to, it makes it very much more difficult to be hostile, rude, or ignorant to them, rather than just talking to an avatar. And there are particular avatars that I look at, and I just immediately get hostile to them because they're horrible to look at. I don't know whether they choose them deliberately just to look awful.
Like who?
I don't think I'll name names, but there's one which I'm sure is taken from a film, and it's sort of like got a key going into someone. Is it True Empiricism that's got this, or is it someone else? I can't remember. but I just look at that and I immediately just don't want to talk to that person. And I think that, you see, when you see Shame, I've talked to Shamos when he's just been an avatar, and I've been far more rude to him than I could possibly be now because I can see his face.
Oh.
That human connection makes a huge difference, I think. So I would encourage everyone to turn their cameras on, but I'm not putting you under any pressure to do so. And I know that was taking us totally off topic, but
I think you're right. I'm still going to leave my camera off. I got to go to the gym in a few minutes, and I look like something the cat dragged in.
Yeah.
I think that's a point that the more humanizing or something you can identify with people, the more sympathetic you are. But like the more that you can dehumanize someone, and just a mere representation of an avatar and not a human face is some way dehumanizing, and that can be the first step into, you know, devaluing them or treating them differently instead of conversation. I think people, when you present someone with your face, not only can they see your inflection and stuff, but people have a hard time of saying rude things straight to someone's face, and it's easier to say it to a voice and a picture than it is to look somebody right in their eye and say, hey, you're this or that.
Or easier to say it in text. I notice when I'm driving that, like, if I'm trying to get over, I put on my signal. Like if I'm stopped at a light, if they think I'm just a car trying to get in their way, they won't let me in. But if I make eye contact with them, then they let me in.
I do the Colorado wave after they've let me in.
what's the Colorado wave?
That's that stupid, silly willy wave that you're like, thank you, you know, in your rearview mirror. Yeah, that one.
If somebody
I would find that so condescending. I would ram your car up the ass.
Oh, I really am thankful, especially when I'm in California.
If somebody ever flicks you off, don't flick them off back. Blow them a kiss, and they get so angry. They just want to fucking get out of their car and fight you. It's so funny. You can see their frustration.
I live in like a heavily an area that we get a lot of tourist traffic through because I live on like one of the biggest tourist destinations on the East Coast, and so like you have to be kind of aggressive. Like you can try the hand wave thing, but a lot of the tourists come from up north, like New Jersey and New York, and they really don't give a shit one way or the other because they're used to driving in those like high traffic conditions. So like you just literally have to pull your nose into the lane so that they have to stop. And I mean, I did that a few times last year because you have to. And like, I mean, I got mad because this one lady was from New York and she was driving a Mercedes, and I just put my nose just enough to let her know, like, hey, I'm getting over, you know. And she just laid on her horn like crazy. And I mean, I'm from that place, you know. I'm from here, you know. Like we have a specific tag that's a vanity tag that you can tell I'm from this area. And like I got out of my car and stood like in the center lane. And I like yelled at her. I was like, I didn't cuss at her or nothing, but I was just like, I just yelled at the top of my lungs. I was like, look, I live here. You know what I mean? This is where I live. You know what I mean? Like, don't beep your horn at me. And but anyway.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I've never had anybody do that to me. Usually they go, oh, sister girl, I ain't messing with her. She'll go more ballistic than I will. And I will. If anyone tailgates me, like if we're in traffic, I will stop my car, get out, and be like, I have kids in the car.
And then it's kind of fucking irritating when people, like, there was this one time, and I was living in Camden, I was coming back from somewhere with my mom, and, like, this asshole parked his car in the middle of the road near a school. And my mom got out of the car and yelled to move your fucking car. He moved his car.
I recently moved from New York to Florida, and people down here, they don't, when they're in an accident or they get pulled over by the cop, they just still like stop in the middle lane. It's like pull over to the fucking shoulder. It's so irritating. You really see the incompetence of people like when they're driving too. Like I'll be coasting towards a red light, and like a car will fucking fly by me, only to like I'm in one lane and there's no cars in front of me. They'll fly by me only to get in like a long lane of cars. then they'll have to fucking slam on their brakes, and then the light turns green, and I just like accelerate, and I'm like half a mile down the road, and I look behind me, and the first fucking car in that long line of cars in the other lane hasn't even looked up to see the fucking light is green yet.
Yeah, like where I live and where I've lived in the past, like everywhere in New Jersey, like people are constantly like freaking driving real fast and will like try and cut people off. It's fucking crazy. Like there are so many times where like while I was in the car with my mom, my dad, or my brother, like we could have got hit by another car. It's crazy. And talking to Camden ain't no joke. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, actually, this is kind of a mild change of subject, but I just wanted to say this because this is kind of in reference to some of what people are saying in the chat. Like I always kind of felt like as a Christian, it'd be prudent and almost necessary to argue from divine command theory for a meta ethic, and I recently I had this like I mean I always knew it in the back of my head, but I like had this epiphany that like really the theists aren't committed to arguing for divine command theory. In fact, any secular or any philosophical framework for objective morality that's on offer for moral realism is available to the theist, right? Because that could be the case regardless of the God question, right? Just as long as you're not trying to put the good into God, which I don't think ultimately is necessary. If you would hold off to a synthetic identity that you could just hold to relationships, and you wouldn't even have to argue from God. So like recently, I'm gonna go out on a limb here. Like I'm not gonna be arguing from divine command theory like anymore as a meta ethic. And I mean, I'm not saying that Christians shouldn't do that. But I would urge all Christians to know that they're not committed to that. Like you're not.
What's divine command theory? Is it whatever God commands is objectively morally good?
Right. Given the certain caveats and responses to Euthyphro, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you don't underestimate Euthyphro. I mean, that is a big problem, isn't it?
Euthyphro sets the stage. The Euthyphro dilemma sets the stage for the first frontal attack on divine command theory. So, like, usually when someone articulates divine command theory, the first place to start to start identifying their position would to start with how they address Euthyphro, because Euthyphro is directly addressed to people that would be using a divine command theory. So, and then from there, depending on how so you should look at the Euthyphro as like the top of the flow chart from when someone invokes divine command theory, and depending on how they answer Euthyphro, it's gonna go into all the different subheadings. But like but I just feel like you don't have to argue for that as a Christian, even though I think people feel like it might be more in line with the theology or something like that, or it might be in line with what they feel about God. I think as long as you're willing to commit to a synthetic identity, that you could just talk about relationships in the world, and that could still have a synthetic relationship with God, and you wouldn't even have to really articulate that. So like, I mean, like any moral realist position could be on offer to the theist, and I've finally like got that through my head, and I'm just like, I feel kind of free in the fact that like, I mean, I had a conversation the other day with a person on anti-realism and moral realism, and I never brought up the God question once. Never did, not once. Didn't need to. And I was arguing for objective morality, and I didn't need to do that. So I just think that people should probably look into that some more.
Yeah, objective morality is something that has always been of some interest to me because of the way in which it's argued by theists. Namely, you can't have any sort of objective morality without there being a God. But before we get quite onto that, my position is one which I think is probably open to criticism. I don't believe that there are objective moral values, but it may be that I'm using a different concept or idea of objective morals.
Well, there's
than
an
other
easy way to
people are.
test that.
Okay.
Do you think that, and I'm going to give a kind of a heinous example here, do you think that rape ought not be done?
Within the legal definition that I work with, then by definition, of
Shamos,
course.
you can't ask that like that though, because it could just be because it conflicts with his values, not
I know,
because it's objective.
But look, it is a valid question because when you think of oughts, you think of some categorical imperative that's binding. That because when they say the word ought, well, I have to go further and ask him what he means by ought. But if he doesn't mean that a categorical imperative, he could just rephrase what he's saying. So he would say,
I think
I
suspect
murder ought not be, or rape ought not be done, can be rephrased on his view to murder is something that I don't prefer, right? Or murder is something that I don't identify as like an epistemic value or something like that. So what he means by ought is distinct from categorical imperatives. But I think most of the time when you're saying ought, that it implies some type of binding categorical norm, right? Otherwise, it could just be rephrased.
What's a categorical norm?
A categorical norm.
Sorry, do go on, please.
A categorical norm is basically the constitutive. Categorical norm is basically the constitutive thing for objective morality. Like most people that don't believe in objective morality or moral realism agree that there are certain norms, but they're hypothetical or institutional. For example, like a hypothetical norm would be.
Wait, norm like a social norm?
No, well, a social norm would be considered an institutional norm. So there's three categories that I can make distinctions of. Like a hypothetical norm would be, okay, I want to go to the North Pole. Therefore, objectively, I should head north. Okay, that's a hypothetical. Given this hypothetical goal, I ought do this. Okay.
It's too hard for me.
Huh?
I said it's too hard.
Okay.
But wait, let me ask. So, objective means whether or not any mind thinks it's true, right? So, if you're claiming
that there's a
objective
fact of the matter
morality,
despite what people think.
so if you're claiming objective morality, it has to be true whether or not God exists, right?
Say that again?
If you're claiming objective morality, then moral statements have to be true or false whether or not God exists.
Well, not necessarily, because I think that the person that wants to use divine command theory is going to make what I would consider a valid distinction that wouldn't be special pleading. So let's talk. Special pleading would be saying, like, look, there's an exception to this rule, and I don't really have a valid reason why. But there can be exceptions to rules, especially if you have a valid reason why. So it seems to me the divine command theorist wants to say that the distinction between God's mind doesn't make it subjective, because since God would be like infallible and his mind would be the reflection of all truths and all true propositions, that it isn't what we mean by subjective usually is that it's capable of error, that it's some way doesn't reflect the objective fact of reality. But if God had an infallible mind and all of his thoughts reflected the objective fact of reality, then it wouldn't be subjective, right? His mind would ultimately be an epistemic reflection of the ontological status quo. So I think that's a valid distinction, and it's not special pleading to say, well, look, we're putting forth a valid distinction that because of this infallible mind is a direct reflection of the ontological status quo, that it's valid to say that even if it was invoked from that mind, it would still be an objective fact of the matter.
Well,
if his mind,
is God the source?
Under that view of divine command theory, yeah.
Is divine command theorists aren't the only ones that claim objective morality, though? Is that correct?
Right. No.
Do you claim objective morality?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a moral realist, but like I said, I'm kind of moving away from divine command theory. So I would be taking like a non-reductive, non-naturalist intuition thing, kind of like G. Moore does. So I would be taking a position similar to G. Moore in that I think that the good via the open question can't be reduced to any property that's naturalistic, that's a non-moral property. So I believe that the good is irreducible. And so I also believe that as a non-naturalist, it's irreducible and cannot be reduced to a natural property like human well-being or some shit like that. And so, and I think that on the way that I generate understanding of these moral facts are from an intuitive standpoint, which a lot of people think, oh, intuition, but I don't think the argument is pretty complex, and you have to actually hear it to understand what I mean by intuition. But yeah, so that'd be the position I would take, not divine command theory. So in that respect, I can sidestep all of the. I can sidestep Euthyphro. I can sidestep all of the divine command theorist objections, and I could just remain agnostic to God's position in reference to the good. But I'm inclined to think it's a synthetic relationship. But I'm not invoking divine command theory. I'm just saying that I believe that whatever I experience intuitively as the good, God would synthetically enumerate such qualities.
So you can say you're agnostic to something, but if you're agnostic to it, then aren't you claiming that the position is defendable?
No. I'm not agnostic to the whole entire position. I'm agnostic onto whether God's actually constitutes the good or not. So, but since I'm not invoking divine command theory, I don't have to answer it from that way, because I'm just answering from a view that's on offer to even the atheist, right? So like, I would be since I'm not articulating that, and I'm agnostic to that fact, it would only be a problem if I was agnostic to it and trying to articulate divine command theory. That'd be a serious problem, but I'm not. So. So I'm pretty sure that I'm not going to walk back into divine command theory. Now, divine command theory may have some relationship with the good that I'm more inclined that it would be synthetic relationship, but I don't think that that necessarily the good would have to be attributed to God. So I think ontologically there's some position that's going to be true by virtue of the state of affairs, but I think that ultimately I don't have to know what that state of affairs is in order to make an argument for objective morality from like non-naturalist, non-reductive.
I think William Lane Craig claims that it's just a brute fact of the universe and God isn't the source.
Yeah, perhaps. I don't know. I don't read a whole lot of William Lane Craig. I've
what
seen some of his stuff.
apologists do you like?
I mean, I like Dr. James White, but he's a Reformed theologian, so I don't even identify with him theologically. But I mean, I'm not really a big fan of. I mean, I like William Lane Craig. I think he's a great debater and he's a great defender of the faith. I'm not like a fanboy or anything, and I'm not like I haven't read a bunch of his shit, you know. Like my familiarity with William Lane Craig is mainly some of his debates and some of his short videos about certain topics. Like he did a small video on Euthyphro, question and answer and stuff like that. So I'm familiar with some of that stuff. But like as far as like actually reading his works and his like peer-reviewed stuff, like I haven't read any of it.
I've watched James White versus Bart Ehrman.
Yeah, I felt like James White. Bart Ehrman suckered him in because Bart Ehrman's a textual critical scholar, and he kind of put that debate in the realm of textual critical scholarship, and he started asking like James White these questions like, oh, what do the scholars say? And like James White like kind of turtled over, and like I feel like that kind of bugged me. But I mean, I feel like he was kind of giving Barnum the respect that he deserved insofar as like he was just saying like look, you know. But yeah, so I don't think James White did like a very good job in that debate. But I'm not saying Barnum won.
Do you like Plantinga?
The only thing I've ever read of Plantinga is just the free will defense. Like I haven't read like, I mean I've read like just maybe like 15 minutes on the evolutionary argument against naturalism.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to master right now.
But like, yeah, but I think there's so I don't really know a whole lot about it.
I don't think that naturalism can be defended because of that.
I don't know enough about it. I heard there were some pretty steeping criticisms of it, like but I think the most of the criticisms were on his earlier formation, and he has like a second formulation that I'm not sure if the criticisms still hold, because I'm pretty sure the reason why he reformulated it to that, I think it's called like epiphenomenal semantic epiphenomenalism. Like he presented like 4 options in his original formation, and one of them was semantic epiphenomenalism. But his second formulation was just arguing from that standpoint. So, but it seems like a lot of
the beliefs aren't related to the behavior at all, right?
I think so. I'm not sure. Like it had like I don't know. I'd have to go back and look at it because it was kind of interesting, but like it was also kind of hard to understand too. Like I remember I had to read it over a few times, and I was like, I just kind of got like fed up with it.
DPR, can I come on the Magic Sandwich Show to beat up theists?
To do what?
Beat up theists.
Yeah, I'm sure we can arrange that.
I wouldn't say this on the show or anything, but the people on your show, they're like really good with hard science, but I'm stronger like when it comes to philosophy than them.
Okay, well, I might see if we can get Shamos on as well. How about
I
that?
can't take on Shamos though. Shamos will win.
Oh, well, that's a cowardice position to take. But yeah,
I don't like to do debates where I lose.
Send me a.
So I mean, like I see a lot of people criticize Darwin for doing such things, like entering. I'm not saying that he does this. I'm saying that people criticize him for doing this. Now I don't agree actually, and with this, but it seems like people criticize Darwin for like going into debates like he knows he's going to win. Are you like the female Darwin's deity in that respect? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but see, I think Darwin's is doing it like he's kind of malicious. I just like to attack, and he would never admit it. I admit I like to attack weak white belts, including atheists. Actually, I prefer attacking atheists to theists. I'm better at attacking theists, though.
Hey, Shamos, brother, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right, cool. I wanted to ask you, what aspects of divine command theory make you want to walk away from it?
I think the main one is not that I want to walk away from it, that I feel like something's wrong with it. I just feel like there's an undue commitment that theists, because of theological commitments, that they think it's like the purest form of a meta-ethic that's more in line with the Bible and theology, that they're almost committed to doing that. And I think that I'm just kind of abashing the notion that, like, look, we're really not committed to arguing that. Like, we really could argue from any meta-ethical standpoint, from a moral realist on offer. And I think that I'm not saying I don't like anything about it, but I just feel like I've kind of finally come to the realization that, hey, I'm not committed to this, and I'm not losing anything theologically by not committing myself to this.
Totally.
So I just feel, yeah.
Yeah, got you, brother. Thank you for that answer. I totally get where you're coming from now. Thank you.
And I think that it throws people off when you're a Christian and you don't argue from divine command theory, and they're so ready to throw Euthyphro and the analytic identity and all of these different things in your face. And then when you say, hey, I'm a Christian, but I'm willing to argue from a different meta ethic, which is consistent with Christianity, and that it'll throw them for a loop so hard. And if you argue for something like a position that I'm arguing, like, there's really not many arguments against it that I think are very strong at all. Not that I'm taking it just by virtue of that, because I think it truly is a good position besides that. So that would be
if you're already a believer, right, brother?
Right.
Yeah, I got you. Thank you.
If I may, can I go back to the question that you asked me, or the topic that we were discussing, which we didn't really sort of like reach any conclusion on, which is objective morality. And I think that one of the reasons why I've never reached a conclusion with anyone. Sorry? One of the reasons I've never reached it. I'm getting feedback.
Aramine, you're echoing, hon.
Am I really? Okay, I'll try it again.
Okay, doke.
Thank you. One of the reasons is potentially because we're talking about objective morality in different ways and using different definitions, and just because of what happened today, I've run about 3 or 4 different programs to make sure that my computer is absolutely clean of anything, and the latest one seems to be. Oh yes, there we go. They found another 2 things that have now been deleted. Sorry about that. Yeah. Can we define what we mean by objective morality? What do you mean by objective morality? This is to Seamus.
Okay. So objective morality, like just basely defined, would be that there, for any moral proposition, like murder is immoral, that there would actually be that proposition would either be true or false, and the truth or falsity of that proposition would not be dependent on what people think. So there's some objective fact of the matter that makes that the case, even if everyone disagrees.
Okay, so using that as a definition, as a starting point, hopefully, obviously, and again going back to the field that I'm more familiar with, being law rather than philosophy, you say, there may be situations, and you use the example in this case of murder, and everyone would say murder is wrong. Well, societally, we have determined that murder is wrong. But whether an act is or should be defined as killing or murder is a matter that we leave normally to a jury in most civilized situations, countries. So, for example, if you act in self-defense and a jury accepts that the force you used in defending yourself or another or property was reasonable in the circumstances, you're found not guilty of murder. You might have killed a person, but killing a person is not the same as murdering a person. So I don't see where the objective standard comes in to your example using murder. And I'm sure that you could use many other examples. Rape was one that you used a few moments ago. And I'm sure I could come up with arguments where situations where legally someone has raped someone, no jury in the world would ever convict them. So
right, but that's talking about two different things. Because
yes,
like,
I thought we were. I thought we were. Now let's clear up what we're talking about then.
Well, yeah, because fundamentally, right and wrong, whether something is fundamentally right or wrong as a fact of the matter, would be distinct from like whether a jury would convict him or whether some legal standard would uphold or something like that. So, like, what we mean when we philosophical objective morality is like, is this right or wrong as an objective fact of the matter, regardless of what people think. So, like, I agree there's situations legally where we could, you know, not be able to get a conviction on rape because of certain certain, whatever evidences or whatever. And and I agree with you that the distinction between killing and murder, and I actually take basically the same exact definition to distinct those things. But I was specifically talking about murder, not any type of justified killing, right? Because a murder is not a justified killing. So when I was referencing murder, that you couldn't counter that with a justified killing, because I'm specifically referencing something that's unjustified by definition.
What I would respond to, how I would respond to that is to say that if common consensus is what determines what is objective or not, then in the case of murder, then I have no problem with that issue. What I have an issue with is that it seems to me that some people, and I'm not necessarily saying that you are putting forward this argument, but some people are saying that there is some form of objective moral code that is either A, floating around in the ether, which we may or may not be able to detect. Its source, again, we may or may not be able to detect, or B, that it's something that is, as a lot of theists, as you all well know, will say it's some sort of like moral guidance that's implanted in our hearts. Now, how something that is implanted subjectively can be objective, I don't know. So this is why I'm keen to get to the grips with exactly what you mean by objective morality. If it is merely a summation of subjective views, which seems to be, so far as I understand it to be, you're shaking your head. I'll pause there.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying it's like a summation of a bunch of subjective views or some intersubjective consensus, because if we're defining objective morality as being independent of mind, that consensus or that subjectivity would be dependent on mind. And I think, like when you said earlier, like it seems that like it's one view, and this is true, one view of objective morality would be like a form of Platonism, that they're just this good is just floating around in the ether type thing. And I think that is kind of what people, when you say like objective morality, that's kind of the first thing that pops in people's heads. But I think that most philosophers who would argue for objective morality, and most philosophers do believe in objective morality, they wouldn't argue for that. Like, I think most philosophers would want to say that it's not just something floating around in the ether that just is. Like, it's actually dependent and constitutive of certain facts of the world. Like, there are certain biological facts and certain social facts and certain intuitive facts that we know, and that makes up the framework of morality. And if these things were to change, like if certain biological things were to change, then it would fundamentally change what morality was. But that wouldn't mean that it wasn't objective. Like, for example, like Ozzy gives an example of the fact that like walking up to someone and stabbing them with a knife is wrong, in part because it has a certain biological function that isn't, regardless of what view of the good you're taking, it would counter that. But for example, when you walk up and you tickle someone, we don't think that that's generally a moral issue unless you're like seriously violating someone's autonomy and it's unwanted. But if something about our physical makeup was constituted in a way that a knife would be nothing more than a little tickle, then it seems that the constitutive moral facts of the matter would change. So I don't think most philosophers are saying these things are just floating around in the ether. What they're saying is there's real world things that actually make these things what they are. And those real world things would be biological factors, social factors, and like intuitive factors. But since I'm an intuitionist and a non-reductivist, I'm not saying that they reduce completely to biological or social factors. Actually, I'm disavowing that completely. I'm saying that they play a role, and that their role in the good is only known insofar as your intuition. So that's how I can say that and be consistent.
Whilst it's probably a fault on my part, I'm still struggling to a degree to understand what definition of objective morality you are using, because it does seem to me that to a degree it is using subjective opinions.
I mean, it would take me a little while to articulate. Like, I don't know if the room would want me to go into it, but if I could sum it up like in really quickly, like in like 2 minutes as best I could.
Please, I'm sure no one will have a problem with that. I certainly wouldn't, because I genuinely want to know why I am missing the point, and I certainly do believe that I'm missing a point here.
Okay, well, this is how I start off. Okay, like, and I like to start it off from like a foundational standpoint. So this is what I say. Like, if I walked you into a room, right, and it was an empty room, like 12 by 12, and the only thing in the room was in the middle. It was just a red chair, right? And I walked you into the room and I said, DPR, I need you to start making arguments to justify this chair's existence, right? Well, both of us, not just you, both of us, we would be limited to making arguments from experience, like whether it be our senses or something we experience. Like, without the experience of a chair, we don't know what it means for there to be a chair. Like, we have no a priori knowledge of a chair. All of our knowledge of a chair comes through acquaintance and through experience, right? And that acquaintance and experience is facilitated through our senses, right? So, like, first of all, when you walk up to the chair, you're going to say, well, Chamos, I see the chair, right? I can touch the chair, I can, I experience it with my senses. Well, look, this does beg the question, right? It begs the question against properly basic beliefs, like, is there a material reality, so on and so forth. But most people are willing to grant those things to facilitate a coherent worldview, and by taking these things as axiomatic assumptions or properly basic beliefs. And I feel like that's what everyone seemingly has to do, whether you're a coherentist, which is just going to fundamentally make like a different story for the same thing that a foundationalist will do. So I feel like, look, if we're going to go into a room and we're going to start with our senses to make arguments for a chair's existence, and all of these arguments fundamentally beg the question versus our properly basic beliefs, then I'm going to add, besides the 5 senses that we normally call, I'm going to add another one, and this sense is called intuition, right? So we have this certain feeling and intuition that we experience, and this is veridical, not veridical, but it's correlates with our experience, and in that sense of intuition is just as valid as our senses externally. So look, when we see things, we don't see things perfectly. We just say that our senses are generally reliable, and what we mean by that is not that my intuitions will make me know everything right or wrong, or that my eyes will let me know everything that exists. What we mean by that is that our senses can help us come to know some truths about reality, right? That through our experience, through our senses, we can come to know some things that are true about reality so you just reduce yourself to global skepticism. So since we do that with a chair, I'm going to do the same thing with morality. So I say, look, I have a base intuition that there are these realms of moral categories, okay? And I'm not arguing that I have a perfect sense of morality. I'm just saying that I have enough of an intuition to know that there is such things out there. Now, I'm going to give you a quick argument to show you why I can make an argument from intuition without ever saying I know exactly what is right and exactly what is wrong. Like, for example, the example I like to give is like walking. Do you believe, DPR, that if we took a baby and put it in a room all by itself with no humans around, but we had like some type of electronic or robotic way to feed it and nourish it and change it and all this stuff, but it never came in contact with a human being, eventually that human would stand and walk on its own without ever seeing anyone. It would naturally do that. And so what I'm arguing is that a natural condition of being a human is just the ability to walk. You don't have to see it. You don't ever have to be experienced with it. That if you are nourished up to like 2, 3, 4 years old, you will eventually stand erect. You're Homo erectus. You will stand erect. You will walk. Okay, without ever being exposed to it. So, but what's interesting about that is even though walkingness is innate to all humans, right, that don't have physical disabilities, right, walkingness isn't something that everyone equally commands the same understanding or respect of. Like, for example, Usain Bolt can kick my ass walking or running, or you know what I'm saying? But I still have this innate ability that of walkingness. So I put it this way: in the same way that we all have this innate moral intuition, that some people command a larger understanding of said moral intuition because they've cultivated. Like, see, Usain Bolt can run faster than us because he's practiced that. And people that have a better understanding of morality have cultivated that understanding, right? And you cultivate that understanding by virtues, right? And by like aligning yourself culturally and socially and with virtues that carry a synthetic identity with the good. And by doing so, you sharpen your intuitive sense, much in the same way you sharpen the sense of you running. So that is the whole argument. I say, look, when I walk into a room, I have properly basic beliefs that include my senses and my intuition. And even though I could be wrong, and even though those beg the question against certain things that are on a properly basic level, I assume those to be the case for a coherent worldview. I'm doing the same for moral intuition. I'm not saying I know exactly what's right and wrong. I just know that there are moral categories. I believe that this intuition morally can be shaped and refined into a better understanding. And that's how I justify objective morality that easily.
Wow, Showbiz. You know, I scribbled a few notes down in what you were saying on points that I thought may be an issue between us. But having listened to you as carefully as I could, I generally do not think that there is any difference between our views at all, which puzzles me, because it still leaves us, I think, having necessarily, excuse me, to go back to the issue of what we mean by objective morality, because there's very little that I could disagree in what you've just said. But I don't consider myself to be someone that believes in objective moral values, and yet you do. So how are we going to define? Since I've agreed with pretty much everything you've said, wherein lies our disagreement?
Okay, our disagreement lies in whether or not what I just articulated is in fact objective morality. I think that's hit the nail on the head. Right.
Because I don't see what you've just said as supporting I perceive to be objective morality.
Because if you hold to the view of objective morality,
despite the fact that you and I are agreeing on absolutely everything, you're saying there's objective morality and I'm saying there isn't. So our difference must lie in what our definition of objective morality is.
Right. It's a semantic dispute on whether what I'm talking about is in fact considered objective morality. So
yes.
So I would basically say that so here's the fundamental thing. If we seem to agree, right, on what I just articulated, but our disagreement is whether or not that constitutes objective morality, then I just need to show you that what I'm articulating is consistent with objective morality. Now let me explain something first and foremost. If your view as objective morality is what we said earlier, floating around in the ether, like this Platonic form, then what I'm arguing for is not that. So if that's what you mean semantically by objective morality, then what I just said isn't objective morality. But
I agree with that. We agree again. Yes.
Okay. So now here's
I do sense that there is some disagreement. I just do not. I can't see what the disagreement is at the moment. So I interrupted.
The disagreement would be this: even though that's what you mean by objective morality, is the view that I'm holding to still consistent with another notion that's accepted philosophically at the highest level of what philosophers mean by objective morality, right? Because if we talk about neuroscientists, what they mean by neurons and all of this stuff going on, you know, we have to appeal to what the guys at the highest level mean, right? Because they're the guys in the best position to know. So what I think ultimately what it boils down with is Shamos, is what you just said identifiable with what some philosophers mean at the highest level of objective morality? Is that what you just gave? Is that consistent with what they mean? And I think the answer is yes. And so that's a hard thing to prove. That's a hard thing to prove. That would require me actually going into the literature and saying, look, here's this, here's that, here's that. And I feel like that's the last step into totally swaying someone over if you're willing to.
I don't think you need to go that far. I think we can agree on certain things. And again, just to make sure, these were just very scribbled notes. You started by saying that the definition of objective morality was for any moral proposition, e.g. murder, is wrong, and then you talked too quickly, so I didn't jot that
For any
down.
moral proposition e.g., murder, that that murder is immoral will either be true or false. The proposition that murder is immoral will either be true or false, and that is an objective fact of the matter, like an objective fact of reality.
All right. Well, then the next thing I noted is that how we define murder is dependent upon us, human society. Yeah?
Say that again?
What we define as murder depends upon us, human beings, determining how to classify whether, and this is something I thought we agreed on, whether
that's
it's
true of any
killing
definition, though.
Yes. So if it's dependent upon subjective opinion, then even though a majority of subjective opinions may agree, my point is that doesn't make it objective. That's the issue that I've always had.
Right, yeah, you're right insofar as agreement amongst people isn't what makes something objective or not. Now, it needs to be objective.
Okay, right. I think therein lies the issue that we have. So you're saying that there's something outside a general consensus of subjective opinions that you can rely on and says, oh no, forget about the collation of subjective opinions. There is an objective standard outside that subjective culmination of opinions.
Correct.
That's the problem. Yes. Okay. I think now we've hit upon maybe the area that we have an issue with. How can you justify that position?
Okay, so these would be like value properties, kind of like things that exist out in the ether. But on my view, they're not just value properties.
You didn't say they're out in the ether, did you?
No. What I'm saying is, value properties are kind of often thought in that way. But my view of value properties isn't that they're just floating around the ether and that these value properties are actually constitutive and affected by certain facts of the matter, biological facts of the matter, social facts of the matter, and largely intuitive facts of the matter, right? And so, I'm saying that there are these values, and these values are determined by a certain criterion of like who we are biologically, who we are socially, and our senses and experience intuitively, which is how we understand things to be moral, much in the same way that our senses of sight are how we understand things perceptually. It's you couldn't talk about what it's like to perceive something without invoking sight. You can't talk about what it means to be moral without invoking intuition. You can't ever invoke perception without sight.
The more you talk about intuition, the more I think that you're kind of supporting my view. Now, I'm going to use an example that Sam Harris uses in his argument for objective morality. I've said for I think the best part of 2 years that I've got to get around to reading his book, which I have on my bookshelf above me. And I've read the first couple of pages, and I've just never got around to reading it. The Moral Landscape, and he describes one particular situation of, let's say, someone throwing battery acid into the face of his daughter because she has gone out with a boy or been seen in public with a boy against the rules of their society. And he says that everyone objectively thinks and must know that that is wrong. And it seems to me, and I say it seems to me because I haven't read his book and I don't fully understand his arguments, but it seems to me that he is saying that everyone, or the majority of people, think that this is objectively wrong and absolutely horrific and whatever. Well, the person that did it obviously didn't think that it was objectively wrong, or didn't think it was a bad thing to do. So when you talk about intuition, when you talk about culture, you're talking about exactly the sort of things that I'm raising against the concept of objective morality. Well, I'm not doing it particularly well, I know, but For
Well, in
some
response to
people,
Sam Harris's view, I don't take the position that everyone intuitively knows that throwing battery acid in someone's face is wrong, even though I believe that there's
but
a
you did
fact of the
say it was
matter.
intuitive. You
No,
did
no,
say
no.
morality was
I
intuitive.
believe that there's a fact of the matter that doing so is wrong, but I don't think everyone can intuit that. I think some people's intuitions are damaged and not well enough refined to understand that, right? So I believe that how we understand morality is through intuition, but we don't have a perfect understanding of it. I think that intuition can only get us to a point that I understand that there is a moral realm out there, that there are moral facts of the matter, not what they are. That can only be refined under refining your intuitions. So I don't think everyone knows that throwing battery acid in people's face is wrong, even though there's a fact of the matter that it is. I think some people's intuitions are either damaged or haven't been cultivated properly.
Right, and
again, I find it very difficult. One second, Rev, if I may, just one brief second. Again, Seamus, I find it very difficult to find disagreement with you, but there is something troubling me, and I can't immediately identify what it is. But I also need to step away from the computer for a few moments. If hopefully the thought will come to my mind. But I think it's absolutely wonderful and fascinating that we're actually agreeing on so many things. But Rev, please go ahead. But please, Rev, be aware that I won't be able to hear anything that's said over the next 2 or 3 minutes. But I will be right back. Thank you very much.
Can I say one thing, one sentence, Rev, before you go?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure.
Do you see the difference in people's appealing when you drop divine command theory? Do you see how easy that is going? Do you see the discussion? If I would have taken divine command theory, this would have been a fucking mess. You know what I mean? Look at how the discussion went.
Yeah, I see it.
I think the two conversations are slightly disconnected, but I do think that from a theistic point of view, I think that it's very sensible to drop divine commandment theories. That really doesn't help you. It's basically like playing a really bad opening chess move and then wondering why you've just got yourself in checkmate.
Handed to you, right? There you go.
Yeah.
You're right. Yeah, all I was going to say really quick is, how does one get to the point where they think throwing acid in somebody's face is okay?
Well, I just want to throw something out now that DPR left. Did anyone see the booger hanging from his nose? Jeez.
Wow, that's productive.
No, it was a joke. He was joking since DPR stepped away.
Since he said he would no longer be able to hear me.
Right.
No, that was an interesting conversation, guys. It seems that I don't know. It seems like it's hard for DPR to. It seems to me like he keeps on equivocating. I mean, at one point when you guys were talking about objective morality, it just seemed like he was talking about what we call murder is not objective, and you guys are kind of talking past each other. But I don't know. I think it was a good conversation.
I think it's an interesting conversation. I've been kind of refining my meta ethic a little bit, and I've kind of abandoned divine command theory. So it's an interesting discussion. I don't think we need to go into it anymore unless you guys are interested. Because I mean that's pretty much the summation of my view. Like that. I mean that's the quickest as I've ever been able to articulate it too. Probably because I've been trying to condense it more and more. But yeah, I mean that's the fullness of my position. I think fundamentally, in order to really have a solid critique of my position, you're gonna have to fundamentally start saying that the intuitions aren't properly basic, and I think that that would just be a ridiculous notion, because our intuition would be part of our experience. How we experience things is through our senses, and so it must necessarily be in that category.
I don't know. I have two basic values, and I think the world would just be a lot better if people just valued what I value. But then again, that's kind of obvious, isn't it?
What do you value, Seth?
Freedom and the limitation of suffering.
Who could argue with that?
Muslims.
There she is.
And fascists. But I guess there are Muslim fascists.
Seth, do you still think Bernie has a chance getting the nom?
Yeah, I don't think it's very likely, but I think that there's clearly still a chance. It's just a long shot.
You know,
Can I, seeing as the subject seems to have changed somewhat, can I just ask, do you think that Trump's comments on abortion are going to have any effect on the likelihood of him getting the Republican nomination?
Are you kidding me? You haven't been paying. I mean, you're not in the United States. I don't blame you. You obviously haven't been paying too close of attention on the things that Trump pundits since I want to say October of last year have been saying, "Oh no, Trump has really stuck his foot in his mouth this time. This is going to cost him support," and every single time it hasn't. It's only garnered him more support.
Yeah, but this one seems to have united Republicans against him, and also has highlighted the fact that he is incredibly unpopular with women. Now, if, as is predicted, Hillary will win the Democratic nomination, then this means that the Republican Party, if Trump is running, is going to be unelectable. And so, I'm terribly sorry. It's not. I'm not as naive as you may think I am about what's going on in America and American politics. What I'm saying is that yes, you're quite right that it doesn't seem that Trump could ever do anything wrong. Whatever outrageous statement he made, it had no effect. But this is the first time he's actually made what could be perceived to be an apology or a retraction on what he actually said live on air. No. And the reaction to the abortion statements has been much greater than any other statement that he's ever made. So please, I'm terribly sorry. Don't call me naive. Don't say that I'm not following American politics. I'm just asking as a matter of interest whether you think that this statement might actually be something that does have some sort of impact.
Maybe you should calm down a little bit. I didn't call you naive. I didn't say you're stupid. I didn't. I put no blame on you for not following American politics as closely as some of us follow it. That's all I said, and I said that was fine.
I briefly note that the changeover is going to be very, very shortly. So I will momentarily put the link in the sidebar. And do any of you need, I guess, links sent out to private external chats on your mobile devices, or is everyone able to see the Hangout internal side chat? Go ahead.
Does anybody need a link sent to them for the Hangout changeover?
If it's in the side chat, that's fine.
Yeah, Godless might, Nadia.
Yeah, I think, okay. Godless Kafir, I'll send on Skype, and just in case to you, DPR as well. Go ahead.
I think I've got it in the side chat. Well, we'll soon find out. See you all there.
Doesn't Gesundheit just mean bless you in another language anyway?
It means health. Health.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah. Well, or perhaps more like a
Well, it
healthiness.
sounds German because you gotta like spit to say it.
Well, it's probably gesund is health and
I thought I'd muted my camera and not my.
healthiness
Yes, it is definitely German.
Gesundheit.
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
We can't see.
Oh, you can't hear me?
So
Or-
no one's blaming you, DPR. I certainly wasn't for not knowing some of the things that Trump has said in October. But he said things and walked things back in the past. He said things that are almost as disgusting or possibly just as disgusting or more disgusting to conservatives. Things like John McCain, who's a legitimate war hero and former POW in the Vietnam War, is not a war hero.
Yes, and he's also said incredibly insulting things about women who were also standing at the time, calling them ugly and stuff like that. I'm aware of that. I have been following this. American politics is something that I've got quite interested in the last few years. I apologize if I sounded oversensitive when you seem to be suggesting that I was not following it. I have been, and particularly this year's nominations. And the reason I have is because I was astounded by Trump taking the lead, despite the extraordinary things that he was saying. How easy it was to see which one of the and to see the Democratic nomination going. But I also have noted how Saunders would do, the opinion polls will say Saunders will do if he runs against